The tale, 1. The parson begins his little treatise, which, if given at length, would extend to about 30 of these pages, and which cannot by any stretch of courtesy or fancy be said to merit the title of a tale in these words. Our sweet Lord God of heaven, that no man will perish, but will that we come all to the knowledge of him, and to the blissful life that is perdurable, admonishes us by the prophet Jeremiah, that saith in this wise, Stand upon the ways, and see and ask of old paths, that is to say, of old sentences, which is the good way, and walk in that way, and ye shall find refreshing for your souls. 2. And see many be the spiritual ways that lead folk to our Lord Jesus Christ, and to the reign of glory. Of which ways there is a full noble way, and full convenable, which may not fail to man nor to woman, that through sin hath misgone from the right way of Jerusalem celestial. And this way is called penitence. Of which men should gladly hearken and inquire with all their hearts, to wit what is penitence, and whence it is called penitence, and in what manner and in how many manners be the actions or workings of penitence, and how many species there be of penitences, and what things appertain and behove to penitence, and what things disturb penitence. Penitence is described, on the authority of Saints Ambrose, Isidore, and Gregory, as the bewailing of sin that has been wrought, with the purpose never again to do that thing, or any other thing which a man should bewail. For weeping and not ceasing to do the sin will not avail. Though it is to be hoped that after every time that a man falls, be it ever so often, he may find grace to arise through penitence. And repentant folk that leave their sin ere sin leave them, are accounted by Holy Church sure of their salvation, even though the repentance be at the last hour. There are 3 actions of penitence, that a man be baptized after he has sinned, that he do no deadly sin after receiving baptism, and that he fall into no venial sins from day to day. Thereof saith St. Augustine, that penitence of good and humble folk is the penitence of every day. The species of penitence are 3. Solemn, when a man is openly expelled from Holy Church in Lent, or is compelled by Holy Church to do open penance for an open sin openly talked of in the country. Common penance, enjoined by priests in certain cases, as to go on pilgrimage naked or barefoot, and privy penance, which men do daily for private sins, of which they confess privately and receive private penance. To very perfect penitence are behoveful and necessary 3 things: contrition of heart, confession of mouth, and satisfaction, which are fruitful penitence against delight in thinking, reckless speech, and wicked sinful works. Penitence may be likened to a tree, having its root in contrition, biding itself in the heart as a tree root does in the earth. Out of this root springs a stalk, that bears branches and leaves of confession and fruit of satisfaction. Of this root also springs a seed of grace, which is mother of all security, and this seed is eager and hot. And the grace of this seed springs of God, through remembrance on the day of judgment, and on the pains of hell. The heat of this seed is the love of God, and the desire of everlasting joy, and this heat draws the heart of man to God, and makes him hate his sin. Penance is the tree of life to them that receive it. In penance or contrition man shall understand 4 things. What is contrition? What are the causes that move a man to contrition? How he should be contrite? And what contrition availeth to the soul? Contrition is the heavy and grievous sorrow that a man receiveth in his heart for his sins, with earnest purpose to confess and do penance, and never more to sin. 6 causes ought to move a man to contrition. 1. He should remember him of his sins. 2. He should reflect that sin putteth a man in great thraldom, and all the greater the higher is the estate from which he falls. 3. He should dread the day of doom and the horrible pains of hell. 4. The sorrowful remembrance of the good deeds that man hath omitted to do here on earth, and also the good that he hath lost, ought to make him have contrition. 5. So also ought the remembrance of the passion that our Lord Jesus Christ suffered for our sins. 6. And so ought the hope of 3 things, that is to say, forgiveness of sin, the gift of grace to do well, and the glory of heaven with which God shall reward man for his good deeds. All these points the parson illustrates and enforces at length, waxing especially eloquent under the 3rd head, and plainly setting forth the sternly realistic notions regarding future punishments that were entertained in the time of Chaucer. 3. Certes, all the sorrow that a man might make from the beginning of the world is but a little thing, at retard of in comparison with the sorrow of hell. The cause why that Job calleth hell the land of darkness, For understand that he calleth it land or earth, for it is stable and never shall fail, and dark, for he that is in hell hath default of light natural. For certes the dark light, that shall come out of the fire that ever shall burn, shall turn them all to pain that be in hell, for it showeth them the horrible devils that them torment. Covered with the darkness of death, that is to say, that he that is in hell shall have default of the sight of God. For certes the sight of God is the life perdurable. The darkness of death be the sins that the wretched man hath done, which that disturb him to see the face of God, right as a dark cloud doth between us and the sun. Land of misease, because there be three manner of defaults against three things that folk of this world have in this present life, that is to say, honors, delights, and riches. Against honor have they in hell shame and confusion, for well ye wot that men call honor the reverence that man doth to man, but in hell is no honor nor reverence, for certes no more reverence shall be done there to a king than to a knave, for which God saith by the prophet Jeremiah, the folk that me despise shall be in despite. Honor is also called great lordship. There shall no wight serve other, but of harm and torment. Honor is also called great dignity and highness, but in hell shall they be all foretrodden of devils. As God saith, the horrible devils shall go and come upon the heads of damned folk. And this is, forasmuch as the higher that they were in this present life, the more shall they be abated and defouled in hell. Against the riches of this world shall they have misease of poverty, and this poverty shall be in four things. In default of treasure, of which David saith, the rich folk that embraced and wonned all their heart to treasure of this world shall sleep in the sleeping of death, and nothing shall they find in their hands of all their treasure. And moreover, the misease of hell shall be in default of meat and drink. For God saith thus by Moses, they shall be wasted with hunger, and the birds of hell shall devour them with bitter death, and the gall of the dragon shall be their drink, and the venom of the dragon their morsels. And furthermore, their misease shall be in default of clothing, for they shall be naked in body, as of clothing, save the fire in which they burn and other filths, and naked shall they be in soul, of all manner virtues, which that is the clothing of the soul. Where be then the gay robes, and the soft sheets, and the fine shirts? Lo, what saith of them the prophet Isaiah, that under them shall be strewed moths, and their covertures shall be of worms of hell. And furthermore, their misease shall be in default of friends, for he is not poor that hath good friends. But there is no friend, for neither God nor any good creature shall be friend to them, and ever each of them shall hate other with deadly hate. The sons and the daughters shall rebel against father and mother, and kindred against kindred, and chide and despise each other, both day and night, as God saith by the prophet Micah. And the loving children, that whom loved so fleshly each other, would each of them eat the other if they might. For how should they love together in the pains of hell, when they hated each other in the prosperity of this life? For trust well, their fleshly love was deadly hate, as saith the prophet David. Whoso loveth wickedness, he hateth his own soul. And whoso hateth his own soul, certes he may love none other wight in no manner. And therefore in hell is no solace nor no friendship, but ever the more kindreds that be in hell, the more cursing, the more chiding, and the more deadly hate there is among them. And furtherover, they shall have default of all manner delights, for certes delights be after the appetites of the five wits, as sight, hearing, smelling, savoring, and touching. But in hell their sight shall be full of darkness and of smoke, and their eyes full of tears, and their hearing full of waymenting and grinting of teeth, as saith Jesus Christ. Their nostrils shall be full of stinking, and, as saith Isaiah the prophet, their savoring shall be full of bitter gall. And touching of all their body shall be covered with fire that never shall quench, and with worms that never shall die, as God saith by the mouth of Isaiah. And forasmuch as they shall not ween that they may die for pain, and by death flee from pain, that may they understand in the word of Job that saith, there is the shadow of death. Certes a shadow hath the likeness of the thing of which it is shadowed, but the shadow is not the same thing of which it is shadowed. Right so fareth the pain of hell. It is like death, for the horrible anguish. And why? For it paineth them ever as though they should die anon, but certes they shall not die. For as saith St. Gregory, to wretched caitiffs shall be given death without death, and end without end, and default without failing, for their death shall always live, and their end shall evermore begin, and their default shall never fail. And therefore saith St. John the Evangelist, they shall follow death, and they shall not find him, and they shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. And eke Job saith, that in hell is no order of rule. And albeit that God hath created all things in right order, and nothing without order, but all things be ordered and numbered, yet nevertheless they that be damned be not in order, nor hold no order. For the earth shall bear them no fruit, for, as the prophet David saith, God shall destroy the fruit of the earth as for them. Nor water shall give them no moisture, nor the air no refreshing, nor the fire no light. For as saith St. Basil, the burning of the fire of this world shall God give in hell to them that be damned, but the light and the clearness shall be given in heaven to his children, right as the good man giveth flesh to his children, and bones to his hounds. And for they shall have no hope to escape, saith Job at last, that there shall horror and grisly dread dwell without end. Horror is always dread of harm that is to come, and this dread shall ever dwell in the hearts of them that be damned. And therefore have they lost all their hope for 7 causes. First, for God that is their judge shall be without mercy to them, nor they may not please him, nor none of his hallows, nor they may give nothing for their ransom, nor they have no voice to speak to him, nor they may not flee from pain, nor they have no goodness in them that they may show to deliver them from pain. The courteous Lord Jesus Christ will that no good work be lost, for in somewhat it shall avail. But forasmuch as the good works that men do while they be in good life be all amortized, killed, deadened by sin following, and also since all the good works that men do while they be in deadly sin be utterly dead, as for to have the life perdurable, well may that man that no good works doth sing that new French song, J. tout perdu, mon temps et mon labor 5. For certes, sin bereaveth a man both the goodness of nature, and eke the goodness of grace. For soothly the grace of the Holy Ghost fareth like fire, that may not be idle. For fire faileth anon as it foreleteth its working, and right so grace faileth anon as it foreleteth its working. Then loseth the sinful man the goodness of glory, that only is to good men that labor and work. Well may he be sorry then, that oweth all his life to God, as long as he hath lived, and also as long as he shall live, that no goodness hath to pay with his debt to God, to whom he oweth all his life. For trust well he shall give account, as saith St. Bernard, of all the goods that have been given him in his present life, and how he hath them dispended, insomuch that there shall not perish an hair of his head, nor a moment of an hour shall not perish of his time, that he shall not give thereof a reckoning. Having treated of the causes, the parson comes to the manner of contrition, which should be universal and total, not merely of outward deeds of sin, but also of wicked delights and thoughts and words. For certes Almighty God is all good, and therefore either he forgiveth all, or else right not. Further, contrition should be wonder sorrowful and anguishous, and also continual, with steadfast purpose of confession and amendment. Lastly, of what contrition availeth, the parson says, that sometimes it delivereth man from sin, that without it neither confession nor satisfaction is of any worth. That it destroyeth the prison of hell, and maketh weak and feeble all the strengths of the devils, and restoreth the gifts of the Holy Ghost and of all good virtues, and cleanseth the soul of sin, and delivereth it from the pain of hell, and from the company of the devil, and from the servage of sin, and restoreth it to all good spiritual, and to the company and communion of Holy Church. He who should set his intent to these things would no longer be inclined to sin, but would give his heart and body to the service of Jesus Christ, and thereof do him homage. For, certes, our Lord Jesus Christ hath spared us so benignly in our follies, that if he had not pity on man's soul, a sorry song might we all sing. The second part of the parson's tale or treatise opens with an explanation of what is confession, which is termed the second part of penitence, that is, sign of contrition, whether it ought needs be done or not, and what things be convenable to true confession. Confession is true showing of sins to the priest, without excusing, hiding, or foreupping of anything, and without vaunting of good works. Also, it is necessary to understand whence that sins spring, and how they increase, and which they be. From Adam we took original sin, from him fleshly descended be we all, and engendered of vile and corrupt matter. And the penalty of Adam's transgression dwelleth with us as to temptation, which penalty is called concupiscence. This concupiscence, when it is wrongfully disposed or ordained in a man, it maketh him covet, by covetize of flesh, fleshly sin by sight of his eyes, as to earthly things, and also covetize of highness by pride of heart. The parson proceeds to show how man is tempted in his flesh to sin, how after his natural concupiscence comes suggestion of the devil, that is to say the devil's bellows, with which he bloweth in man the fire of concupiscence, and how man then bethinketh him whether he will do or know the thing to which he is tempted. If he flame up into pleasure at the thought, and give way, then is he all dead in soul. And thus is sin accomplished, by temptation, by delight, and by consenting, and then is the sin actual. Sin is either venial or deadly. Deadly, when a man loves any creature more than Jesus Christ our Creator; venial, if he love Jesus Christ less than he ought. Venial sins diminish man's love to God more and more, and may in this wise skip into deadly sin, for many small make a great. And hearken this example. A great wave of the sea cometh sometimes with so great a violence, that it drencheth the ship. And the same harm do sometimes the small drops of water that enter through a little crevice in the thurrock, and in the bottom of the ship, if men be so negligent that they discharge them not betimes. And therefore, although there be difference betwixt these two causes of drenching, algates the ship is draint. Right so fareth it sometimes of deadly sin, and of venial sins when they multiply in a man so greatly as to make him love worldly things more than God. The parson then enumerates specially a number of sins, which many a man peradventure deems no sins, and confesses them not, and yet nevertheless they are truly sins. This is to say, at every time that a man eateth and drinketh more than sufficeth to the sustenance of his body, in certain he doth sin. Eke when he speaketh more than it needeth, he doth sin. Eke when he heareth not benignly the complaint of the poor. Eke when he is in health of body, and will not fast when other folk fast, without cause reasonable. Eke when he sleepeth more than needeth, or when he cometh by that occasion too late to church, or to other works of charity. Eke when he useth his wife without sovereign desire of engendrer, to the honor of God, or for the intent to yield his wife his debt of his body. Eke when he will not visit the sick, or the prisoner if he may. Eke if he love wife, or child, or other worldly thing, more than reason requireth. Eke if he flatter or blandish more than he ought for any necessity. Eke if he minish or withdraw the alms of the poor. Eke if he apparel his meat more deliciously than need is, or eat it too hastily by likeousness. Eke if he talk vanities in the church, or at God's service, or that he be a talker of idle words of folly or villainy, for he shall yield account of them at the day of doom. Eke when he behighteth or assureth to do things that he may not perform. Eke when that by lightness of folly he misgeth or scorneth his neighbor. Eke when he hath any wicked suspicion of thing, that he wot of it no soothfastness. These things, and more without number, be sins, as saith St. Augustine. No earthly man may eschew all venial sins, yet may he refrain him, by the burning love that he hath to our Lord Jesus Christ, and by prayer and confession and other good works, so that it shall but little grieve. Furthermore, men may also refrain and put away venial sin, by receiving worthily the precious body of Jesus Christ, by receiving eke of holy water, by almsdeed, by general confession of confiteor at Mass, and at prime, and at compline, and by blessing of bishops and priests, and by other good works. The parson then proceeds to weightier matters. Now it is behovely to tell which be deadly sins, that is to say, chieftains of sins, forasmuch as all they run in one leash, but in diverse manners. Now be they called chieftains, forasmuch as they be chief, and of them spring all other sins. The root of these sins, then, is pride, the general root of all harms. For of this root spring certain branches, as ire, envy, anxiety, or sloth, avarice or covetousness, to common understanding, gluttony, and lechery. And each of these sins hath his branches and his twigs, as shall be declared in their chapters following. And though so be that no man can tell utterly the number of the twigs, and of the harms that come of pride, yet will I show a part of them, as ye shall understand. There is in obedience, vaunting, hypocrisy, despite, arrogance, impudence, swelling of heart, insolence, elation, impatience, strife, contumacy, presumption, irreverence, pertinacity, vainglory, and many another twig that I cannot tell nor declare. And yet there is a privy species of pride that waiteth first to be saluted ere he will salute, all be he less worthy than that other is. And eke he waiteth or desireth to sit or to go above him in the way, or kiss the pax, 7, or be incensed, or go to offering before his neighbor, and such semblable things, against his duty peradventure. But that he hath his heart and his intent in such a proud desire to be magnified and honored before the people. Now be there two manner of prides, the one of them is within the heart of a man, and the other is without. Of which solely these foresaid things, and more than I have said, appertain to pride that is within the heart of a man, and there be other species of pride that be without. But nevertheless, the one of these species of pride is sign of the other, right as the gay levasseur at the tavern is sign of the wine that is in the cellar. And this is in many things, as in speech and countenance and outrageous array of clothing. For certes, if there had been no sin in clothing, Christ would not so soon have noted and spoken of the clothing of that rich man in the gospel. And St. Gregory saith, that precious clothing is culpable for the dearth of it, and for its softness, and for its strangeness and disguising, and for the superfluity or for the inordinate scantness of it. Alas! May not a man see in our days the sinful costly array of clothing, and namely in too much superfluity, or else in too disordinate scantness? As to the first sin in superfluity of clothing, which that maketh it so dear to the harm of the people, not only the cost of the embroidering, the disguising, indenting or barring, ounding, paling, winding or banding, and semblable waste of cloth in vanity. But there is also the costly furring lining or edging with fur. In their gowns, so much punching of chisels to make holes, so much dagging of shears, with the superfluity in length of the foresaid gowns, trailing in the dung and in the mire, on horse and eke on foot, as well of man as of woman, that all that trailing is verily, as in effect, wasted, consumed, threadbare, and rotten with dung, rather than it is given to the poor, to great damage of the foresaid poor folk, and that in sundry wise. This is to say, the more that cloth is wasted, the more must it cost to the poor people for the scarceness. And furthermore, if so be that they would give such punched and dagged clothing to the poor people, it is not convenient to wear for their estate, nor sufficient to boot help, remedy, their necessity, to keep them from the distemperance of the firmament. Upon the other side, to speak of the horrible disordinate scantness of clothing, as be these cutted slops or hanselines, that through their shortness cover not the shameful member of man, to wicked intent alas. Some of them show the boss and the shape of the horrible swollen members, that seem like to the malady of hernia, in the wrapping of their hosen, and eke the buttocks of them, that fare as it were the hinder part of a she-ape in the full of the moon. And moreover the wretched swollen members that they show through disguising, in departing of their hosen in white and red, seemeth that half their shameful privy members were flain. And if so be that they depart their hosen in other colors, as is white and blue, or white and black, or black and red, and so forth, then seemeth it, by variance of color, that the half part of their privy members be corrupt by the fire of St. Anthony, or by canker, or other such mischance. And of the hinder part of their buttocks it is full horrible to see, for certes, in that part of their body where they purge their stinking ordure, that foul part show they to the people proudly in despite of honesty, which honesty Jesus Christ and his friends observe to show in his life. Now as of the outrageous array of women, God wot, that though the visages of some of them seem full chaste and debonair, yet notify they, in their array of attire, licorousness and pride. I say not that honesty in clothing of man or woman unconvenable, but, certes, the superfluity or disordinate scarcity of clothing is reprovable. Also the sin of their ornament, or of apparel, as in things that appertain to riding, as in too many delicate horses that be holden for delight, that be so fair, fat, and costly, and also in many a vicious knave that is sustained because of them, in curious harness, as in saddles, cruppers, patrils, and bridles, covered with precious cloth and rich bars and plates of gold and silver. For which God saith by Zechariah the prophet, I will confound the riders of such horses. These folk take little regard of the riding of God's Son of heaven, and of his harness, when he rode upon an ass, and had no other harness but the poor clothes of his disciples. Nor we read not that ever he rode on any other beast. I speak this for the sin of superfluity, and not for reasonable honesty, when reason it requireth. And moreover, certes, pride is greatly notified in holding of great many, when they be of little profit or of right no profit, and namely when that many is felonious and damageous to the people by hardiness of high lordship, or by way of office. For certes, such lords sell then their lordship to the devil of hell, when they sustain the wickedness of their many. Or else when these folk of low degree, as they that hold hostelries, sustain theft of their hostellers, and that is in many manner of deceits. That manner of folk be the flies that follow the honey, or else the hounds that follow the carrion. Such foresaid folk strangle spiritually their lordships, for which thus saith David the prophet, wicked death may come unto these lordships, and God give that they may descend into hell adown, for in their houses is iniquity and shrewdness, and not God of heaven. And certes, but if they do amendment, right as God gave his benison to Laban by the service of Jacob, and to Pharaoh by the service of Joseph. Right so God will give his malison to such lordships as sustain the wickedness of their servants, but they come to amendment. Pride of the table appeareth eke full oft. For, certes, rich men be called to feasts, and poor folk be put away and rebuked, also in excess of divers meats and drinks, and namely such manner bake meats and dish meats burning of wild fire, and painted and castled with paper, and semblable waste, so that it is abuse to think. And eke in too great preciousness of vessel, and curiosity of minstrelsy, by which a man is stirred more to the delights of luxury, if so be that he set his heart the less upon our Lord Jesus Christ, certain it is a sin. And certainly the delights might be so great in this case, that a man might lightly fall by them into deadly sin. The sins that arise of pride advisedly and habitually are deadly. Those that arise by frailty unadvised suddenly, and suddenly withdraw again, though grievous, are not deadly. Pride itself springs sometimes of the goods of nature, sometimes of the goods of fortune, sometimes of the goods of grace. But the parson, enumerating and examining all these in turn, points out how little security they possess and how little ground for pride they furnish, and goes on to enforce the remedy against pride, which is humility or meekness, a virtue through which a man hath true knowledge of himself, and holdeth no high esteem of himself in regard of his deserts, considering ever his frailty. Now be there 3 manners of humility, as humility in heart, and another in the mouth, and the third in works. The humility in the heart is in 4 manners. The one is, when a man holdeth himself as not worth before God of heaven. The second is, when he despiseth no other man. The third is, when he recketh not though men hold him not worth. The fourth is, when he is not sorry of his humiliation. Also the humility of mouth is in 4 things, in temperate speech, in humility of speech, and when he confesseth with his own mouth that he is such as he thinketh that he is in his heart. Another is, when he praiseth the bounte of another man, and nothing thereof diminisheth. Humility eke in works is in 4 manners. The first is, when he putteth other men before him. The second is, to choose the lowest place of all. The third is, gladly to assent to good counsel. The fourth is, to stand gladly by the award of his sovereign, or of him that is higher in degree. Certain this is a great work of humility. The parson proceeds to treat of the other cardinal sins, and their remedies. 2. Envy, with its remedy, the love of God principally, and of our neighbors as ourselves. 3. Anger, with all its fruits in revenge, rancor, hate, discord, manslaughter, blasphemy, swearing, falsehood, flattery, chiding and reproving, scorning, treachery, sowing of strife, doubleness of tongue, betraying of counsel to a man's disgrace, menacing, idle words, jangling, japery or buffoonery, and c. And its remedy in the virtues called mansuetude, debonaire or gentleness, and patience or sufferance. 4. Sloth or laxity, which comes after the sin of anger, because envy blinds the eyes of a man, and anger troubleth a man, and sloth maketh him heavy, thoughtful, and peevish. It is opposed to every estate of man as unfallen, and held to work in praising and adoring God, as sinful, and held to labor in praying for deliverance from sin, and as in the state of grace, and held to works of penitence. It resembles the heavy and sluggish condition of those in hell. It will suffer no hardness and no penance. It prevents any beginning of good works. It causes despair of God's mercy, which is the sin against the Holy Ghost. It induces somnolency and neglect of communion in prayer with God, and it breeds negligence or recklessness that cares for nothing, and is the nurse of all mischiefs, if ignorance is their mother. Against sloth and these and other branches and fruits of it, the remedy lies in the virtue of fortitude or strength, in its various species of magnanimity or great courage, faith and hope in God and his saints, surety or sickerness, when a man fears nothing that can oppose the good works he has undertaken, magnificence, when he carries out great works of goodness begun, constancy or stableness of heart, and other incentives to energy and laborious service. 5. Avarice or covetousness, which is the root of all harms, since its votaries are idolaters, oppressors and enslavers of men, deceivers of their equals in business, simoniacs, gamblers, liars, thieves, false swearers, blasphemers, murderers, and sacrilegious. Its remedy lies in compassion and pity largely exercised, and in reasonable liberality, for those who spend on fool largesse, or ostentation of worldly estate and luxury, shall receive the malison that Christ shall give at the day of doom to them that shall be damned. 6. Gluttony, of which the parson treats so briefly that the chapter may be given in full. After avarice cometh gluttony, which is express against the commandment of God. Gluttony is unmeasurable appetite to eat or to drink, or else to do an ought to the unmeasurable appetite and disordered covetousness to eat or drink. This sin corrupted all this world, as is well showed in the sin of Adam and of Eve. Look also what saith St. Paul of gluttony. Many, saith he, go, of which I have oft said to you, and now I say it weeping, that they be enemies of the cross of Christ, of which the end is death, and of which their womb is their God and their glory. In confusion of them that so savor earthly things. He that is usant accustomed, addicted to this sin of gluttony, he may no sin withstand, he must be in servage of all vices, for it is the devil's hoard, where he hideth him in and resteth. This sin hath many species. The first is drunkenness, that is the horrible sepulture of man's reason. And therefore when a man is drunken, he hath lost his reason, and this is deadly sin. But soothly, when that a man is not wont to strong drink, and peradventure knoweth not the strength of the drink, or hath feebleness in his head, or hath travailed, through which he drinketh the more, all be he suddenly caught with drink, it is no deadly sin, but venial. The second species of gluttony is, that the spirit of a man waxeth all troubled for drunkenness, and bereaveth a man the discretion of his wit. The third species of gluttony is, when a man devoureth his meat, and hath no rightful manner of eating. The fourth is, when, through the great abundance of his meat, the humours of his body be distempered. The fifth is, forgetfulness by too much drinking, for which a man sometimes forgetteth by the morrow what be did at eve. In other manner be distinct the species of gluttony, after St. Gregory. The first is, for to eat or drink before time. The second is, when a man getteth him too delicate meat or drink. The third is, when men take too much over measure. The fourth is curiosity with great intent to make and apparel his meat. The fifth is, for to eat too greedily. These be the 5 fingers of the devil's hand, by which he draweth folk to the sin. Against gluttony the remedy is abstinence, as saith Galen, but that I hold not meritorious, if he do it only for the health of his body. St. Augustine will that abstinence be done for virtue, and with patience. Abstinence, saith he, is little worth, but if a man have good will thereto, and but it be enforced by patience and by charity, and that men do it for God's sake, and in hope to have the bliss in heaven. The fellows of abstinence be temperance, that holdeth the mean in all things, also shame, that escheweth all dishonesty, sufficiency, that seeketh no rich meats nor drinks, nor doth no force of sets no value on no outrageous appareling of meat. Measure also, that restraineth by reason the unmeasurable appetite of eating. Soberness also, that restraineth the outrage of drink. Sparing also, that restraineth the delicate ease to sit long at meat. Wherefore some folk stand of their own will to eat, because they will eat at less leisure. At great length the parson then points out the many varieties of the sin of 7 lechery, and its remedy in chastity and continence, alike in marriage and in widowhood. Also in the abstaining from all such indulgences of eating, drinking, and sleeping as inflame the passions, and from the company of all who may tempt to the sin. Minute guidance is given as to the duty of confessing fully and faithfully the circumstances that attend and may aggravate this sin. And the treatise then passes to the consideration of the conditions that are essential to a true and profitable confession of sin in general. First, it must be in sorrowful bitterness of spirit, a condition that has 5 signs: shamefastness, humility in heart and outward sign, weeping with the bodily eyes or in the heart, disregard of the shame that might curtail or garble confession, and obedience to the penance enjoined. Secondly, true confession must be promptly made, for dread of death, of increase of sinfulness, of forgetfulness of what should be confessed, of Christ's refusal to hear if it be put off to the last day of life. And this condition has 4 terms. That confession be well pondered beforehand, that the man confessing have comprehended in his mind the number and greatness of his sins, and how long he has lain in sin, that he be contrite for and eschew his sins, and that he fear and flee the occasions for that sin to which he is inclined. What follows under this head is of some interest for the light which it throws on the rigorous government wielded by the Romish Church in those days. Also thou shalt shrive thee of all thy sins to one man, and not a parcel to one man, and a parcel to another. That is to understand, in intent to depart thy confession for shame or dread. for it is but strangling of thy soul. For certes Jesus Christ is entirely all good, in him is none imperfection, and therefore either he forgiveth all perfectly, or else never a deal. I say not that if thou be assigned to thy penitencer 9 for a certain sin, that thou art bound to show him all the remnant of thy sins, of which thou hast been shriven of thy curate, but if it like thee of thy humility, this is no departing of shrift. And I say not, where I speak of division of confession, that if thou have license to shrive thee to a discreet and an honest priest, and where thee liketh, and by the license of thy curate, that thou mayest not well shrive thee to him of all thy sins. But let no blot be behind, let no sin be untold as far as thou hast remembrance. And when thou shalt be shriven of thy curate, tell him eke all the sins that thou hast done since thou wert last shriven. This is no wicked intent of division of shrift. Also, very shrift asketh certain conditions. First, that thou shrive thee by thy free will, not constrained, nor for shame of folk, nor for malady or such things. For it is reason that he that trespasseth by his free will, that by his free will he confess his trespass, and that no other man tell his sin but himself. Nor he shall not nay nor deny his sin, nor wrath him against the priest for admonishing him to leave his sin. The second condition is, that thy shrift be lawful, that is to say, that thou that shrivest thee, and eke the priest that heareth thy confession, be verily in the faith of Holy Church, and that a man be not despaired of the mercy of Jesus Christ, as Cain and Judas were. And eke a man must accuse himself of his own trespass, and not another. But he shall blame and wite himself of his own malice and of his sin, and none other. But nevertheless, if that another man be occasion or else enticer of his sin, or the estate of the person be such by which his sin is aggravated, or else that be may not plainly shrive him but he tell the person with which he hath sinned, then may he tell, so that his intent be not to backbite the person, but only to declare his confession. Thou shalt not eke make no leasings in thy confession for humility, peradventure, to say that thou hast committed and done such sins of which that thou wert never guilty. For St. Augustine saith, if that thou, because of humility, makest a leasing on thyself, though thou were not in sin before, yet art thou then in sin through thy leasing. Thou must also show thy sin by thine own proper mouth, but thou be dumb, and not by letter. For thou that hast done the sin, thou shalt have the shame of the confession. Thou shalt not paint thy confession with fair and subtle words, to cover the more thy sin, for then beguilest thou thyself and not the priest. Thou must tell it plainly, be it never so foul nor so horrible. Thou shalt eke shrive thee to a priest that is discreet to counsel thee, and eke thou shalt not shrive thee for vainglory, nor for hypocrisy, nor for no cause, but only for the doubt of Jesus, Christ, and the health of thy soul. Thou shalt not run to the priest all suddenly, to tell him lightly thy sin, as who telleth a jape or a tale, but advisedly and with good devotion, and generally shrive thee oft. If thou oft fall, oft arise by confession. And though thou shrive thee oftener than once of sin of which thou hast been shriven, it is more merit. And, as saith St. Augustine, thou shalt have the more lightly release and grace of God, both of sin and of pain. And certes, once a year at the least way, it is lawful to be household. 10, for soothly once a year all things in the earth renovelin. Here ends the second part of the treatise. The third part, which contains the practical application of the whole, follows entire, along with the remarkable prayer of Chaucer, as it stands in the Harleian manuscript. De tertia part ponitentiae. Now have I told you of very confession, that is the second part of penitence. The third part of penitence is satisfaction, and that standeth generally in almsdeed and bodily pain. Now be there 3 manner of almsdeed. Contrition of heart, where a man offereth himself to God. The second is, to have pity of the default of his neighbor. The third is, in giving of good counsel and comfort, ghostly and bodily, where men have need, and namely sustenance of man's food. And take keep that a man hath need of these things generally. He hath need of food, of clothing, and of herborough. He hath need of charitable counsel, and visiting in prison and malady, and sepulture of his dead body. And if thou mayest not visit the needful with thy person, visit them by thy message, and by thy gifts. These be generally alms or works of charity of them that have temporal riches or discretion in counselling. Of these works shalt thou hear at the day of doom. This alms shouldest thou do of thine own proper things, and hastily and privily if thou mayest. But nevertheless, if thou mayest not do it privily, thou shalt not forbear to do alms, though men see it, so that it be not done for thank of the world, but only for thank of Jesus Christ. For, as witnesseth St. Matthew, chapter v, a city may not be hid that is set on a mountain, nor men light not a lantern and put it under a bushel, but men set it on a candlestick, to light the men in the house. Right so shall your light lighten before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father that is in heaven. Now as to speak of bodily pain, it is in prayer, in wakings, in fastings, and in virtuous teachings. Of orisons ye shall understand, that orisons or prayers is to say a piteous will of heart, that redresseth it in God, and expresseth it by word outward to remove harms, and to have things spiritual and durable, and sometimes temporal things. Of which orisons, certes in the orison of the Pater Noster, hath our Lord Jesus Christ enclosed most things. Certes, it is privileged of 3 things in its dignity, for which it is more dean than any other prayer. For Jesus Christ himself made it. And it is short, for it should be cowed the more lightly, be more easily conned or learned, and to withhold it the more easy in heart, and help himself the oftener with this orison, and for a man should be the less weary to say it. And for a man may not excuse him to learn it, it is so short and so easy, and for it comprehendeth in itself all good prayers. The exposition of this holy prayer, that is so excellent and so dean, I betake to these masters of theology. Save thus much will I say, when thou prayest that God should forgive thee thy guilts, as thou forgivest them that they guilt to thee, be full well ware that thou be not out of charity. This holy orison admonisheth eke venial sin, and therefore it appurteneth specially to penitence. This prayer must be truly said, and in very faith, and that men pray to God ordinately, discreetly, and devoutly, and always a man shall put his will to be subject to the will of God. This orison must eke be said with great humbleness and full pure, and honestly, and not to the annoyance of any man or woman. It must eke be continued with the works of charity. It availeth against the vices of the soul, for, as saith Saint Jerome, by fasting be saved the vices of the flesh, and by prayer the vices of the soul. After this thou shalt understand, that bodily pain stands in waking. For Jesus Christ saith, wake and pray, that ye enter not into temptation. Ye shall understand also, that fasting stands in 3 things, in forbearing of bodily meat and drink, and in forbearing of worldly jollity, and in forbearing of deadly sin. This is to say, that a man shall keep him from deadly sin in all that he may. And thou shalt understand eke that God ordained fasting, and to fasting appertain 4 things, largeness to poor folk, gladness of heart spiritual, not to be angry nor annoyed nor grudge for he fasteth, and also reasonable hour for to eat by measure. That is to say, a man should not eat in untime, nor sit the longer at his meal for he fasteth. Then shalt thou understand, that bodily pain standeth in discipline, or teaching, by word, or by writing, or by ensample. Also in wearing of hairs, or of stammen, or of habergeons 11, on their naked flesh for Christ's sake. But wear thee well that such manner penance of thy flesh make not thine heart bitter or angry, nor annoyed of thyself. For better is to cast away thine hair than to cast away the sweetness of our Lord Jesus Christ. And therefore saith St. Paul, clothe you as they that be chosen of God in heart, of miseric or debonair, sufferance, and such manner of clothing, of which Jesus Christ is more apaid better pleased than of hairs or of hauberks. Then is discipline eke in knocking of thy breast, in scourging with yards, in kneelings, in tribulations, in suffering patiently wrongs that be done to him, and eke in patient sufferance of maladies, or losing of worldly cattle, or of wife, or of child, or of other friends. Then shalt thou understand which things disturb penance, and this is in 4 things, that is dread, shame, hope, and wanhope, that is desperation. And for to speak first of dread, for which he weeneth that he may suffer no penance, thereagainst is remedy for to think that bodily penance is but short and little at the regard of the pain of hell, that is so cruel and so long, that it lasteth without end. Now against the shame that a man hath to shrive him, and namely these hypocrites that would be holden so perfect, that they have no need to shrive them. Against that shame should a man think, that by way of reason he that hath not been ashamed to do foul things, certes he ought not to be ashamed to do fair things, and that is confession. A man should eke think, that God seeth and knoweth all thy thoughts and all thy works, to him may nothing be hid nor covered. Men should eke remember them of the shame that is to come at the day of doom, to them that be not penitent and shriven in this present life. For all the creatures in heaven, and in earth, and in hell, shall see apertly all that he hideth in this world. Now for to speak of them that be so negligent and slow to shrive them, that stands in 2 manners. The one is, that he hopeth to live long, and to purchase much riches for his delight, and then he will shrive him. And, as he saith, he may, as him seemeth, timely enough come to shrift. Another is the surquedry that he hath in Christ's mercy. Against the first vice, he shall think that our life is in no sickerness, and eke that all the riches in this world be in adventure, and pass as a shadow on the wall. And, as saith St. Gregory, that it appertaineth to the great righteousness of God, that never shall the pain stint of them, that never would withdraw them from sin their thanks, but I continue in sin. For that perpetual will to do sin shall they have perpetual pain. Wanhope is in two manners of two kinds. The first wanhope is, in the mercy of God. The other is, that they think they might not long persevere in goodness. The first wanhope cometh of that he deemeth that he sinned so highly and so oft, and so long hath lain in sin, that he shall not be saved. Certes, against that cursed wanhope should he think that the passion of Jesus Christ is more strong for to unbind, than sin is strong for to bind. Against the second wanhope he shall think that as oft as he falleth, he may arise again by penitence. And though he never so long hath lain in sin, the mercy of Christ is always ready to receive him to mercy. Against the wanhope that he thinketh he should not long persevere in goodness, he shall think that the feebleness of the devil may nothing do, but men will suffer him. And eke he shall have strength of the help of God, and of all holy church, and of the protection of angels, if him list. Then shall men understand what is the fruit of penance, and after the word of Jesus Christ, it is the endless bliss of heaven, where joy hath no contrariety of woe nor of penance nor grievance. There all harms be past of this present life, there as is the sickerness from the pain of hell, there as is the blissful company, that rejoice them evermore each of the other's joy. There, as the body of man, that whilom was foul and dark, is more clear than the sun. There as the body of man that whilom was sick and frail, feeble and mortal, is immortal and so strong and so whole, that there may nothing appair it. There is neither hunger, nor thirst, nor cold, but every soul replenished with the sight of the perfect knowing of God. This blissful rigne may men purchase by poverty spiritual, and the glory by lowliness, the plenty of joy by hunger and thirst, the rest by travail, and the life by death and mortification of sin, to which life he us bring, that bought us with his precious blood. Amen. Preces De Chauceres *, one prayer of Chaucer. Now pray I to you all that hear this little treatise or read it, that if there be anything in it that likes them, that thereof they thank our Lord Jesus Christ, of whom proceedeth all wit and all goodness. And if there be anything that displeaseth them, I pray them also that they read it to the default of mine unconning, and not to my will, that would fain have said better if I had conning. For the book saith, all that is written for our doctrine is written. Wherefore I beseech you meekly for the mercy of God that ye pray for me, that God have mercy on me and forgive me my guilts, and namely my translations and of inditing in worldly vanities, which I revoke in my retractions, as is the book of Troilus, the book also of Fame, the book of 25 Ladies, the book of the Duchess, the book of St. Valentine's Day and of the Parliament of Birds, the Tales of Canterbury, all those that sounen unto sin, the book of the Lion, and many other books. If they were in my mind or remembrance, and many a song and many a lecherous lay, of the which Christ for his great mercy forgive me the sins. But of the translation of Boast to Consolation, and other books of consolation, and of legend of lives of saints, and homilies and moralities and devotion, that thank I our Lord Jesus Christ, and his mother, and all the saints in heaven, beseeching them that they from henceforth unto my life's end send me grace to bewail my guilts, and to study to the salvation of my soul, and grant me grace and space of very repentance, penitence, confession, and satisfaction to do in this present life. Through the benign grace of him that is King of kings and priest of all priests, that bought us with his precious blood of his heart, so that I may be one of them at the day of doom that shall be saved. Qui cum pater et spiritu sancto vivis, et regnaz Deus per omnia saecula. Amen. 2. The end of the Canterbury Tales. The Court of Love. The Court of Love was probably Chaucer's first poem of any consequence. It is believed to have been written at the age, and under the circumstances, of which it contains express mention, that is, when the poet was 18 years old and resided as a student at Cambridge, about the year 1346. The composition is marked by an elegance, care, and finish very different from the bold freedom which in so great measure distinguishes the Canterbury Tales. And the fact is easily explained when we remember that, in the earlier poem, Chaucer followed a beaten path, in which he had many predecessors and competitors, all seeking to sound the praises of love with the grace, the ingenuity, and studious devotion, appropriate to the theme. The story of the poem is exceedingly simple. Under the name of Philognet, a clerk or scholar of Cambridge, the poet relates that, summoned by Mercury to the court of love, he journeys to the splendid castle where the king and queen of love Admetus and Alcestis keep their state. Discovering among the courtiers a friend named Philibone, a chamberwoman to the queen, Philognet is led by her into a circular temple, where, in a tabernacle, sits Venus, with Cupid by her side. While he is surveying the motley crowd of suitors to the goddess, Philognet is summoned back into the king's presence, chidden for his tardiness in coming to court, and commanded to swear observance to the 20 statutes of love, which are recited at length. Philognet then makes his prayers and vows to Venus, desiring that he may have for his love a lady whom he has seen in a dream. And Philibone introduces him to the lady herself, named Roseal, to whom he does suit and service of love. At first the lady is obdurate to his entreaties, but Philognet having proved the sincerity of his passion by a fainting fit, Roseal relents, promises her favor, and orders Philibone to conduct him round the court. The courtiers are then minutely described, but the description is broken off abruptly, and we are introduced to Roseal in the midst of a confession of her love. Finally, she commands Philognet to abide with her until the 1st of May, when the King of Love will hold high festival. He obeys, and the poem closes with the May Day festival service, celebrated by a choir of birds who sing an ingenious, but what must have seemed in those days a more than slightly profane, paraphrase or parody of the Matins for Trinity Sunday, to the praise of Cupid. From this outline, it will be seen at once that Chaucer's Court of Love is in important particulars different from the institutions which, in the 2 centuries preceding his own, had so much occupied the attention of poets and gallants, and so powerfully controlled the social life of the noble and refined classes. It is a regal, not a legal, court which the poet pictures to us. We are not introduced to a regularly constituted and authoritative tribunal in which nice questions of conduct in the relations of lovers are discussed and decided, but to the central and sovereign seat of love's authority, where the statutes are molded, and the decrees are issued, upon which the inferior and special tribunals we have mentioned frame their proceedings. The courts of love, in Chaucer's time, had lost none of the prestige and influence which had been conferred upon them by the patronage and participation of kings, queens, emperors, and popes. But the institution, in its legal or judicial character, was peculiar to France, and although the whole spirit of Chaucer's poem, especially as regards the esteem and reverence in which women were held, is that which animated the French courts, his treatment of the subject is broader and more general, consequently more fitted to enlist the interest of English readers. Transcriber's note: modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. The poem consists of 206 stanzas of 7 lines each, of which in this edition, 83 are represented by a prose abridgment. With timorous heart and trembling hand of dread of cunning naked, bare of eloquence, skill unto the asterisk flower of port in womanhead asterisk, one who is the perfection I write, as he that none intelligence of womanly behavior asterisk of meters hath, one nor flowers of sentence, save that me list my writing to convey, in that I can, to please her high nobly. Nobleness. The blossoms fresh of Tullius, garden swoot Cicero asterisk sweet present they not, my matter for to born, asterisk to asterisk burnish, polish poems of Virgil take here no root, nor craft of Galfred III may not here sojourn. Why asterisk am I asterisk cunning? Oh well may I mourn, am I not asterisk for lack of science, that I cannot write unto the princess of my life aright. No terms are dine unto her excellence, worthy so is she sprung of noble stirp and high. Stock for a world of honor and of reverence there is in her, this will I testify. Calliope, 5 thou sister wise and sly, asterisk skillful, and thou, Minerva, guide me with thy grace, that language rude my matter not deface. Thy sugar drops sweet of Helicon distill in me, thou gentle muse, I pray, and thee, Melpomene, 6 I call anon of ignorance the mist to chase away. And give me grace so for to write and say, that she, my lady of her worthiness, accept in gree this little short treatise, with favor asterisk treat is. that is entitled thus, the Court of Love. And ye that be metricians, asterisk me excuse, asterisk skilled versifiers I you beseech, for Venus' sake above. For what I mean in this ye need not muse. And if so be my lady it refuse for lack of ornate speech, I would be woe that I presume to her to write so. But my intent, and all my busy cure, asterisk care is for to write this treatise, as I can, unto my lady, stable, true, and sure, faithful and kind, since first that she began me to accept in service as her man, to her be all the pleasure of this book that when her like, she may it read and look. It pleases her. When was young, at 18 year of age, lusty and light, desirous of pleasance, approaching full sad and ripe courage, 7 gradually attaining. Then, says the poet, did love urge him to do him obeisance, and to go the court of love to see, a light beside the mount of Cytherea. 8 Mercury bade him on pain of death to appear, and he went by strange and far countries in search of the court. Seeing at last a crowd of people, as bees, making their way thither, the poet asked whither they went. And one that answered like a maid said that they were bound to the court of love at Cytherea, where the king of love and all his noble rout dwelleth within a castle royally. So them apace I journeyed forth among, and as he said, so found I there truly, for I beheld the town, so high and strong and high pinnacles, large of height and long, with plate of gold bespread on every side, and precious stones, the stone work for to hide. No sapphire of Ind, no ruby rich of price, there lacked then, nor emerald so green ballet, turquoise, nine nor thing, asterisk to my devise, in my judgment that may the castle make for to sheen. Asterisk be beautiful all was as bright as stars in winter ben, and Phoebus shone, to make his peace again, for trespass done to high estates twain. Offense. When he had found Venus in the arms of Mars, and hastened to tell Vulcan of his wife's infidelity 10. Now he was shining brightly on the castle, in sign he looked after love's grace. For there is no God in heaven or in hell, but he hath been right subject unto love. Continuing his description of the castle, Philogenet says that he saw never any so large and high. Within and without, it was painted with many 1,000 daisies, red as rose, and white also, in signification of whom he knew not, unless it was the flower of Alcestis 11, who, under Venus, was queen of the place, as Admetus was king. To whom obeyed the ladies good 1912, with many 1,000 other, bright of face. And young men feel came forth with lusty pace, many 13 and aged eke, their homage to dispose, but what they were, I could not well disclose. Yet near and near forth in I gan me dress, nearer into a hall of noble apparel, asterisk furnishings with arras 14, spread, and cloth of gold, I guess, and other silk of easier avail. Less difficult costly, to attain under the asterisk cloth of their estate, sans fail, state canopy the king and queen there sat, as I beheld, it past joy of Élysée the feld. The Elysian fields. Their saints have their coming and resort, martyrs for love to see the king so royally beseen, asterisk asterisk adorned in purple clad, and eke the queen in sort. Suitably asterisk, and on their heads saw I crowns twain with stones fret, so that it was no pain, adorned without meat or drink, to stand and see the king's honor and the royalty. To treat of state affairs, Danger 15 stood by the king, and Disdain by the queen, who cast her eyes haughtily about, sending forth beams that seemed shapen like a dart, sharp and piercing, and small and straight of line, while her hair shone as gold so fine, disheveled, crisp, down hanging at her back a yard in length. 16 amazed and dazzled by her beauty, Philogenet stood perplexed, till he spied a maid, Philibone, a chamberwoman of the queen's, who asked how and on what errand he came thither. Learning that he had been summoned by Mercury, she told him that he ought to have come of his free will, and that he will be shent, because he did not. For ye that reign in youth and lustiness, pampered with ease, and jealous in your age your duty is, as far as I can guess, to love's court to dress your voyage, asterisk direct. Address as soon as nature maketh you so sage that ye may know a woman from a swan, 17 or when your foot is grown half a span. But since that ye, by wilful negligence, this 18 year have kept yourself at large, the greater is your trespass and offense, and in your neck you must bear all the charge. For better were ye be without barge asterisk boat amid the sea in tempest and in rain, than bide here, receiving woe and pain. That ordained is for such as them absent from love's court by years long and feel. Many I lay my life ye shall full soon repent, wager for love will rive your color, lust, and heal, Asterisk health eke ye must bait on many a heavy meal. Feed asterisk no force, asterisk why wise. I stirred you long agon no matter to draw to court, quoth little Philibone. Ye shall well see how rough and angry face the king of love will show, when ye him see. By mine advice kneel down and ask him grace, eschewing asterisk peril and adversity. Avoiding for well I wot it will none other be, comfort is none, nor counsel to your ease. Why will ye then the king of love displease? Thereupon Philogenit professed humble repentance, and willingness to bear all hardship and chastisement for his past offense. These words said, she caught me by the lap asterisk edge of the garment, and led me forth into a temple round, both large and wide, and as my blessed hap and good. Adventure was, right soon I found a tabernacle 18, raised from the ground, where Venus sat, and Cupid by her side, yet half for dread I gan my visage hide. And eft again I looked and beheld, afterward seeing asterisk full sundry people in the place, people of many sorts asterisk and Mr. Folk, and some that might not weld craftsmen 19 their limbs well, methought a wonder case. Use the temple shone with windows all of glass, bright as the day, with many a fair image, and their eye saw the fresh queen of Carthage. Dido, that brent her beauty for the love asterisk burnt of false Aeneas, and the waymenting lamenting of her, Annelide, true as turtle dove to Arcite false. 20, and there was in painting of many a prince, and many a doughty king, whose martyrdom was showed about the walls, and how that feel for love had suffered falls. Many asterisk calamities. Philogenit was astonished at the crowd of people that he saw, doing sacrifice to the god and goddess. Philibone informed him that they came from other courts. Those who knelt in blue wore the color in sign of their changeless truth 21. Those in black, who uttered cries of grief, were the sick and dying of love. The priests, nuns, hermits, and friars, and all that sat in white, in russet, and in green, wailed of their woe. And for all people of every degree, the court was open and free. While he walked about with Philibone, a messenger from the king entered, and summoned all the new-come folk to the royal presence. Trembling and pale, Philogenit approached the throne of Admetus, and was sternly asked why he came so late to court. He pleaded that 100 times he had been at the gate, but had been prevented from entering by failure to see any of his acquaintances, and by shamefacedness. The king pardoned him, on condition that thenceforth he should serve love, and the poet took oath to do so, though death therefore me thurl with his spear. When the king had seen all the newcomers, he commanded an officer to take their oaths of allegiance, and show them the statutes of the court, which must be observed till death. And for that I was lettered, there I read the statutes whole of love's court and hail. The first statute that on the book was spread was to be true in thought and deeds all unto the king of love, the lord royal, and to the queen, as faithful and as kind as I could think with heart, will, and mind. The second statute, secretly to keep counsel of love, not blowing eware secrets asterisk talking all that I know, and let it sink and fleet. Asterisk float it may not sound in every wight's ear, exiling slander I for dread and fear, and to my lady, which I love and serve, be true and kind, her grace for to deserve. The third statute was clearly writ also, without change to live and die the same, none other love to take, for weal nor woe, for blind delight, for earnest nor for game, without repent, for laughing or for grame asterisk vexation, sorrow to bide still in full perseverance. All this was whole the kinge's ordinance. The fourth statute, to purchase ever to her, promote her cause and stir a folk to love, and bete asterisk fire kindle on Venus, altar, here about and there, and preach to them of love and hot desire, and tell how love will quite well there hire. Reward this must be kept, and loth me to displease, if love be wroth, pass, for thereby is ease. The fifth statute, not to be dangerous asterisk fastidious, angry if that a thought would reave me of my sleep, deprive nor of a sight to be oversquamous. Desirous, and so verily this statute was to keep, to turn and wallow in my bed and weep, when that my lady of her cruelty would from her heart exile in all pity. The sixth statute, it was for me to use alone to wander, void of company, and on my lady's beauty for to muse, and think in it no force to live or die. Matter of indifference and, eft again to think the remedy, think upon how to her grace I might anon attain, and tell my woe unto my sovereign. The seventh statute was to be patient, whether my lady joyful were or wroth for words glad or heavy, diligent, whether that she me held a lief or loth, Asterisk in love or loathing asterisk, and hereupon I put was to mine oath, her for to serve, and lowly to obey, and show my cheer, yea, 20 times a day. Countenance. The 8th statute, to my remembrance, was for to speak and pray my lady dear with hourly labor and great intendance, attention me for to love with all her heart enter, asterisk entire and me desire and make me joyful cheer, right as she is, surmounting every fair of beauty well, asterisk and gentle debonair. The fountain. The 9th statute, with letters writ of gold, this was the sentence, how that I and all should ever dread to be too overbold her to displease. And truly so I shall, but be content for all thing that may fall, and meekly take her chastisement and yerd, asterisk rod, rule, and to offend her ever be afeared. The 10th statute was, equally to discern justly between the lady and thine ability, and think thyself art never like to earn, by right, her mercy nor her equity, but of her grace and womanly pity, for though thyself be noble in thy strain, asterisk strain, descent 1,000-fold more noble is thy queen. Thy life's lady and thy sovereign, that hath thine heart all whole in governance, thou mayst he no wise it take to disdain, to put thee humbly at her ordinance, and give her free the reign of her pleasance, for liberty is thing that women look for, desire, and truly else the matter is a crook. Things go wrong. 11th statute, thy signs for to know with eye and finger, and with smiles soft, and low to couch, and alway for to show for dread of spies, for to winken oft, and secretly to bring a sigh aloft, but still beware of overmuch resort, for that peradventure spoileth all thy sport. The 12th statute remember to observe, for all the pain thou hast for love and woe, all is too light her mercy to deserve, little thou must think, where'er thou ride or go, and mortal wounds suffer thou also, all for her sake, and think it well beset asterisk spent upon thy love, for it may not be better spent. The 13th statute, whilom is to think what thing may best thy lady like and please, and in thine heart's bottom let it sink, some thing devise, and take for it thine ease, and send it her, that may her heart appease, some heart, or ring, or letter, or device, or precious stone, but spare not for no price. The 14th statute eke thou shalt essay firmly to keep, the most part of thy life. Wish that thy lady in thine arms lay, and nightly dream, thou hast thy knight's wife sweetly in arms, straining her as blithe. Asterisk eagerly 22, and when thou seest it is but fantasy, see that thou sing not over merrily. For too much joy hath oft a woeful end. It longeth eke this statute for to hold, it belongs to the proper to deem thy lady evermore thy friend. Observance of this statute and think thyself in no wise a cuckold. In everything she doth but as she shalled, construe the best, believe no tales new, for many a lie is told, that seems full true. But think that she, so bounteous and fair, could not be false. Imagine this algate, at all events, and think that wicked tongues would her appair asterisk defame, slandering her name and worshipful estate, asterisk honorable fame and lovers true to set in it debate, and though thou seest a fault right at thine eye, excuse it blithe, and gloss it prettily. Gloss it over. The 15th statute, used to swear and stare, and counterfeit a leasing heartily, asterisk falsehood boldly to save thy lady's honor everywhere, and put thyself for her to fight boldly. Say she is good, virtuous, and ghostly, asterisk spiritual, pure clear of intent, and heart, and thought, and will, and argue not for reason nor for skill. Against thy lady's pleasure nor intent, for love will not be counterpulled indeed. Met with counterplease say as she saith, then shalt thou not be shent, disgraced, the crow is white. Yea truly, so I read. Judge and I what thing that she will thee forbid eschew all that, and give her sovereignty, her appetite to follow in all degree. The 16th statute, keep it if thou may. 23 7 times at night thy lady for to please, and 7 at midnight, 7 at morrow day, and drink a caudle early for thine ease. Do this, and keep thine head from all disease, and win the garland here of lovers all, that ever came in court or ever shall. Full few, think I, this statute hold and keep, but truly this my reason gives me feel, enables me to perceive that some lovers should rather fall asleep, than take on hand to please so oft and wheel. Well there lay none oath to this statute Adele, asterisk annexed, but keep who might asterisk as gave him his courage, asterisk as his heart now get this garland, folk of lusty age, inspired him. Now win who may, ye lusty folk of youth, this garland fresh, of flowers red and white, purple and blue, and colors full uncouth, asterisk strange, and I shall crown him king of all delight. In all the court there was not, to my sight, a lover true, that he was not adreed, when he express had heard the statute read. Plainly. The 17th statute, when age approacheth on, and lust is laid, and all the fire is quaint. Asterisk asterisk quenched as freshly then thou shalt begin to fawn, behave fondly and dote in love, and all her image paint in thy remembrance, till thou gin to faint, as in the first season thine heart began, and her desire, though thou nor may nor can. Perform thy living actual and lust, register this in thine remembrance, eke when thou mayst he not keep thy thing from rust. Yet speak and talk of pleasant dalliance, for that shall make thine heart rejoice and dance. And when thou mayst he no more the game assay, the statute bids thee pray for them that may. The 18th statute, wholly to commend to please thy lady, is that thou eschew with sluttishness thyself for to offend, be jolly, fresh, and feat, with things new, dainty 24, courtly with manner. This is all thy due, gentle of port, and loving cleanliness. This is the thing that liketh thy mistress. And not to wander like a dulled ass, ragged and torn, disguised in array, ribald in speech, or out of measure pass, thy bound exceeding. Think on this alway, for women be of tender heart's eye, and lightly set their pleasure in a place, when they misthink, they lightly let it pace. Think wrongly. The 19th statute, meat and drink forget. Each other day see that thou fast for love, for in the court they live without meat, save such as comes from Venus all above. They take no heed, asterisk in pain of great reprove, asterisk on pain of great of meat and drink, for that is all in vain, reproach only they live by sight of their sovereign. The 20th statute, last of every one, enroll it in thy heart's privity, to ring and wail, to turn and sigh, and groan, when that thy lady absent is from thee, and eke renew the words all that she between you twain hath said, and all the cheer that thee hath made thy life's lady dear. And see thy heart in quiet nor in rest sojourn, till time thou see thy lady eft, asterisk again, but where she won by south, or east, or west. Whether asterisk dwell with all thy force now, see it be not left, be diligent, till time thy life be reft, until the time that in that thou mayst he, thy lady for to see. This statute was of old antiquity. The officer, called rigor, who is incorruptible by partiality, favor, prayer, or gold, made them swear to keep the statutes. And after taking the oath, Philogenet turned over other leaves of the book, containing the statutes of women. But rigor sternly bade him forbear, for no man might know the statutes that belong to women. In secret wise they kept be full close, they sound each one to liberty, my friend, asterisk tend, accord pleasant they be, and to their own purpose there wot no wight of them, but God and fiend, knows nor aught shall wit, unto the world's end. The queen hath given me charge, in pain to die, never to read nor see them with mine eye. For men shall not so near of counsel ben with womanhead, nor knowen of their guise, nor what they think, nor of their wit th engine. Craft I me report to Solomon the wise, 25 I refer for proof to an mighty Samson, which beguiled thrice with Delilah was. He wot that, in a throw, there may no man's statute of women know. For it peradventure may right so befall, that they be bound by nature to deceive, and spin, and weep, and sugar strew on gall, 26 the heart of man to ravish and to reave, and whet their tongue as sharp as sword or glaive. Asterisk glaive, sword it may betide this is their ordinance, so must they lowly do their observance. And keep the statute given them asterisk of kind, asterisk by nature of such as love hath given them in their life. Men may not wit why turneth every wind, nor wax wise, nor be inquisitive to no secret of maid, widow, or wife, for they their statutes have to them reserved, and never man to know them hath deserved. Rigor then sent them forth to pay court to Venus, and pray her to teach them how they might serve and please their dames, or to provide with ladies those whose hearts were yet vacant. Before Venus knelt 1,000 sad petitioners, entreating her to punish the false untrue, that had broken their vows, barren of ruth, untrue of what they said, now that their lust and pleasure is allayed. But the mourners were in a minority. Yet eft again, 1,000 million rejoicing, love, leading their life in bliss, they said. Venus, redress of all division, healer goddess eternal, thy name hurried asterisk is. Glorified by love's bond is knit all thing, why wise, asterisk assuredly beast unto beast, the earth to water wan asterisk pale bird unto bird, and woman unto man. 27. This is the life of joy that we be in, resembling life of heavenly paradise. Love is exiler eye of vice and sin. Love maketh hearts lusty to devise, honor and grace have they in every wise, that be to love's law obedient. Love maketh folk benign and diligent. I stirring them to dread vice and shame, in their degree it makes them honorable, and sweet it is of love to bear the name, so that his love be faithful, true, and stable. Love pruneth him to seem amiable, love hath no fault where it is exorcised, but soul asterisk with them that have all love despised. Only. And they conclude with grateful honors to the goddess, rejoicing hat they are hers in heart, and all inflamed with her grace and heavenly fear. Philogenet now entreats the goddess to remove his grief, for he also loves, and hotly, only he does not know where. Save only this, by God and by my troth, troubled I was with slumber, sleep, and sloth this other night, and in a vision I saw a woman roamin' up and down. Of asterisk mean stature, and seemly to behold, middling height asterisk lusty and fresh, demure of countenance, young and well shapped, with hair sheen asterisk as gold, shining with eyne as crystal, farced with pleasance. Crammed and she gan stir mine heart alight to dance. Little but suddenly she vanish gan right there. Thus I may say, I love and wot not where. No. If he could only know this lady, he would serve and obey her with all benignity. But if his destiny were otherwise, he would gladly love and serve his lady, whosoever she might be. He called on Venus for help to possess his queen and heart's life, and vowed daily war with Diana. That goddess chaste I keep in no wise to serve, a fig for all her chastity. Then he rose and went his way, passing by a rich and beautiful shrine, which, Philebone informed him, was the sepulchre of Pity. A tender creature, she said, is shrined there, and Pity is her name. She saw an eagle wreak him on a fly, avenge and pluck his wing, and eke him in his game. For sport asterisk and tender heart of that hath made her die. Eke she would weep, and mourn right piteously, to see a lover suffer great distress. In all the court was none, as I do guess, that could a lover half so well avail, asterisk help, nor of his woe the torment or the rage aslake. For he was sure, without fail, assuage that of his grief she could the heat assuage. Instead of pity, speedeth hot courage the matters all of court. Now she is dead. I me report in this to womanhead. For evidence I refer to the behavior of women themselves. For wail and weep and cry and speak and pray. Women would not have pity on thy plaint, nor by that means to ease thine heart convey, but they receive for their own talent, asterisk inclination, and say that pity coust thee in consent of ruth, to take thy service and thy pain, compassion in that thou mayst, to please thy sovereign. Philebone now promised to lead Philogenet to the fairest lady under sun that is, the mirror of joy and bliss, whose name is Rociel, and whose heart as yet is given to no wight, suggesting that, as he also was with love but light advanced, he might set this lady in the place of her of whom he had dreamed. Entering a chamber gay, there was Rociel, womanly to see, and the subtle piercing beams of her eyes wounded Philogenet to the heart. When he could speak, he threw himself on his knees, beseeching her to cool his fervent woe. For there I took full purpose in my mind, unto her grace my painful heart to bind. For if I shall all fully her describe her head was round, by compass of nature. Her hair is gold, she passed all alive, and lily forehead had this creature, with lively asterisk brows flaw asterisk of color pure, asterisk yellow eyebrows 28 between the which was mean disseverance from every brow, to show a due distance. Her nose directed straight, even as line, with form and shape thereto convenient, in which the gods' milk-white path doth shine. The galaxy asterisk and eke her eyne be bright and orient as is the smaragd, unto my judgment, emerald or yet these stars heavenly, small and bright. Her visage is of lovely red and white. Her mouth is short and shut in little space, flaming some deal, not over red I mean, somewhat with pregnant lips and thick to kiss, per case as it chanced, for lips thin, not fat, but ever lean they serve of naught, they be not worth a bean, for if the bass be full there is delight. Kiss 29 Maximian 30 truly thus doth he write. But to my purpose, I say, white as snow be all her teeth, and in order they stand of one stature, and eke her breath, I trow surmounteth all odors that e'er I found in sweetness, and her body, face, and hand be sharply slender, so that, from the head unto the foot, all is but womanhead. Asterisk womanly perfection. I hold my peace of other things hid, here shall my soul, and not my tongue, bewray, But how she was arrayed, if ye me bid, that shall I well discover you and say. A bend asterisk of gold and silk, full fresh and gay, band with hair and tress, broidered full well, asterisk plaited in tresses right, smoothly kempt, and shining every deal. Combed. About her neck a flower of fresh device with rubies set, that lusty were to seen, and she in gown was, light and summerwise, shapen full well, the colour was of green with aureate saint asterisk about her sides clean, golden cincture with divers stones, precious and rich. Thus was she rayed, yet saw I ne'er her lick, asterisk arrayed asterisk like. If Jove had but seen this lady, Callisto and Alcmena had never lain in his arms, nor had he loved the fair Europa, nor Danae, nor Antiope. For all their beauty stood in Roseal, she seemed like a thing celestial. By and by, Philogenet presented to her his petition for love, which she heard with some haughtiness. She was not, she said, well acquainted with him, she did not know where he dwelt, nor his name and condition. He informed her that in art of love he writes, and makes songs that may be sung in honor of the king and queen of love. As for his name, my name, alas, my heart, why max'st thou strange? Why so cold? Philogenet I called him far and near, or distant, of Cambridge clerk, that never think to change from you, that with your heavenly streams clear asterisk beams, glances ravish my heart, and ghost, and all in fear. Asterisk all together since at the first I writ my bill for grace, petition methinks I see some mercy in your face. And again he humbly pressed his suit. But the lady disdained the idea that, for a word of sugared eloquence, she should have compassion in so little space. There come but few who speed here so soon. If, as he says, the beams of her eyes pierce and fret him, then let him withdraw from her presence. Hurt not yourself through folly with a look, I would be sorry so to make you sick. A woman should beware eke whom she took, ye be a clerk. Go search well my book, if any women be so light to win. Easy nay, bide a while, though you were all my kin. My only kindred asterisk. He might sue and serve, and wax pale and green and dead, without murmuring in any wise. But whereas he desired her hastily to lean to love, he was unwise, and must cease that language. For some had been at court for 20 years, and might not obtain their mistress's favour. Therefore she marvelled that he was so bold as to treat of love with her. Philogenet on this broke into pitiful lamentation, bewailing the hour in which he was born, and assuring the unyielding lady that the frosty grave and cold must be his bed, unless she relented. With that I fell in swoon, and dead as stone, with colour slain asterisk and wan as ashes pale, deathlike, and by the hand she caught me up anon. Arise, quoth she. What, have ye drunken dwale? Sleeping potion 31, why sleep ye? It is no nighter tale. Asterisk night time, now mercy, sweet, quoth I, why wise afraid? What thing, quoth she, hath made you so dismayed? She said that by his hue she knew well that he was a lover, and if he were secret, courteous, and kind, he might know how all this could be allayed. She would amend all that she had missaid, and set his heart at ease, but he must faithfully keep the statutes, and break them not for sloth nor ignorance. The lover requests, however, that the 16th may be released or modified, for it doth him great grievance, and she complies. And softly then her colour gan appear, as rose so red, throughout her visage all, wherefore methinks it is according her asterisk appropriate to that she of right be called Roseal. Thus have I one, with words great and small, some goodly word of her that I love best, and trust she shall yet set mine heart in rest. Roseal now told Philibone to conduct Philogenet all over the court, and show him what lovers and what officers dwelt there, for he was yet a stranger. And stalking soft with easy pace, I saw about the king stand in all environ, around 32 attendants, diligence, and their fellow furtherer, esperance asterisk, and many one. Hope dread to offend there stood, and not alone, for there was eke the cruel adversary, the lover's foe, that called is despair. Which unto me spake angrily and fell, asterisk cruelly, and said, My lady me deceive shall. Trost ye thou, quoth she, that all that she did tell is true? Nay, nay, but under honey gall, thy birth and hers they be no thing eggle. Asterisk equal cast off thine heart, 33 for all her words white, for in good faith she loves thee but a light. Little. And eke remember, thine ability may not compare with her, this well thou wot. Yea, then came hope and said, My friend, let be, believe him not, despair he gins to dote. Alas, quoth I, here is both cold and hot, the one me biddeth love, the other nay, thus wot I not what me is best to say. But well wot I, my lady granted me truly to be my wound's remedy. Her gentleness may not infected be asterisk noble nature with doubleness. This trust I till I die. Duplicity so cast it, avoid despair's company, and take hope to counsel and to friend. Yea, keep that well, quoth Philibone, in mind. And there beside, within a bay window, stood one in green, full large of breadth and length, his beard as black as feathers of the crow. His name was Lust, of wondrous might and strength, and with delight to argue there he thinketh, for this was alway his opinion, that love was sin. And so he hath begun to reason fast and ledge authority. Allege authorities, nay, quoth Delight. Love is a virtue clear, and from the soul his progress holdeth he. Blind appetite of lust doth often stir the heart, and that is sin. For reason lacketh there, for thou dost think thy neighbor's wife to win, yet think it well that love may not be sin. For God and saint they love right verily, void of all sin and vice. This know I weel, well affection of flesh is sin truly, but very love is virtue, as I feel. True for very love may frail desire acle, cool for very love is love without sin. Now stint, quoth Lust, thou speak'st not worth a pin. Cease. And their eye left them in their arguing, roaming farther into the castle wide, and in a corner Liar stood talking of leasings fast, with flattery there beside. Falsehoods he said that women wear attire of pride, war and men were found of nature variant, and could be false and show beau semblant. Put on plausible appearances to deceive then flattery bespake and said, why wise? See, so she goes on patents fair and feet, pretty, need it doth right well. What pretty man is this that roameth here? Now truly drink nor meat need I not have, my heart for joy doth beat him to behold, so is he goodly fresh, it seems for love his heart is tender and nesh. Soft 34. This is the court of lusty folk and glad, and well becomes their habit and array. Oh, why be some so sorry and so sad, complaining thus in black and white and grey friars they be, and monks in good fay? Alas, for ruth! Great dole it is to see, sorrow to see them thus bewail and sorry be. See how they cry and wring their hands white, for they so soon went to religion. Young and eke the nuns with veil and wimple plight, plated their thought is, they be in confusion? Alas, they say, we feign perfection, 35 in clothes wide, and lack our liberty, but all the sin must on our friends be. 36. For Venus wot, we would as fain as ye, gladly that be attired here and well beseen, gaily clothed desire man, and love in our degree, firm and faithful, right as would the queen, our friends wick. In tender youth and green against our will made us religious, that is the cause we mourn and wail thus. Then said the monks and friars in the tide, at the same time, well may we curse our abbeys and our place, our statutes sharp to sing in copes wide, 37 chastely to keep us out of love's grace, and never to feel comfort nor solace. Delight yet suffer we the heat of love's fire, and after some other haply we desire. O fortune cursed, why now and wherefore haste thou, they said, bereft us liberty, since nature gave us instrument in store, and appetite to love and lovers be, why must we suffer such adversity, Dian to serve and Venus to refuse? Full often side these matters do us muse. Many a time. We serve and honor, soar against our will of chastity the goddess and the queen us liefer were with Venus bide still, we would rather and have regard for love, and subject ben unto these women courtly, fresh, and sheen. Bright, beautiful fortune, we curse thy wheel of variance, where we were well thou revest our pleasance. Takest away. Thus leave I them with voice of plaint and care, in raging woe crying full piteously, and as I went, full naked and full baresome I beheld, looking despiteously, on poverty that deadly cast their eye and, well away. They cried, and were not fain, for they might not their glad desire attain. For lack of riches worldly and of good they ban and curse and weep and say, alas, that povert hath us hent, that whilom stood seized at heart's ease, and free and in good case. But now we dare not show ourselves in place, nor us embold to dwell in company make bold, venture where as our heart would love right faithfully. And yet aginward shrieked every nun, the pang of love so strained them to cry. Now woe the time, quoth they, that we be bound this hateful order nice will do us die. Into which we foolishly we sigh and sob and bleed in inwardly, entered fretting ourselves with thought and hard complaint, that nigh for love we wax wood and faint. Mat. And as I stood beholding here and there, I was ware of a sort asterisk full languishing. A class of people savage and wild of looking and of cheer, their mantles and their clothes I tearing, and oft they were of nature complaining, for they their members lacked, foot and hand, with visage wry and blind, I understand. They lacked shape and beauty to prefer themselves in love, and said that God and kind asterisk asterisk nature had forged asterisk them to worship the stair, asterisk asterisk fashioned asterisk asterisk star Venus the bright, and leffen all behind his other works clean and out of mind. For other have their full shape and beauty, and we, quoth they, be in deformity. And nigh to them there was a company that have the sisters worried and mised, I mean the three of fatal destiny, 38 that be our workers. Suddenly abraid, asterisk aroused outgan they cry as they had been afraid. We curse, quoth they, that ever hath nature why formed us this woeful life teanger. And their eke was contrite, and gan repent, confessing whole the wound that sither 39 had with the dart of hot desire him sent, and how that he to love must subject be. Then held he all his scorn's vanity, and said that lovers held a blissful life, young men and old, and widow, maid, and wife. Bereave me, goddess, quoth he, of thy might, my scorns all and scoffs, that I have no power for to mock in any wight that in thy service dwell. For I did rave, this know I well right now, so God me save, and I shall be the chief post asterisk of thy faith, asterisk prop, pillar and love uphold, the reverse whoso saith. Dissemble stood not far from him in truth, with party mantle, party hood and hose. Party-colored, and said he had upon his Lady Ruth asterisk pity, and thus he wound him in, and gan to glose, of his intent full double, I suppose, in all the world he said he loved her weel, but I methought he loved her ne'er a deal. Never a jot asterisk. Eke shamefastness was there, as I took heed, that blushed red, and durst not be wino she lover was, for thereof had she dread she stood and hung her visage down alow. But such a sight it was to see, I trow, as of these roses ruddy on their stalk, there could no wight her spy to speak or talk. In love's art, so gan she to abash, nor durst not utter all her privity. Many a stripe and many a grievous lash she gave to them that would a lover's be, and hindered sore the simple commonalty, that in no wise durst grace and mercy crave, for were not she asterisk they need but ask and have, but for her. Where if they now approach for to speak, then shamefastness returneth them again. Turns them back they think, if we our secret counsel break, our ladies will have scorn us certain, and peradventure think great disdain. Thus shamefastness may bringen in despair, when she is dead the other will be heir. Come forth avonter, now I ring thy bell. 40 I spied him soon, to God I make a vow asterisk confession he looked black as fiends do in hell. The first, quoth he, that ever I did woo within a word she came, I wot not how, she was one with so that in arms was my lady free, a single word and so have been 1,000 more than she. In England, Britain asterisk Spain and Picardy, Brittany Artois and France, and up in High Holland. In Bergen, Naples, and in Italy asterisk Burgundy Navarre and Greece, and up in heathen land, was never woman yet that would withstand to be at my commandment when I walled. I lacked neither silver coin nor gold. And their eye met with this estate and that, and her eye broached, and her, I trow, lo, there goes one of mine, and wot ye what yon fresh attired have I laid full low, and such one yonder eke right well I know, I kept the statute 41 when we lay wifeer, asterisk together, and yet yon same hath made me right good cheer. Also. Thus hath avonter blowen everywhere all that he knows, and more 1,000-fold. His ancestry of kin was to liar, asterisk asterisk liar, for first he maketh promise for to hold his lady's counsel, and it not unfold. Wherefore, the secret when he doth unshit, disclose then lieth he, that all the world may wit. No. For falsing so his promise and behest, asterisk trust I wonder sore he hath such fantasy, he lacketh wit, I trow, or is a beast, that can no bet himself with reason guy asterisk better asterisk guide by mine advice. Love shall be contrary to his avail, and him eke dishonor, asterisk advantage so that in court he shall no more sojourn, remain. Take heed, quoth she, this little Philibone, where envy rocketh in the corner yonder and sitteth dark, and ye shall see anon his lean body, fading both face and hand, himself he fretteth, as I understand devoureth, witness of Ovid Metamorphosios. 42 The lover's foe he is, I will not gloss over. For where a lover thinketh him to promote himself envy will grudge, repining at his wheel. It swelleth sore about his heart's root, that in no wise he cannot live in health, and if the faithful to his lady steal, envy will noise and ring it round about, and say much worse than done is, out of doubt. And privy thought, rejoicing of himself, stood not far thence in habit marvellous. Yon is, thought I, some spirit or some elf, his subtile image is so curious. How is, quoth I, that he is shaded thus with yonder cloth I not of what colour? No, not a near I went and gan to leer and pore to ascertain and gaze curiously and framed him a question full hard. Asked, what is, quoth I, the thing thou lovest best, or what is boot unto thy pains hard? Remedy methinks thou livest here in great unrest. Thou wanderest I from south to east and west, and east to north. As far as I can see, there is no place in court may hold thee. Whom followest thou? Where is thy heart wyset? But my demand a soil, I thee require. Answer my question, methought, quoth he, no creature may let hinder me to be here, and whereas I desire, for whereas absence hath out the fire, my merry thought it kindleth yet again, that bodily, methinks, with my sovereign my lady. I stand and speak and laugh and kiss and house, embrace so that my thought comforteth me full oft. I think, God wot, though all the world be false, I will be true. I think also how soft my lady is in speech, and this on loft bringeth my heart with joy and great gladness. This privy thought allays my heaviness. And what I think, or where to be, no man in all this earth can tell, wise, but I, and eke there is no swallow swift, nor swan so white of wing, nor half so yearn can fly. Nimble eagerly for I can be, and that right suddenly, in heaven, in hell, in paradise, and here, and with my lady when I will desire. I am of counsel far and wide, I wot, with lord and lady, and their privity I wot it all, but be it cold or hot, they shall not speak without license of me. I mean, in such as seasonable be, prudent though first the thing is thought within the heart, whene'er any word out from the mouth start. Escape. And with the word thought bade farewell and yed. Went away eke forth when I to see the curt skies, and at the door came in, so God me speed, 2 courtiers of age and of a size like high and broad, and, as I me advise, the golden love and leaden love 43 they hight. Were called the one was sad, the other glad and light. At this point there is a hiatus in the poem, which abruptly ceases to narrate the tour of Philogenet and Philibone round the court, and introduces us again to Roseal, who is speaking thus to her lover, apparently in continuation of a confession of love. Yes, draw your heart with all your force and might, to lustiness, and be as ye have said. She admits that she would have given him no drop of favor, but that she saw him wax so dead of countenance. Then pity out of her shrine arose from death to life, whisperingly entreating that she would do him some pleasance. Philogenet protests his gratitude to pity, his faithfulness to Roseal, and the lady, thanking him heartily, bids him abide with her till the season of May, when the King of Love and all his company will hold his feast fully royally and well. And their eye bode till that the season fell. On May Day, when the lark began to rise, to matins went the lusty nightingale, within a temple shapen hawthorn-wise. He might not sleep in all the nightertale night time, but Domine 44 gan he cry and gale, call out, my lips open, Lord of love, I cry, and let my mouth thy praising now bery. Show forth. The eagle sang Venite, 45 bodies all, and let us joy to love that is our health. And to the desk anon they gan to fall, and who came late he pressed in by stealth, then said the falcon, our own heart's wealth, Domine Dominus Noster, 46 I wot, ye be the god that do us burn thus hot. Make. Celia and errant, 47 said the popinjay parrot, your might is told in heaven and firmament. And then came in the goldfinch fresh and gay, and said this psalm with heartly glad intent, Domini est terra. 48 This Latin intent means the god of love hath earth in governance, and then the wren began to skip and dance. Jube Domine, 49 O Lord of love, I pray command me well this lesson for to read. This legend is of all that would a day die martyrs for love. God yet their souls speed, and to thee, Venus, sing we, out of dread. Without doubt by influence of all thy virtue great, beseeching thee to keep us in our heat. The second lesson Robin Redbreast sang, Hail to the God and Goddess of our lay. Law, religion, and to the lectern amorously he sprang. Hail now, quoth B, O fresh season of May, our moneth glad that singen on the spray. Asterisk glad month for us that hail to the flowers, red and white and blue, sing upon the bough asterisk which by their virtue maken our lust new. The third lesson the turtle dove took up, and thereat laughed the mavis in a scorn. Blackbird, he said, O God, as might I dine or sup, this foolish dove will give us all a horn. There be right here 1,000 better born to read this lesson, which as well as he, and eke as hot, can love in all degree. The turtle dove said, Welcome, welcome May, gladsome and light to lovers that be true. I thank thee, Lord of love, that doth purvey for me to read this lesson all asterisk of due. In due form asterisk for in good sooth, asterisk of courage I pursue with all my heart asterisk to serve my make till death us must depart. Mate and then 2 autumn, 50 sang he all apart. Te Deum Amoris, 51, sang the throstle cock. Thrush Tubal 52 himself, the first musician, with key of harmony could not unlock so sweet a tune as that the throstle can. The Lord of love we praise. Quoth he then asterisk then, and so do all the fowls great and light. Little honor we may, in false lovers despite. Dominus Regnavit, 53 said the peacock there, the Lord of love, that mighty prince, why wise, he is received here and everywhere now jubilate 54 sing. What meaneth this? Said then the linnet. Welcome, Lord of bliss. Out start the owl with benedicity, 55, what meaneth all this merry fare? Quoth he, doing fuss. Laudate, 56, sang the lark with voice full shrill, and eke the kite, O admirable. 57, this choir will through mine ears pierce and thrill, choir but what? Welcome this May season, quoth he, and honor to the Lord of love must be that hath this feast so solemn and so high. Amen, said all, and so said eke the pie. Magpie. And forth the cuckoo gan proceed anon, with Benedictus, 58 thanking God in haste, that in this May would visit them each one, and gladden them all while the feast shall last, and therewithal a laughter asterisk out he brast. Asterisk in laughter burst, I thank God that I should end the song, and all the service which hath been so long. Thus sang they all the service of the feast, and that was done right early, to my doom. Asterisk judgment and forth went all the court, both most and least, asterisk great and small to fetch the flowers fresh, and branch and bloom, and namely asterisk hawthorn brought both page and groom, especially with fresh garlands party blue and white, 59 asterisk party colored, and then rejoiced in their great delight. Eke each at other threw the flowers bright, the primrose, the violet, and the gold, so then, as I beheld the royal sight, my lady gan me suddenly behold, and with a true love plighted many a fold, she smote me through the very heart as blithe. Straightway and Venus, yet I think I am alive. Explicit the end. The Cuckoo and the Nightingale. The noble vindication of true love, as an exalting, purifying, and honor-conferring power, which Chaucer has made in the court of love, is repeated in the Cuckoo and the Nightingale. At the same time, the close of the poem leads up to the Assembly of Fowls. For, on the appeal of the nightingale, the dispute between her and the cuckoo, on the merits and blessings of love, is referred to a parliament of birds to be held on the morrow after St. Valentine's Day. True, the assembly of the feathered tribes described by Chaucer, though held on St. Valentine's Day, and engaged in the discussion of a controversy regarding love, is not occupied with the particular cause which in the present poem the nightingale appeals to the parliament. But the Cuckoo and the Nightingale none the less serves as a link between the two poems, indicating as it does the nature of those controversies in matters subject to the supreme control of the king and queen of love, which in the subsequent poem we find the courtiers, under the guise of birds, debating in full conclave and under legal forms. Exceedingly simple in conception, and written in a meter full of musical irregularity and forcible freedom, The Cuckoo and the Nightingale yields in vividness, delicacy, and grace to none of Chaucer's minor poems. We are told that the poet, on the 3rd night of May, is sleepless, and rises early in the morning to try if he may hear the nightingale sing. Wandering by a brookside, he sits down on the flowery lawn, and ere long, lulled by the sweet melody of many birds and the well-according music of the stream, he falls into a kind of doze, not all asleep, nor fully waking. Then, an evil omen, he hears the cuckoo sing before the nightingale. But soon he hears the nightingale request the cuckoo to remove far away and leave the place to birds that can sing. The cuckoo enters into a defense of her song, which becomes a railing accusation against love and a recital of the miseries which love's servants endure. The nightingale vindicates love in a lofty and tender strain, but is at last overcome with sorrow by the bitter words of the cuckoo and calls on the god of love for help. On this, the poet starts up and, snatching a stone from the brook, throws it at the cuckoo, who flies away full fast. The grateful nightingale promises that, for this service, she will be her champion's singer all that May. She warns him against believing the cuckoo, the foe of love. And then, having sung him one of her new songs, she flies away to all the other birds that are in that dale, assembles them, and demands that they should do her right upon the cuckoo. By one assent, it is agreed that a parliament shall be held, the morrow after St. Valentine's Day, under a maple before the window of Queen Philippa at Woodstock, when judgment shall be passed upon the cuckoo. Then the nightingale flies into a hawthorn, and sings a lay of love so loud that the poet awakes. The 5-line stanza, of which the first, second, and fifth lines agree in one rhyme, the third and fourth in another, is peculiar to this poem, and while the prevailing measure is the decasyllabic line used in the Canterbury Tales, many of the lines have 1 or 2 syllables less. The poem is given here without abridgment. Transcriber's note: modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. The god of love, benedicite, how mighty and how great a lord is he. One for he can make of low hearts high, and of high low, and like for to die, and hard hearts he can make free. He can make, within a little stound, moment of sick folk whole and fresh and sound, and of the whole he can make sick. He can bind and unbind in eke what he will have bounden or unbound. To tell his might my wit may not suffice, for he can make of wise folk full nice. Foolish, for he may do all that he will devise, and lither folk to destroy vice, idle, vicious, and proud hearts he can make agrise. Tremble. Shortly, all that ever he will he may, against him dare no wight say nay, for he can glad and grieve whom him liketh. Whom he pleases and who that he will, he laugheth or psycheth, sigheth, and most his might he sheddeth ever and may. For every true gentle heart free, that with him is, or thinketh for to be against may now shall have some stirring, impulse either to joy, or else to some mourning, in no season so much as thinketh me. For when that they may hear the birds sing, and see the flowers and the leaves spring, that bringeth into hearts remembrance a manner ease, meddled with grievance, mingled with sorrow and lusty thoughts full of great longing. And of that longing cometh heaviness, and thereof groweth great sickness, and too for the lack of that they desire, and thus in may be hearts set on fire, so that they brennen forth in great distress. Burn. I speak this of feeling truly, if I be old and unlusty, yet I have felt the sickness thorough may both hot and cold, and access every day a hot and a how sore, whywise, there wot no wight but I cold fit I am so shaken with the fever's white, of all this may sleep I but light. Little and also it is not like unto me pleasing that any heart should a sleepy be, in whom that love his fiery dart will smite. But as I lay this other night waking, I thought how lovers had a tokening significance, and among them it was a common tale, that it were good to hear the nightingale rather than the lewd cuckoo sing. And then I thought, anon it was day, whenever I would go somewhere to assay if that I might a nightingale hear, for yet had I none heard of all that year, and it was then the 3rd night of May. And anon as I the day espied, no longer would I in my bed abide, but to a wood that was fast by I went forth alone boldly, and held the way down by a brook's side, till I came to a lawned of white and green, lawn so fair a one had I never in been. The ground was green, white powdered with daisy, strewn with daisies the flowers, and the greaves like high bushes of the same high tall green and white, was nothing else seen. There sat I down among the fair flowers, and saw the birds trip out of their bores, there as they rested them the night. They were so joyful of the day's light, they began of May for to do honors. They cowed that service all by rote, knew there was many a lovely note, some sange loud as they had planed, and some in other manner voice feigned, and some all out with the full throat. They proined them, and made them right gay. Asterisk preened their feathers, and danked, and leapt upon the spray, and evermore two and two in fear asterisk together, right so as they had chosen them to year this year in fever upon St. Valentine's Day. February. And the river that I sat upon, asterisk beside it made such a noise as it ran accordant with the bird's harmony. Keeping time with me thought it was the beste melody that might be heard of any man. And for delight, I wot never how, I fell in such a slumber and a swoon not all asleep, nor fully waking, and in that swow methought I heard sing the sorry bird, the lewd cuckoo. And that was on a tree right fast by. But who was then evil apaid but I? Dissatisfied, now God, quoth I, that died on the croix, asterisk cross give sorrow on thee, and on thy lewd voice, full little joy have I now of thy cry. And as I with the cuckoo thus gan chide, I heard in the next bush beside, a nightingale so lustily sing, that her clear voice she made ring through all the greenwood wide. Ah, good nightingale, quoth I then, a little hast thou been too long hen, asterisk hence, absent for here hath been the lewd cuckoo, and sung songs rather than hast thou. Asterisk sooner I pray to God that evil fire her burn. But now I will you tell a wondrous thing, as long as I lay in that swooning, methought I wist what the birds meant, and what they said, and what was their intent, and of their speech I had good knowing. There heard I the nightingale say, now, good cuckoo, go somewhere away, and let us that can singe dwell here, for every wight escheweth asterisk thee to hear, shuns thy songs be so allenge in good fay. Strange asterisk faith. What, quoth she, what may thee all now it thinketh me, I sing as well as thou, for my song is both true and plain, although I cannot crackle so in vain, sing tremulously as thou dost in thy throat, I wot ne'er how. And every wight may understand me, but nightingale, so may they not do thee, for thou hast many a nice quaint cry. Foolish I have thee heard say, Aussie, Aussie. 3 How might I know what that should be? Ah, fool, quoth she, wast thou not what it is? When that I say, Aussie, Aussie, why wise, then mean I that I would a wonder fain that all they were shamefully slain, asterisk die that meanen aught agin love amiss. And also I would that all those were dead, that think not in love their life to lead, for whoso will the God of love not serve, I dare well say he is worthy to sterve, die, and for that skill, Aussie, Aussie, I greed. Asterisk reason asterisk cry. I, quoth the cuckoo, this is a quaint asterisk law, strange that every wight shall love or be to draw. Asterisk torn to pieces, but I forsake a less such company, for mine intent is not for to die nor ever, while I live, on love's yoke to draw. To put on love's yoke, for lovers be the folk that be alive, that most disease have, and most unthrive misfortune, and most endure sorrow, woe, and care, and least feelin of welfare. What needeth it against the truth to strive? What, quoth she, thou art all out of thy mind. How mightest thou in thy churlishness find to speak of love's servants in this wise? For in this world is none so good service to every wight that gentle is of kind. For thereof truly cometh all gladness, all honor and all gentleness, worship, ease, and all heart's lust, asterisk pleasure, perfect joy, and full assured trust, jollity, pleasance, and freshness. Lowly head, largesse, and courtesy, seemly head, and true company, dread of shame for to do amiss, for he that truly loves servant is, were lother to be shamed than to die. More reluctant. And that this is sooth that I say, in that belief I will live and day and cuckoo, so I read that thou do wise. Counsel then, quoth he, let me never have bliss, if ever I to that counsel obey. Nightingale, thou speakest wondrous fair, but for all that is the sooth contrarer, for love is in young folk but rage, and in old folk a great dotage, who most it useth, most shall impair. Asterisk suffer harm. For thereof come disease and heaviness, sorrow and care, and many a great sickness, despite, debate, anger, envy, depraving, asterisk shame, untrust, and jealousy, loss of fame or character, pride, mischief, povert, and woodness. Madness. Loving is an office of despair, and one thing is therein that is not fair, for who that gets of love a little bliss, but if he be away therewith, why wise, he may full soon of age have his hair. See note 5. And nightingale, therefore hold thee nigh for, leave me well, for all thy quaint cray if thou be far or lunge from thy make, mate thou shalt be as other that be forsake, and then thou shalt hoten as do I be called. Fie, quoth she, on thy name and on thee, the God of love let thee never the Thrive, for thou art worse 1,000-fold than would, asterisk mad, for many one is full worthy and full good, that had been naught, ne had love why be. For evermore love his servants amendeth, and from all evil tax them defendeth, blemishes and maketh them to burn right in a fire. In truth and in worshipful asterisk desire, asterisk honorable, and when him liketh, joy enough them sendeth. Thou nightingale, he said, be still, for love hath no reason but his will, for oft-time untrue folk he easeth, and true folk so bitterly displeaseth, that for default of grace he lets them spill. Favour be ruined. Then took I of the nightingale keep, how she cast a sigh out of her deep, and said, alas, that ever I was bore, I can for teen not say one word more. Vexation, grief, and right with that word she burst out to weep. Alas, quoth she, my heart will to break to hear thus this lewd bird speak of love, and of his worshipful service. Now, God of love, thou help me in some wise, that I may on this cuckoo be oric. Asterisk revenged. Methought then I start up anon, and to the brook I ran and got a stone, and at the cuckoo heartily cast, and for dread he flew away full fast, and glad was I when he was gone. And evermore the cuckoo, as he flay asterisk flew, he said, farewell, farewell, popinjay, as though he had scorned thought me. But I hunted him from the tree, until he was far out of sight away. And then came the nightingale to me, and said, friend, forsooth I thank thee that thou hast licked me to rescow. Rescue and one avow to love make I now, that all this may I will thy singer be. I thanked her, and was right well apaid, asterisk satisfied. Yea, quoth she, and be thou not dismayed, though thou have heard the cuckoo erst than asterisk me. 6 before, for, if I live, it shall amended be the next May, if I be not afraid. And one thing I will read thee also, believe thou not the cuckoo, the love's foe, for all that he hath said is strong leasing. Falsehood, nay, quoth I, thereto shall nothing me bring for love, and it hath done me much woe. Yea, use, quoth she, this medicine every day this May ere thou dine, go look upon the fresh daisy, and though thou be for woe in point to die, that shall full greatly less thee of thy pine. Sorrow. And look alway that thou be good and true, and I will sing one of my songs new for love of thee, as loud as I may cry. And then she began this song full high, I shrew all them that be of love untrue. Curse. And when she had sung it to the end, now farewell, quoth she, for I must wend, asterisk go, and God of love that can write well in May, as much joy send thee this day, as any lover yet he ever send. Thus took the nightingale her leave of me. I pray to God alway with her be, and joy of love he send her evermore, and shield us from the cuckoo and his lore, for there is not so false a bird as he. Forth she flew, the gentle nightingale, to all the birds that were in that dale, and got them all into a place in fear asterisk together, and besought them that they would hear her disease, and thus began her tale. Distress, grievance. Ye wit well, it is not for to hide, asterisk know how the cuckoo and I fast have chide, asterisk quarrelled ever since that it was daylight. I pray you all that ye do me right on that foul false unkind bride. Bird. Then spake one bird for all, by one assent. This matter asketh good advisement, for we be few birds here in fear, and sooth it is, the cuckoo is not here, and therefore we will have a parliament. And thereat shall the eagle be our lord, and other peers that been asterisk of record, of established authority, and the cuckoo shall be after sent. Summoned, there shall be given the judgment, or else we shall finally asterisk make accord. Be reconciled. And this shall be, without nay asterisk contradiction, the morrow after St. Valentine's Day, under a maple that is fair and green, before the chamber window of the Queen, 7 at Woodstock upon the green lay. Lawn. She thanked them, and then her leave took, and into a hawthorn by that brook, and there she sat and sang upon that tree, term of life love hath withhold me. Asterisk love hath me in her so loud, that I with that song awoke. Service all my life. Explicit, the end. The author to his book. O lewd book, with thy foul rudeness, since thou hast neither beauty nor eloquence, who hath thee coused or given the hardiness for to appear in my lady's presence? I am full sicker thou know'st her benevolence, certain full agreeable to all her abiding asterisk merit, for of all good she is the best living. Alas, that thou ne hadst worthiness to show to her some pleasant sentence, since that she hath, thorough her gentleness, accepted thee servant to her dine reverence. Oh, Me repenteth that I had science, and leisure owls, tea make thee more flourishing, for of all good she is the best living. Beseech her meekly with all lowliness, though I be fair from her in absence, asterisk far to think on my truth to her and steadfastness, and to abridge of my sorrows the violence, which caused is whereof knoweth your sapience. Wisdom she like among to notify me her liking, for of all good she is the best living. Explicit. Elenv to the author's lady. Auror of gladness, day of lustiness, lucerne at night with heavenly influence lamp illumined, root of beauty and goodness, suspires which I effund in silence. Sighs pour forth of grace I beseech, allege let your writing asterisk declare now of all good, since ye be best living. Explicit. The Assembly of Fowls. In the Assembly of Fowls, which Chaucer's retractation describes as the Book of St. Valentine's Day, or of the Parliament of Birds, we are presented with a picture of the medieval court of love far closer to the reality than we find in Chaucer's poem which bears that express title. We have a regularly constituted conclave or tribunal, under a president whose decisions are final. A difficult question is proposed for the consideration and judgment of the court, the disputants advancing and vindicating their claims in person. The attendants upon the court, through specially chosen mouthpieces, deliver their opinions on the cause. And finally, a decision is authoritatively pronounced by the president, which, as in many of the cases actually judged before the courts of love in France, places the reasonable and modest wish of a sensitive and chaste lady above all the eagerness of her lovers, all the incongruous counsels of representative courtiers. So far, therefore, as the poem reproduces the characteristic features of procedure in those romantic Middle Age halls of amatory justice, Chaucer's Assembly of Fowls is his real court of love. For although, in the castle and among the courtiers of Admetus and Alcestis, we have all the personages and machinery necessary for one of those erotic contentions, in the present poem we see the personages and the machinery actually at work, upon another scene and under other guises. The allegory which makes the contention arise out of the loves, and proceed in the assembly, of the feathered race, is quite in keeping with the fanciful yet nature-loving spirit of the poetry of Chaucer's time, in which the influence of the troubadours was still largely present. It is quite in keeping, also, with the principles that regulated the courts, the purpose of which was more to discuss and determine the proper conduct of love affairs, than to secure conviction or acquittal, sanction or reprobation in particular cases, though the jurisdiction and the judgments of such assemblies often closely concerned individuals. Chaucer introduces us to his main theme through the vestibule of a fancied dream, a method which he repeatedly employs with great relish, as for instance in the House of Fame. He has spent the whole day over Cicero's account of the dream of Scipio, Africanus the Younger, and having gone to bed, he dreams that Africanus the Elder appears to him, just as in the book he appeared to his namesake, and carries him into a beautiful park, in which is a fair garden by a riverside. Here the poet is led into a splendid temple, through a crowd of courtiers allegorically representing the various instruments, pleasures, emotions, and encouragements of love, and in the temple Venus herself is found, sporting with her porter Riches. Returning into the garden, he sees the goddess of nature seated on a hill of flowers, and before her are assembled all the birds, for it is St. Valentine's Day, when every fowl chooses her mate. Having with a graphic touch enumerated and described the principal birds, the poet sees that on her hand nature bears a female eagle of surpassing loveliness and virtue, for which 3 male eagles advance contending claims. The disputation lasts all day, and at evening the assembled birds, eager to be gone with their mates, clamor for a decision. The tercelet, the goose, the cuckoo, and the turtle for birds of prey, waterfowl, wormfowl, and seedfowl respectively, pronounce their verdicts on the dispute, in speeches full of character and humor, but nature refers the decision between the 3 claimants to the female eagle herself, who prays that she may have a year's respite. Nature grants the prayer, pronounces judgment accordingly, and dismisses the assembly. And after a chosen choir has sung a roundel in honor of the goddess, all the birds fly away, and the poet awakes. It is probable that Chaucer derived the idea of the poem from a French source. Mr. Bell gives the outline of a fablio, of which 3 versions existed, and in which a contention between two ladies regarding the merits of their respective lovers, a knight and a clerk, is decided by Cupid in a court composed of birds, which assume their sides according to their different natures. Whatever the source of the idea, its management, and the whole workmanship of the poem, especially in the more humorous passages, are essentially Chaucer's own. The life so short, the craft so long to learn chasse so hard, so sharp the conquering, the dreadful joy alway that flits so yearn. Fleets so fast all this mean I by asterisk love, that my feeling with reference to estoneth with his wonderful working, amazes so sore why-wise, that, when I on him think, not wit I well whether I fleet or sink, float. For all be that I know not love indeed, albeit, although nor wot how that he quiteth folk their hire, asterisk rewards folk for yet happeth me full oft in books to read their service of his miracles, and of his cruel ire, there read I well, he will be lord and sire. I dare not say that his strokes be sore, but God save such a lord. I can no more. Of usage, what for lust and what for lore, on books read I oft, as I you told. But wherefore speak I ale this? Not your agon, it happed me for to behold upon a book written with letters old, and thereupon, a certain thing to learn, the lunge day full fast I read and yearn. Eagerly. For out of the old fields, as men saith, cometh all this new corn, from year to year, and out of oldie books, in good faith, cometh all this new science that men lear. Learn but now to purpose, as of this matter, to read forth it gan me so delight, that all the day me thought it but a light. Little while. This book, of which I make mention, entitled was right thus, as I shall tell, Tullius of the Dream of Scipion. 1 chapters 7 it had, of heaven and hell and earth, and souls that therein do dwell, of which, as shortly as I can it treat, of his sentence I will you say the great important part. First telleth it, when Scipio was come to Africa, how he met Maecenas, that him for joy in arms hath winome. Asterisk taken to then telleth he their speech, and all the bliss that was between them till the day gan miss. Fail, and how his ancestor Africane so dear gan in his sleep that night to him appear. Then telleth it, that from a starry place how Africane hath him Carthage showed, and warned him before of all his grace, 3 and said him, what man, learned either lewd, ignorant that loveth common profit, well wythewed, the public advantage he should unto a blissful place wend. Asterisk go where as the joy is without any end. Then asked he, if folk that here be dead, i.e. the younger Scipio have life, and dwelling in another place, and Africane said, yea, without dread. Asterisk doubt, and how our present worldly lives space meant but a manner death, for what way we trace, and rightful folk should go, after they die to heaven, and showed him the galaxy. Then showed he him the little earth that here is, to regard the heavens' quantity. By comparison with and after showed he him the 9 spheres. 5, and after that the melody heard he, that cometh of those spheres thrice 3, that wells of music be and melody in this world here, and cause of harmony. Then said he him, since earth was so light, asterisk small and full of torment and of asterisk hard grace, asterisk evil fortune that he should not him in this world delight. Then told he him, in certain years' space, that every star should come into his place, where it was first, and all should asterisk out of mind, asterisk perish from memory that in this world is done of all mankind. Then prayed him Scipio to tell him all the way to come into that heaven's bliss, and he said, first know thyself immortal, and look I busily that thou work and wis asterisk guide affairs to common profit, and thou shalt not miss to come swiftly unto that place dear, that full of bliss is, and of souls clear. Noble 6. And breakers of the law, the sooth to sane, and likerous asterisk folk, after that they be dead, lecherous shall whirl about the world always in pain till many a world be past, asterisk out of dread. Without doubt then, forgiven all their wicked deed, they shall come unto that blissful place, to which to come God thee send grace. The day gan failin, and the dark night, that reaveth beasts from their business, taketh away bereft me my book for lack of light, and to my bed I gan me for to dress, asterisk prepare full filled of thought and busy heaviness, for both I had thing which that I old, would not, and eke I had not that thing that I walled. But finally my spirit at the last, weary of my labor all that day, utterly wearied took rest, that made me to sleep fast. And in my sleep I met, as that I say, asterisk dreamed how Africane, right in the asterisk self array asterisk same garb that Scipio him saw before that tide, asterisk time was come, and stood right at my bedside. The weary hunter, sleeping in his bed, to wood again his mind goeth anon. The judge dreameth how his pleas be sped. The carter dreameth how his cart's gone, the rich of gold. The knight fights with his phone asterisk foes, the sick met, he drinketh of the tun. 7. The lover met, he hath his lady won. I cannot say, if that the cause were, for I had read of Africain beforn, because that made me to met that he stood there. But thus said he, Thou hast thee so well borne in looking of mine old book all to torn, of which Macrobius wrought not a light, recked not a little that asterisk some deal of thy labor would I quite. I would reward you for some of your labor asterisk Cytherea, thou blissful lady sweet. That with thy firebrand dauntest when thee lest, asterisk when you please that madest me this sweven for to met, dream be thou my help in this, for thou mayst he best, as whistly as I saw the north-northwest, 8 surely when I began my sweven for to write, so give me might to rhyme it and indite. Write down. This foresaid Africain me hent anon, took and forth with him unto a gate brought right of a park, walled with green stone, and o'er the gate, with letters large wrought, there were verses written, as me thought, on either half of full great difference, of which I shall you say the plain sentence. Meaning. Through me men go into the blissful place 9 of hearts heal and deadly wounds cure. Through me men go unto the well of grace, where green and lusty may shall ever dure. This is the way to all good adventure. Be glad, thou reader, and thy sorrow off cast. All open am I, pass in and speed thee fast. Through me men go, thus spake the other side, unto the mortal strokes of the spear, of which disdain and danger is the guide. There never tree shall fruit nor leaves bear. This stream you leadeth to the sorrowful weir, where as the fish in prison is all dry. 10 Ta Cheshwing is the only remedy. These verses of gold and azure written were, on which I gan astonished to behold, for with that one increased all my fear, and with that other gan my heart to bold. Take courage that one me het, that other did me cold. Heeded no whit had I, for error, for to choose asterisk perplexity, confusion to enter or fly, or me to save or lose. Right as betwixt an adamantes asterisk 2 asterisk magnets of even weight, a piece of iron set, ne hath no might to move to nor fro, for what the one may hail, the other let. Attract asterisk restrains so far'd I, that ennist whether me was bet knew not whether it was enter or leave, till Africain, my guide, better for me hent and shoved in at the gates wide. Caught. And said, It standeth written in thy face, thine error, though thou tell it not to me. Perplexity, confusion, but dread thou not to come into this place, for this writing is nothing meant by thee, does not refer to nor by none, but he loves servant be. Unless for thou of love hast lost thy taste, I guess, as sick man hath of sweet and bitterness. But nathless, although that thou be dull, that thou canst not do, yet thou mayest see, for many a man that may not stand a pull, yet likes it him at wrestling for to be, and deem whether he doth bet asterisk or he, judge better, and if thou hadst cunning to indite, skill I shall thee show matter of to write. To write about. With that my hand in his he took anon, of which I comfort caught, and went in fast. Took but Lord, so I was glad and well begone. Asterisk fortunate for asterisk over all, where I my eyne cast, everywhere were trees white-clad with leaves that I shall last, each in his kind, with colour fresh and green as emerald, that joy it was to seen. The builder oak, and eke the hardy ash the pillar elm, the coffer unto carrion the box pipe tree, the home to whips lash the sailing fir, the cypress death to plane, the shooter yew, the asp for shafts plain th olive of peace, and eke the drunken vine, the victor palm, the laurel too divine. 11. A garden saw I, full of blossomed boughs, upon a river, in a green mead, where as sweetness evermore eno is, with flowers white, blue, yellow, and red, and cold well streams, nothing dead, fountain that swam full of small fishes light, with fins red, and scales silver bright. On every bough the birds heard I sing, with voice of angels in their harmony, that busied them their birds forth to bring, the pretty canaille to their play gan high. Rabbits asterisk haste, and further all about I gan espy the dreadful asterisk roe, the buck, the hart and hind, timid squirrels and beasts small, of gentle kind. Nature. Of instruments of strings and a chord heard I so play a ravishing sweetness, that God, that Maker is of all and Lord, ne heard never better, as I guess. Therewith a wind, unneth asterisk it might be less, scarcely made in the leaves green a noise soft accordant asterisk the fowls, song on loft. in keeping with above. Ta chair of the place so a temper was, mild that ne'er was there grievance of hot nor cold. Annoyance there was eke every wholesome spice and grass, nor no man may there wax sick nor old. Yet was there more joy 1,000-fold asterisk moreover than I can tell, or ever could or might. There ever is clear day, and never night. Under a tree, beside a well, I say asterisk saw Cupid our Lord his arrows forge and file. Asterisk polish, and at his feet his bow all ready lay, and well his daughter tempered, all the while, the heads in the well. And with her wile asterisk cleverness she couched them after, as they should serve asterisk arranged in order some for to slay, and some to wound and carve, cut. Then was I ware of pleasance anon right, and of array and lust and courtesy, and of the craft that can and hath the might to do asterisk by force a wight to do folly. Make disfigured was she, I will not lie, disguised and by himself under an oak, I guess, saw I delight that stood with gentleness. Then saw I beauty with a nice attire, and youth full of game and jollity, foolhardiness, flattery and desire, messagery and meed, and other 3. 12 their names shall not here be told for me, and upon pillars great of jasper long I saw a temple of brass founded strong. And about the temple danked alway women enough, of which some there were fair of themselves, and some of them were gay in kirtles all dishevelled went they there. Tunics that was their office ever, from year to year, duty, occupation, and on the temple saw I, white and fair, of doves sitting many 1,000 pair. 13. Before the temple door, full soberly, Dame Peace sat, a curtain in her hand, and her beside wondered discreetly Dame Patience sitting there eye fanned, asterisk found with face pale, upon a hill of sand, and all their next, within and eke without behest, asterisk and art, and of their folk a rout. Asterisk promise asterisk crowd. Within the temple, of size hot as fire I heard a swow, that gan about ren asterisk murmur asterisk run which sighs were engendered with desire, that made every heart for to bren asterisk burn of new flame. And well espied I then, that all the cause of sorrows that they dree asterisk endure came of the bitter goddess jealousy. The god Priapus 14 saw I, as I went within the temple in sovereign place stand, in such array, as when the ass him shent 15 ruined with cry by night, and with scepter in hand. Full busily men gan assay and fanned endeavor upon his head to set, of sundry hue, garlands full of fresh flowers new. And in a privy corner in disport found I Venus and her porter Riches, that was full noble and haughty of her port. Haughty 16 dark was that place, but afterward lightness I saw a little, unneth asterisk it might be less. Scarcely, and on a bed of gold she lay to rest, till that the hot sun began to decline towards the wesser. Her gilded hairs with a golden thread bounden were, untressed, as she lay. Asterisk loose and naked from the breast unto the headmen might her see. And, soothly for to say, the remnant covered, well to my pay, asterisk satisfaction 17 right with a little kerchief of valence, 18 there was no thicker cloth of defense. The place gave 1,000 savours sweet and Bacchus, god of wine, sat her beside, and Ceres next that asterisk doth of hunger boot, asterisk 19 relieves hunger and, as I said, amids lay Cypride, 20 in the midst to whom on knees the young folk cried to be their help. But thus I let her lie, and farther in the temple gan espy. See note 21, for the stories of the lovers in the next 2 stanzas. That, in despite of Diana the chaste, full many a bow broke hung on the wall of maidens, such as go their time to waste in her service, and painted over all of many a story, of which I touche shall a few, as of Callist and Atalant, and many a maid, of which the name I want do not have. Semiramis, Canis, and Hercules, Byblis, Dido, Thisbe, and Pyramus, Tristram, Isoud, Paris, and Achilles, Helena, Cleopatra, Troilus, Scylla, and eke the mother of Romulus. All these were painted on the other side, and all their love, and in what plight they died. When I was come again into the place that I have spake, that was so sweet and green, forth walked I then, myself to solace. Then was I where there sat a queen, that, as of light the summer sun sheen passeth the star, right so over measure asterisk out of all proportion she fairer was than any creature. And in a lawn, upon a hill of flowers was set this noble goddess of nature. Of branches were her hallas and her bowers wrought, after her craft and her measure, nor was there fowl that comes of engendrier that their knee were pressed. In her presence, Asterisk ready 22 to take her doom and give her audience. Receive her decision. For this was on St. Valentine's Day, when every fowl cometh to choose her make, made of every kind that men think in May. And then so huge a noise gan they make, that earth and sea and tree and every lake so full was, that unnethes there was space scarcely for me to stand, so full was all the place. And right as Elaine, in his plaint of kind, 23 deviseth asterisk nature of such array and face, describeth in such array men might her there find. This noble empress, full of all grace, bade every fowl take her own place, as they were wont alway, from year to year, on St. Valentine's Day to stand there. That is to say, the fowls of ravine asterisk birds of prey were highest set, and then the fowls smale, that eaten as them nature would incline, as wormfowl, of which I tell no tale. But waterfowl sat lowest in the dale, and fowls that live by seed sat on the green, and that so many, that wonder was to seen. There might men the royal eagle find, that with his sharp look pierceth the sun, and other eagles of a lower kind of which that clerks well devise con. Which scholars well there was the tyrant with his feathers done can describe asterisk and green, I mean the goshawk, that doth pine asterisk cause pain to birds, for his outrageous ravine. Asterisk slaying, hunting. The gentle falcon, that with his feet distraineth grasps the kinge's hand. 24 the hardy asterisk spurhawk eke, pert the quail's foe. The merlion 25 that paineth himself full off the lark for to seek. There was the dove, with her eyne meek, the jealous swan, against asterisk his death that singeth, in anticipation of the owl eke, that of death the bode asterisk bringeth. Omen. The crane, the giant, with his trumpet sound, the thief the chough, and eke the chattering pie, the scorning jay. 26 the eel's foe the hero one, the false lapwing, full of treachery. 27 the starling, that the council can betray, the tame ruddock and the coward kite, robin redbreast the cock, that horologe asterisk is of asterisk Thorpe's light. Clock asterisk little villages. The sparrow, Venus' son. 28 the nightingale, that calleth forth the fresh leaves new. 29 the swallow, murderer of the bees' smale, that honey make of flowers fresh of hue, the wedded turtle, with his heart true, the peacock, with his angel feathers bright. 30 the pheasant, scorner of the cock by night. 31 the waker goose. 32 the cuckoo ever unkind. 33 the popinjay, full of delicacy, asterisk parrot the drake, destroyer of his own kind. 34 the stork, the wreaker asterisk of adultery. 35 avenger the hot cormorant, full of gluttony. 36 the raven and the crow, with voice of care. 37 the throstle old, and the frosty fieldfare. 38 long-lived. What should I say? Of fowls of every kind that in this world have feathers and stature, men might in that place assembled find, before that noble goddess of nature. And each of them did all his busy cure asterisk care, pains benignly to choose, or for to take, by her accord, asterisk his formal 39, or his make. Asterisk consent asterisk mate. But to the point. Nature held on her hand a formal eagle, of shape the gentlest that ever she among her works fand, the most benign, and eke the goodliest. In her was every virtue at its rest. Asterisk highest point so far forth that nature herself had bliss to look on her, and oft her beak to kiss. Nature, the vicar of Th Almighty Lord, that hot, cold, heavy, light, and moist, and dry hath knit by even number of accord, in easy voice began to speak, and say, Fowls, take heed of my sentence, I pray, opinion, discourse, and for your ease, in furthering of your need as far as I may speak, I will me speed. Ye know well how, on St. Valentine's Day, by my statute, and through my governance, ye choose your mates, and after fly away with them, as I you asterisk prick with pleasance. Asterisk inspire with pleasure but nathless, as by rightful ordinance. May I not let, for all this world to win, hinder but he that most is worthy shall begin. The tercel eagle, as ye know full weel asterisk well the fowl royal, above you all in degree, the wise and worthy, secret, true as steel, the which I formed have, as ye may see, in every part as it best liketh me, it needeth not his shape you to devise. Asterisk describe he shall first choose and speak in his guise. In his own way. And after him, by order shall ye choose after your kind, evereach as you liketh, and as your hap asterisk is, shall ye win or lose. Fortune, but which of you that love most entriketh, asterisk entangles 40 God send him her that sourced for him psycheth. Sigheth and therewithal the tercel gan she call, and said, My son, the choice is to thee fall. But nathless, in this condition must be the choice of everych that is here, that she agree to his election, whoso he be, that should be her fear. Companion, this is our usage aye, from year to year, and whoso may at this time have this grace, in blissful time he came into this place. In a happy hour with head inclined, and with full humble cheer, demeanor. This royal tercel spake and tarried not. Unto my sovereign lady, and not my fear, companion I chose and choose, with will and heart and thought, the formal on your hand, so well wrought, whose I am all and ever will her serve, do what her list to do me live or sterve. Die. Beseeching her of mercy and of grace, as she that is my lady sovereign, or let me die here present in this place, for certes long may I not live in pain, for in my heart is carven every vein, every vein in my heart is having regard only unto my truth, wounded with love my dear heart, have on my woesome ruth. Pity. And if that I be found to her untrue, disobeisant, or willful negligent, disobedient avonter, or in process love anew, braggart in the course I pray to you, this be my judgment, of time that with these fowls I be all to rent. Torn to pieces that ilk day that she me ever find same to her untrue, or in my guilt unkind. And since none loveth her so well as I, although she never of love me behet, promise then ought she to be mine, through her mercy, for other bond can I none on her knit. I can bind her no other way for weal or for woe, never shall I let cease, fail to serve her, how far so that she wend. Go say what you list, my tale is at an end. Right as the fresh red rose new against the summer sun colored is, right so, for shame, all waxen gan the hue of this formal, when she had heard all this. Neither she answered well, nor said amiss, she answered nothing, so sore abashed was she, till nature either well or ill said, daughter, dread you not, I you assure. Confirm, support. Another tercel eagle spake anon of lower kind, and said that should not be. I love her better than ye do, by Saint John, or at the least I love her as well as ye, and longer have her served in my degree, and if she should have loved for long loving, to me alone had been the guerdoning. Reward. I dare eke say, if she me find false, unkind, janglera rebel in any wise, boastful or jealous, do me hange by the house. Hang me by the neck and but I bear me in her service unless as well I as my wit can me suffice, from point to point, her honor for to save take she my life and all the good I have. A third tercel eagle answered though, then, now, sirs, ye see the little leisure here, for every fowl cries out to be a go forth with his mate, or with his lady dear, and eke nature herself will not hear for tarrying her, not half that I would say, and but I speak, I must for sorrow day. Unless die. Of long service avant I me no thing, boast but as possible is me to die today, for woe, as he that hath been languishing this 20 winter. And well happen may a man may serve better, and more to pay, with more satisfaction in half a year, although it were no more, than some man doth that served hath full yore. For a long time. I say not this by me for that I can do no service that may my lady please, but I dare say, I am her truest man liegeman, servant as to my doom, and fainest would her please. In my judgment at short words, until that death me sees, in one word I will be hers, whether I wake or wink, and true in all that heart may bethink. Of all my life, since that day I was born, so gentle plea, in love or other thing, such noble pleading ye heard never no man me beforn, whose that had leisure and cunning skill for to rehearse their cheer and their speaking, and from the morrow gan these speeches last, till downward went the sun wonder fast. The noise of fowls for to be delivered set free to depart so loud rang, have done and let us wend. Go that well weened I the wood had all to shivered, been shaken to come off. They cried, alas, ye will us shend. Peace's ruin when will your cursed pleading have an end? How should a judge either party believe for yea or nay without any proof? The goose, the duck, and the cuckoo also so cried keek keek, cuckoo, quack quack, high that through mine ears the noise went though. Then the goose said then, all this any's worth a fly, but I can shape hereof a remedy, and I will say my verdict fair and swith, speedily for waterfowl, whoso be wroth or blith. Glad. And I for worm fowl, said the fool Cuckoo, for I will, of mine own authority, for common speed, take on me the charge now. Advantage for to deliver us is great charity. Ye may abide a while yet, party, by God, quoth then the turtle. If it be your will a white may speak, it were as good be still. I am a seed fowl, one th unworthiest, that know I well and the least of cunning, but better is that a white's tongue rest. Then asterisk entremet him of such doing asterisk meddle with asterisk 40, one of which he neither read can nor sing. Counsel and who it doth, full foul himself accloyeth, asterisk embarrasseth for office uncommanded oft annoyeth. Nature, which that alway had an ear to murmur of the lewdness behind, with facond asterisk voice said, Hold your tongues there, eloquent, fluent, and I shall soon, I hope, a counsel find you to deliver, and from this noise unbind. I charge of every flock ye shall one call, class of fowl to say the verdict of you fowls all. The tercelet said then in this manner, Male hawk, full hard it were to prove it by reason, who loveth best this gentle formal here, for everych hath such replication asterisk reply that by skills may none be brought adown. Arguments I cannot see that arguments avail, then seemeth it that there must be battle. Already, quoth those eagle tercels though, then nay, sirs. Quoth he, if that I durst it say, ye do me wrong, my tale is not why do asterisk done for, sirs, and take it not agrief, I pray, be not offended it may not be as ye would in this way, whereas is the voice that have the charge in hand, and to the judge's doom ye must stand. Ye must abide by the judge's decision, and therefore peace. I say, as to my wit, me woulda think, how that the worthiest of knighthood, and had longest used it most of a state of blood the gentlest, were fitting most for her if that her lest. If she pleased asterisk, and of these three she knows herself, I trow, asterisk am sure which that he be, for it is light to know. Easy. The waterfowls have their heads laid together, and of short advisement. Asterisk after brief deliberation when, everych his verdict had said they said soothly all by one assent. How that, the goose with the asterisk facond gent, asterisk refined eloquence that so desired to pronounce our need, business shall tell our tale, and prayed God her speed. And for those waterfowls then began the goose to speak. And in her cackling she said, Peace now, keep every man, heed and hearken what reason I shall forth bring, my wit is sharp, I love no tarrying, I say I read him though he were my brother, but she will love him, let him love another. Unless. Lo, here a perfect reason of a goose, quoth the spurhawk. Never may she the, asterisk thrive lo such a thing, tease have a tongue loose, now, party. Fool, yet were it bet for thee better have held thy peace than showed thy nicety, foolishness it lies not in his wit, nor in his will, but sooth is said, a fool cannot be still. The laughter rose of gentle fowls all, and right anon the seed fowls chosen had the turtle true, and gan her to them call, and prayed her to say the asterisk sooth sad asterisk serious truth asterisk of this matter, and asked what she rad. Counselled and she answered, that plainly her intent she would show, and soothly what she meant. Nay, God forbid a lover should a change, the turtle said, and waxed for shame all red. Though that his lady evermore be strange, disdainful yet let him serve her eye, till he be dead. Forsooth, I praise not the goose's reed counsel for, though she died, I would none other make. Mate I will be hers till that the death me take. Well birded, quoth the duck, by my hat, a pretty joke, that men should loven alway causeless. Who can a reason find or wit in that danceth he merry, that is mirthless, who should a asterisk reck of that is reckless. Asterisk care for one who has yea, queck yet, quoth the duck, full well and fair, no care for him there be more stars, God wot, than a pair. 42. Now fie churl, quoth the gentle tercelet, out of the dunghill came that word aright, thou canst not see which thing is well beset. Thou farsty by love as owls do by light, the day them blinds, full well they see by night, thy kind is of so low a wretchedness, that what love is, thou cost not see nor guess. Then gan the cuckoo put him forth in press, in the crowd for fowl that eateth worm, and said belive, asterisk quickly, so I, quoth he, may have my mate in peace, I reck not how lunge that they strive. Let each of them be soling all their life. Asterisk single 43 this is my reed, since they may not accord. Counsel this short lesson needeth not record. Yea, have the glutton filled enough his paunch, then are we well, said the Merlin. Merlin, thou murderer of the hegsug, on the branch hedge sparrow that brought thee forth, thou most rueful glutton, 44 live thou soling worm's corruption, for no force is to lack of thy nature, the loss of a bird of your go. Lewd be thou while the world may dare. Depraved nature is no matter of regret. Now peace, quoth nature, I command here, for I have heard all your opinion, and in effect yet be we near the near. Nearer, but finally this is my conclusion, that she herself shall have her election of whom her list, whoso be asterisk wroth or blith, angry or glad him that she choose, he shall her have as swith. Quickly. For since it may not here discussed be who loves her best, as said the tercelet, then will I do this favour to her, that she shall have right him on whom her heart is set, and he her, that his heart hath on her knit. This judge I, nature, for I may not lie because to none estate. I asterisk have none other eye. Can see the matter in no other light asterisk. But as for counsel for to choose a make, if I were reason, then would I counsel you the royal tercel take, as saith the tercelet full skilfully, asterisk reasonably as for the gentlest, and most worthy, which I have wrought so well to my pleasance, that to you it ought be asterisk a sufficence. To your satisfaction. With dreadful voice the formal her answered. Frightened, my rightful lady, goddess of nature, sooth is that I am ever under your yard, asterisk rod or government as is every other creature, and must be yours while that my life may dure, and therefore grant me my first boon, favour, and mine intent you will I say right soon. I grant it you, said she, and right anon this formal eagle spake in this degree, asterisk manner, Almighty Queen, until this year be done I ask respite to advise me, and after that to have my choice all free. This is all in sum that I would speak and say, ye get no more, although ye do me day. Slay me. I will not serve Venus nor Cupid forsooth as yet by no manner way. Now since it may none other ways betide, asterisk happen quoth Dame Nature, there is no more to say, then would I that these fowls were away each with his mate, for longer tarrying here. And said them thus, as ye shall after hear. To you speak I, ye tercels, quoth Nature, be of good heart and serve her alethry, a year is not so lunge to endure, and each of you pain him in his degree strive asterisk for to do well, for, God wot, quit is she from you this year, what after so befall, this entremess is dressed for you all. Dish is prepared. And when this work brought was to an end, to every fowl nature gave his make, by even accord, and on their way they wend. Fair agreement and, Lord, the bliss and joy that they make, for each of them gan other in his wings take, and with their necks each gan other wind, asterisk enfold, caress thanking alway the noble goddess of kind. But first were chosen fowls for to sing, as year by year was alway their usance. Custom to sing a roundel at their departing, to do to nature honor and pleasance. The note, I trow, maked was in France. The words were such as ye may here find the next verse, as I have now in mind. Qui bien aime tard aubly, 45. Now welcome summer with thy suns soft, that hast these winter weathers overshake asterisk dispersed, overcome St. Valentine, thou art full high on loft, which driv'st away the lunge nights blake. Asterisk black thus singe small fowls for thy sake, well have they cause for to gladden oft. Be glad, make mirth since each of them recovered hath his make, mate full blissful may they sing when they awake. And with the shouting when their song was due, done that the fowls madden at their flight away I woke, and other books took me to read upon, and yet I read alway. I hope, wise, to read so some day, that I shall meet something for to fare the bet, and thus to read I will not spare. Better. Explicit, the end. The Flower and the Leaf. The Flower and the Leaf is preeminently one of those poems by which Chaucer may be triumphantly defended against the charge of licentious coarseness, that, founded upon his faithful representation of the manners, customs, and daily life and speech of his own time, in the Canterbury Tales, are sweepingly advanced against his works at large. In an allegory, rendered perhaps somewhat cumbrous by the detail of chivalric ceremonial, and the heraldic minuteness, which entered so liberally into poetry, as into the daily life of the classes for whom poetry was then written. Chaucer beautifully enforces the lasting advantages of purity, valor, and faithful love, and the fleeting and disappointing character of mere idle pleasure, of sloth and listless retirement from the battle of life. In the seasons sweet of spring, which the great singer of middle-age England loved so well, a gentle woman is supposed to seek sleep in vain, to rise about the springing of the gladsome day, and, by an unfrequented path in a pleasant grove, to arrive at an arbor. Beside the arbor stands a medlar tree, in which a goldfinch sings passing sweetly, and the nightingale answers from a green laurel tree with so merry and ravishing a note, that the lady resolves to proceed no farther, but sit down on the grass to listen. Suddenly the sound of many voices singing surprises her, and she sees a world of ladies emerge from a grove, clad in white, and wearing garlands of laurel, of agnus castus, and woodbine. One, who wears a crown and bears a branch of agnus castus in her hand, begins a roundel in honor of the leaf, which all the others take up, dancing and singing in the meadow before the arbor. Soon, to the sound of thundering trumps, and attended by a splendid and warlike retinue, enter 9 knights in white, crowned like the ladies, and after they have jousted an hour and more, they alight and advance to the ladies. Each dame takes a knight by the hand, and all incline reverently to the laurel tree, which they encompass, singing of love and dancing. Soon, preceded by a band of minstrels, out of the open field comes a lusty company of knights and ladies in green, crowned with chaplets of flowers, and they do reverence to a tuft of flowers in the middle of the meadow, while one of their number sings a bergerette in praise of the daisy. But now it is high noon. The sun waxes fervently hot. The flowers lose their beauty and wither with the heat. The ladies in green are scorched, the knights faint for lack of shade. Then a strong wind beats down all the flowers, save such as are protected by the leaves of hedges and groves, and a mighty storm of rain and hail drenches the ladies and knights, shelterless in the now flowerless meadow. The storm overpast, the company in white, whom the laurel tree has safely shielded from heat and storm, advance to the relief of the others. And when their clothes have been dried, and their wounds from sun and storm healed, all go together to sup with the queen in white, on whose hand, as they pass by the arbor, the nightingale perches, while the goldfinch flies to the lady of the flower. The pageant gone, the gentlewoman quits the arbor and meets a lady in white, who, at her request, unfolds the hidden meaning of all that she has seen. "Which," says Spet quaintly, "is this, they which honor the flower, a thing fading with every blast, are such as look after beauty and worldly pleasure. But they that honor the leaf, which abideth with the root, notwithstanding the frosts and winter storms, are they which follow virtue and enduring qualities without regard of worldly respects." Mr. Bell, in his edition, has properly noticed that there is no explanation of the emblematical import of the medlar tree, the goldfinch, and the nightingale. But, he says, as the fruit of the medlar, to use Chaucer's own expression, see Prologue to the Reeve's Tale, is rotten before it is ripe, it may be the emblem of sensual pleasure, which palls before it confers real enjoyment. The goldfinch is remarkable for the beauty of its plumage, the sprightliness of its movements, and its gay, tinkling song, and may be supposed to represent the showy and unsubstantial character of frivolous pleasures. The nightingale's sober outward appearance and impassioned song denote greater depth of feeling. The poem throughout is marked by the purest and loftiest moral tone, and it amply deserved Dryden's special recommendation, both for the invention and the moral. It is given without abridgment. Transcriber's note: modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. When that Phoebus his car of gold so high had whirled up the starry sky aloft, and in the bowl one entered certainly, when showers sweet of rain descended soft, causing the ground, feel times and oft, many up for to give many a wholesome air, and every plain was white-clothed fair, with new green, and maketh small fleurs to springe here and there in field and mead, so very good and wholesome be the shores, that they renew what was old and dead in winter time. And out of every seed springeth the herb, so that every white of thilk season waxeth glad and light. This. And I, so glad of thilk season sweet, was happed thus upon a certain night, thus circumstanced as I lay in my bed, sleep full unmeet unfit, uncompliant was unto me. But why that I not might rest, I not wist. For their as earthly white was not as I suppose, had more heart's ease than I, for I had sickness nor disease. Had not distress. Wherefore I marvel greatly of myself, that I so long without sleep lay, and up I rose 3 hours after 12, about the springing of the day, and on I put my gear and mine array, garments, and to a pleasant grove I gan to pass, long ere the bright sun uprisen was. In which were oaks great, straight as a line under the which the grass, so fresh of hue, was newly sprung. And an 8 foot or 9 every tree well from his fellow grew with branches broad, laden with leaves new, that sprangen out against the sunsheen, some very red, too, and some a glad light green. Which, as methought, was right a pleasant sight. And eke the birds, songs for to hear would have rejoiced any earthly wight, and I that could not yet, in no manner, hear the nightingale of all the year, 3 during full busy hearkened with heart and ear, if I her voice perceive could anywhere. And at the last a path of little breed *** breadth I found, that greatly had not used be, for it foregrown was with grass and weed, overgrown that well unneth * a wight might see. Scarcely thought I, this path some whither goes, party. Of a surety, and so I followed, till it me brought to a right pleasant arbor, well wyrot. That benched was, and with turfs new freshly white-turfed, 4 whereof the green grass, so small, so thick, so short, so fresh of hue, that most like to green wool I wot it was, the hedge also, that yet in compass, * went all around 5 end closed in all the green herber. * arbor with sycamore was set and eggladder, * eglantine, sweet briar. Wreathed in fear so well and cunningly, together that every branch and leaf grew by measure, regularly * plain as a board, of * a height by and by. * the same height side I saw never a thing, I you ensure, by side so well wydone. For he that took the cure * pains, care to make in it, I trow did all his pain to make it pass all those that men have seen. And shapen was this arbor, roof and all, as is a pretty parlor. And also the hedges thick was as a castle wall, that whoso list without to stand or go, though he would all day prien to and fro, he should not see if there were any wight within or no, but one within well might perceive all those that went there without into the field, that was on every side covered with corn and grass, that out of doubt, though one would seek in all the world awide, so rich a field could not be espied upon no coast, * as of the quantity, for its abundance for of all good thing there was plenty, or fertility. And I, that all this pleasant sight see, thought suddenly I felt so sweet an air of the eglanter, that certainly there is no heart, I deem, in such despair, nor yet with thoughts froward and contrarer so overlaid, but it should soon have boot ** remedy, relief if it had once felt this savour swoot. * sweet smell. And as I stood, and cast aside mine eye, I was ware of the fairest medlar tree that ever yet in all my life I say * saw as full of blossoms as it might be, therein a goldfinch leaping prettily from bough to bough. And as him list, he eat here and there of the buds and flowers sweet. And to the arbor side was adjoining this fairest tree, of which I have you told. And at the last the bird began to sing, when he had eaten what he eat walled, so passing sweetly, that by many fold it was more pleasant than I could devise, tell, describe, and when his song was ended in this wise. The nightingale with so merry a note answered him, that all the wood rung so suddenly, that, as it were a sote like a fool 6 eye stood astound. So was I with the song thorough ravished, that, till late and long * for a long time I wist not in what place I was, nor where, again methought, she sung e'en by mine ear. Wherefore I waited about busily on every side, if that I might her see, and at the last I gan full well espy where she sat in a fresh green laurel tree, on the further side, even right by me, that gave so passing a delicious smell, according to * the eglanter full well, blending with. Whereof I had so inly great pleasure that, as methought, I surely ravished was into paradise, where my desire was for to be and no farther to pass, as for that day. And on the sweet grass I sat me down. For, as for mine intent, to my mind the bird's song was more * convenient, appropriate to my humor, and more pleasant to me, by many fold, than meat or drink or any other thing, thereto the arbor was so fresh and cold. The wholesome savours eke so comforting, that, as I deemed, since the beginning of the world was never seen * air than *, before then * so pleasant a ground of none earthly man. And as I sat, the birds hearkening thus, methought that I heard voices suddenly, the most sweetest and most delicious that ever any wight, I * trow truly, verily believe heard in their life. For the harmony and sweet accord was in so good music, that the voices to angels most were like. At the last, out of a grove even by, that was right goodly and pleasant to sight, I saw where there came, singing lustily, a world of ladies. But to tell aright their great beauty lies not in my might nor their array. Nevertheless I shall tell you a part, though I speak not of all. in surcoats asterisk white, of velvet well-fitting, upper robes they were clad, and the seams each one, as it were a manor garnishing, was set with emeralds, one and one by and by. But many a rich stone in a row was set upon the purfles, asterisk out of doubt, asterisk embroidered edges of collars, sleeves, and trains round about. As great pearls, round and orient, asterisk brilliant, and diamonds fine, and rubies red, and many another stone, of which I cannot recall the names now. And everych on her head a rich fret asterisk of gold, which without dread, asterisk band doubt was full of stately asterisk rich stones set, valuable, noble, and every lady had a chaplet. Upon her head of branches fresh and green, 7 so well wrought, and so marvellously, that it was a right noble sight to seen some of laurel, and some full pleasantly had chaplets of woodbine, and sadly, asterisk sedately some of Agnes castus 8 wherein also chaplets fresh, but there were many of those that danced and eke sung full soberly, and all they went asterisk in manner of compass, in a circle asterisk, but one there went in mid the company sole by herself. But all followed the pace that she kept, whose heavenly figured face so pleasant was, and her well-shapt person, that in beauty she passed them every one. And more richly beseen, by many folds she was also in every manner thing, upon her head, full pleasant to behold, a crown of gold, rich for any king, a branch of Agnes castus eke bearing in her hand, and to my sight truly she lady was of all that company. And she began a roundel 9 lustily, that Susa la foil divers moi, men call, sinet mon joli cur estin dormi. 10 and then the company answered all, with voices sweet and tuned, and so small asterisk fine that methought it the sweetest melody that ever I heard in my life, soothly. Truly. And thus they came, dancing and singing into the middest of the mead each one, before the arbor where I was sitting. And, God wot, methought I was well begone asterisk fortunate, for then I might advise them one by one, consider who fairest was, who best could dance or sing, or who most womanly was in all thing. They had not danced but a asterisk little throw, asterisk short time when that I heard far off, suddenly, so great a noise of thundering trumpets blow, as though it should departed have the sky. Rent, divide, and after that, within a while, I saw from the same grove, where the ladies came out, of men of arms coming such a rout company, as all the men on earth had been assembled as if unto that place, well horsed for the nonce occasion stirring so fast, that all the earth trembled but for to speak of riches, and of stones, and men and horse, I trow the large ones asterisk jewels of Prester John, 11 nor all his treasury, might not unneth asterisk have bought the 10th party asterisk hardly asterisk part. Of their array, whoso list hear more, I shall rehearse so as I can alight. Little out of the grove that I spake of before, I saw come first, all in their cloaks white, a company that wore for their delight, chaplets fresh of oak cereal 12 newly wysprung, and trumpets were they all. Trumpeters. On every trump hanging a broad banner of fine Tartarium 13, was, full richly beat. Embroidered with gold every trumpet his lord's arms bear about their necks, with great pearls set, collars broad. For cost they would not let, be hindered by as it would seem, for their scutcheons each one were set about with many a precious stone. Their horses' harness was all white also. And after them next, in one company, came kings at arms and no mo, in cloaks of white cloth with gold richly, chaplets of green upon their heads on high. The crowns that they on their scutcheons bear were set with pearl, and ruby, and sapphire. And eke great diamonds many one, but all their horse harness, and other gear was in a suit according, every one, as ye have heard the foresaid trumpets were, and, by seeming, they were nothing to lear, asterisk had nothing to learn asterisk, and their guiding they did all mannerly. Perfectly and after them came a great company of heralds and pursuivants eke, arrayed in clothes of white velvet. And, heartily, they were no thing to seek, assuredly how they on them should the harness set, and every man had on a chaplet, scutcheons and eke harness, indeed, they had asterisk in suit of asterisk them that for them yed. Corresponding with went next after them in armor bright, all save their heads, seemly knights 9, and every clasp and nail, as to my sight of their harness was of red gold fine with cloth of gold, and furred with ermine, were the trappures of their steeds strong, trappings both wide and large, that to the ground hung. and every boss of bridle and patral asterisk horse's breastplate that they had on was worth, as I would ween, £1,000, and on their heads, well dressed, were crowns of the laurel green, the best made that ever I had seen, and every knight had after him riding 3 henkemen upon him awaiting pages, of which every, on a short truncheon asterisk staff, his lord's helmet bare, so richly dight asterisk adorned that the worst of them was worthy the ransom asterisk ransom of any king. The second, a shield a bright bare at his back. The third bare upright a mighty spear, full sharp ground and keen, and every child wear of leaves green asterisk page. A fresh chaplet on his hairs bright, and cloaks white of fine velvet they wear their steeds trapped and arrayed right, without difference as their lords were, and after them on many a fresh courser. There came of armed knights such a rout company, crowd that they bespread the large field about. And all they wearn, after their degrees, chaplets new made of laurel green, some of the oak, and some of other trees, some in their hands bare boughs sheen asterisk bright some of laurel, and some of oaks keen, some of hawthorn, and some of the woodbine, and many more which I had not in mind. And so they came, their horses fresh stirring with bloody sounds of their trumpets loud, there saw I many an asterisk uncouth disguising asterisk strange, manoeuvring in the array of these knights proud. And at the last, as evenly as they could, they took their place in midst of the mead, and every knight turned his horse's head to his fellow and lightly laid a spear into the rest. And so the jousts began on every part about, here and there, some brake his spear, some threw down horse and man, about the field astray the steeds ran, and, to behold their rule and governance, asterisk conduct I you ensure, it was a great pleasance. And so the jousts last, an hour and more. Lasted, but those that crowned were in laurel green won the prize. Their dints were so sore, strokes that there was none against them might sustain, and the jousting was left off clean, and from their horse the 9 alight anon, and so did all the remnant every one. And forth they went together, twain and twain, that to behold it was a worthy sight, toward the ladies on the green plain, that sang and danced as I said now right, the ladies, as soon as they goodly might, they brake off both the song and eke the dance, and went to meet them with full glad semblance, air, aspect. And every lady took, full womanly, by hand a knight, and so forthright they went unto a fair laurel that stood fast by, with leaves laid the boughs of great breed. Breadth, and to my doom, there never was, indeed, judgment man that had seen half so fair a tree, for underneath it there might well have been 100 persons, at their own pleasance, in perfect comfort shadowed from the heat of Phoebus bright, so that they should have felt no grievance annoyance of rain, nor hail that them hurt might. The savour eke rejoice would any wight that had been sick or melancholious, it was so very good and virtuous, full of healing virtues. And with great reverence they inclined low unto the tree so sweet and fair of hue. Appearance, and after that, within a asterisk little throw, asterisk short time they all began to sing and dance of new, some song of love, some asterisk plaining of untrue asterisk complaint of environing the tree that stood upright, unfaithfulness asterisk, and ever when a lady and a knight going round. And at the last I cast mine eye aside, and was ware of a lusty company that came roaming out of the field awide, hand in hand a knight and a lady, the ladies all in surcoats, that richly purfled asterisk were with many a rich stone, asterisk trimmed at the borders, and every knight of green wear mantles on, embroidered well, so as the surcoats were, and everych had a chaplet on her head, which did right well upon the shining hair, maked of goodly flowers, white and red. The knights eke, that they in hand led, in suit of them wear chaplets every one, and them before went minstrels many one, as harps, pipes, lutes, and psaltery, all in green, and on their heads bare of divers flowers, made full craftily all in a suit, goodly chaplets they wear, and so dancing into the mead they fare. In mid, the which they found a tuft that was all overspread with flowers in compass asterisk around, in a circle. Whereunto they inclined every one, with great reverence, and that full humbly, and at the last there then began anon a lady for to sing right womanly, a Bargaret, 14, in praising the daisy, for, as me thought, among her notes sweet she said, Si douce est la Marguerite. 15. Then they answered her in fear together so passingly well, and so pleasantly, that it was a blissful noise to hear. But, I not asterisk how, It happened suddenly know not as about noon the sun so fervently waxed hot, that the pretty tender flowers had lost the beauty of their fresh colours. For shrunk with heat, the ladies eke to brent shriveled very, burnt that they knew not where they might them bestow. The nights swelt. For lack of shade, nigh shen fainted destroyed, and after that, within a little throw, the wind began so sturdily to blow, that down went all the flowers every one, so that in all the mead there left not one. Save such as succoured were among the leaves from every storm that might them assail, growing under the hedges and thick groves, boughs, and after that there came a storm of hail and rain and fear, so that without fail together the ladies nor the knights had not one thread dry on them, so dropping was their weed. Clothing. And when the storm was passed clean away, those in the white that stood under the tree, they felt no thing of all the great affray that they in green without had in Wybe. Had been into them they went for ruth, and for pity them to comfort after their great disease. Trouble so fain they were the helpless for to ease. Glad, eager. Then I was ware how one of them in green had on a crown, rich and well sitting. Becoming wherefore I deemed well she was a queen, and those in green on her were awaiting. In attendance the ladies then in white that were coming toward them, and the knights eke in fear. Together began to comfort them, and make them cheer. The queen in white, that was of great beauty, took by the hand the queen that was in green, and said, Sister, I have great pity of your annoy, and of your troublous teen, injury, grief wherein you and your company have been so long, alas. And if that it you please to go with me, I shall you do the ease. In all the pleasure that I can or may. Whereof the other, humbly as she might, thanked her. For in right evil array she was, with storm and heat I you behight. A sure arid every lady then anon aright, that were in white, one of them took in green by the hand, which when that the knights had seen. In like manner each of them took a knight white-clad in green, and forth with them they fare unto a hedge, where that they anon right, to make their jousts, 16 they would not spare boughs to hew down, and eke trees square, wherewith they made them stately fires great, to dry their clothes that were wringing wet. And after that, of herbs that there grew, they made, for blisters of the sun's burning, ointments very good, wholesome, and new, wherewith they went the sick fast anointing. And after that they went about gathering pleasant salads, which they made them eat, for to refresh their great unkindly heat. The Lady of the Leaf then gan to pray her of the flower, for so, to my seeming, they should be called, as by their array, to sup with her. And eke, for anything, that she should with her all her people bring. And she again in right goodly manner thanked her fast of her most friendly cheer. Saying plainly that she would obey with all her heart, all her commandment. And then anon, without longer delay, the Lady of the Leaf hath one wight sent to bring a palfrey after her intent, according to her wish arrayed well in fair harness of gold, for nothing lacked, that to him lunge shawled, should belong to him. And after that, to all her company she made to purvey horse and everything provide that they needed. And then full lustily, even by the arbor where I was sitting, they passed all, so merrily singing, that it would have comforted any wight. But then I saw a passing wondrous sight. For then the nightingale, that all the day had in the laurel sat, and did her might the whole service to sing longing to May, all suddenly began to take her flight. And to the Lady of the Leaf forthright she flew, and set her on her hand softly, which was a thing I marvelled at greatly. The goldfinch eke, that from the medlar tree was fled for heat into the bushes cold, unto the Lady of the Flower gan flee, and on her hand he set him as he walled, and pleasantly his wings gan to fold, and for to sing they pained them both, as sore made great exertions as they had done of all the day before. During. And so these ladies rode forth a great pace, rapidly and all the rout of knights eke in fear. And I, that had seen all this wonder case, wondrous incident thought that I would assay in some manner to know fully the truth of this matter, and what they were that rode so pleasantly, and when they were the arbor passed by. I dressed me forth, and happed to meet anon issued forth a right fair lady, I do you ensure. And she came riding by herself alone all in white, with semblance full demure I her saluted, and bade good adventure fortune might her befall, as I could most humbly, and she answered, My daughter, Gramercy, great thanks 17. Madame, quoth I, If that I durst inquire of you, I would fain of that company. Wit what they be that passed by this herber. And she again answered right friendly. My fair daughter, all that passed hereby in white clothing be servants every one unto the leaf, and I myself am one. See ye not her that crowned is? Quoth she all in white. Madame, then quoth I, yes. That is Diane, goddess of chastity, and for because that she a maiden is in her hand the branch she beareth this, that Agnes Castus 8, men call properly, and all the ladies in her company. Would she see of that herb chaplets wear? Be such as have kept alway maidenhead, and all they that of laurel chaplets bear, be such as hardy were in manly deed. Courageous victorious name which never may be dead. And all they were so worthy of their hand valiant in fight in their time, that no one might them withstand. And those that wear chaplets on their head of fresh woodbine, be such as never were to love untrue in word, in thought, nor deed, but I steadfast. Nor for pleasance, nor fear, though that they should their hearts all to tear, asterisk rend in pieces would never flit, but ever were steadfast, changed till that their lives there asunder brast. Till they died. Now, fair madame, quoth I, yet would I pray your ladyship, if that it might be, that I might know, by some manner way, since that it hath liked your beauty, the truth of these ladies for to tell me, what that these knights be in rich armor, and what those be in green and wear the flower. And why that some did reverence to that tree, and some unto the plot of flowers fair. With right good will, my daughter fair, quoth she, since your desire is good and debonair. Gentle, courteous the 9 crowned be very exemplar the true examples of all honor longing to chivalry, and those certain be called the 9 worthy, 18. Which ye may see now writing all before, that in their time did many a noble deed, and for their worthiness full oft have bore the crown of laurel leaves upon their head, as ye may in your oldie books read, and how that he that was a conqueror had by laurel alway his most honor. And those that bear boughs in their hand of the precious laurel so notable, be such as were, I will ye understand, most noble knights of the Round Table, 19 and eke the Dowseppers honorable. 20 which they bear in sign of victory, as witness of their deeds mightily. Eke there be knights old 21 of the Garter, that in their time did right worthily. And the honor they did to the Laura asterisk laurel 22s, for by it they have their laud wholly, because their triumph eke, and martial glory, which unto them is more perfect richess than any wight imagine can, or guess. For one leaf given of that noble tree to any wight that hath done worthily, and asterisk it be done so as it ought to be, if is more honor than anything earthly, witness of Rome, that founder was truly of a knighthood and deeds marvelous, record I take of Titus Livius. 23. And as for her that crowned is in green, it is Flora of these flowers goddess, and all that here on her awaiting ben, it are such folk that loved idleness, and not delighted in no business, but for to hunt and hawk, and play in meads, and many other such like idle deeds. And for the great delight and the pleasance they have to the flower, and so reverently they unto it do such obeisance as ye may see. Now, fair madam, quoth I, if I durst ask, what is the cause, and why that knights have the ensign of honor insignier rather by the leaf than by the flower? Soothly, daughter, quoth she, this is the troth, for knights should ever be persevering to seek honor without faintise or sloth, asterisk dissimulation from well to better in all manner thing, in sign of which, with leaves I lasting they be rewarded after their degree, whose lusty green may not appaired be, asterisk impaired, decayed. But I keeping their beauty fresh and green, for there is no storm that may them deface, nor hail nor snow, nor wind nor frosts keen, wherefore they have this property and grace. And for the flower within a little space, woe be lost, so simple of nature will they be, that they no grievance may endure, injury, hardship. And every storm will blow them soon away, nor they last not but for a season, that is the cause, the very truth to say, that they may not by no way of reason be put to no such occupation. Madame, quoth I, with all my whole service I thank you now, in my most humble wise. For now I am ascertained thoroughly of everything that I desired to know. I am right glad that I have said, soothly, aught to your pleasure, if ye will me trow, asterisk believe quoth she again, but to whom do ye owe your service, and which wool ye honor will tell me, I pray, this year the leaf or the flower. Madame, quoth I, though I be least worthy, unto the leaf I owe mine observance. That is, quoth she, right well done, certainly, and I pray God to honor you advance, and keep you from the wicked remembrance of Mailbouch and all his cruelty. Asterisk slander 24 and all that good and well-conditioned be. For here may I no longer now abide, I must follow the great company, that ye may see yonder before you ride. And forthwith, as I coulda, most humbly I took my leave of her, and she gan high asterisk haste after them as fast as she ever might, and I drew homeward, for it was nigh night. And put all that I had seen in writing, under support of them that list it read. 25 O little book, thou art so uncunning, asterisk unskilful, how darst thou put thyself in press. 26 For dread, it is wonder that thou waxest not read, since that thou know'st he full light who shall behold little thy rude language, full asterisk boisterously unfold. Asterisk unfolded in homely and unpolished fashion. Explicit, the end. Notes to the flower and the leaf. 1. The bull, the sign of Taurus, which the sun enters in May. 2. The young oak leaves are red or ashen-colored. 3. Chaucer here again refers to the superstition, noticed in the Cuckoo and the Nightingale, that it was of good omen to hear the nightingale before the cuckoo upon the advent of both with spring. 4. The arbor was furnished with seats, which had been newly covered with turf. 5. Yed or yade is the old form of go. 6. Sot, fool French zot. 7. See note 59, to the court of love. 8. Agnus castus, the chaste tree, a kind of willow. 9. Roundel, French, rondeau, a song that comes round again to the verse with which it opened, or that is taken up in turn by each of the singers. 10. In modern French form, sous la fuile divers moi, sonnet mon joli cœur est endormi. Under the foliage towards me, his and my jolly heart is gone to sleep. 11. Prester John, the half-mythical Eastern potentate, who is now supposed to have been not a Christian monarch of Abyssinia, but the head of the Indian Empire before Zenghiz Khan's conquest. 12. Oak cereal, of the species of oak which Pliny in his Natural History calls cerris. 13. Tartarium, cloth of tars or of Tortona. 14. Bargaret, bergeret or pastoral song. 15. Si douce est la marguerite, so sweet is the daisy, la marguerite. 16. To make their jousts. The meaning is not very obvious, but in the Knight's Tale, jousts and array are in some editions made part of the adornment of the Temple of Venus, and as the word jousts would there carry the general meaning of preparations to entertain or please a lover, in the present case it may have a similar force. 17. Gramercy, grand merci, French, great thanks. 18. The 9 worthies, who at our day survive in the 7 champions of Christendom. The worthies were favorite subjects for representation at popular festivals or in masquerades. 19. The famous knights of King Arthur, who, being all esteemed equal in valor and noble qualities, sat at a round table so that none should seem to have precedence over the rest. 20. The 12 peers of Charlemagne, les douze pairs, chief among whom were Roland and Oliver. 21. Chaucer speaks as if, at least for the purposes of his poetry, he believed that Edward Roman III did not establish a new, but only revived an old, chivalric institution when he founded the Order of the Garter. 22. Lara laurel tree, French, laurier. 23. The meaning is, witness the practice of Rome, that was the founder of all knighthood and marvelous deeds, and I refer for corroboration to Titus Livius, who, in several passages, has mentioned the laurel crown as the highest military honor. For instance, in 1 Roman 7. C13, Sextus Tullius, remonstrating for the army against the inaction in which it is kept, tells the dictator Sulpicius, Duce te vincere cupimus, tibi lorem insignum defera, tecum triumphans urba manire. Commander, we want you to conquer, to bring you the laurel insignia, to enter the city with you in triumph. 24. Mailbouch, slander personified under the title of evil mouth, Italian, malbacca, French, mailbouch. 25. Under support of them that list it read. The phrase means, trusting to the good will of my reader. 26. In press, into a crowd, into the press of competitors for favor. Not, it need hardly be said, into the press, in the modern sense, printing was not invented for a century after this was written. The House of Fame. thanks partly to Pope's brief and elegant paraphrase in his Temple of Fame, and partly to the familiar force of the style and the satirical significance of the allegory. The House of Fame is among the best known and relished of Chaucer's minor poems. The octosyllabic measure in which it is written, the same which the author of Hudibras used with such admirable effect, is excellently adapted for the vivid descriptions, the lively sallies of humor and sarcasm with which the poem abounds. And when the poet actually does get to his subject, he treats it with a zest and a corresponding interest on the part of the reader, which are scarcely surpassed by the best of the Canterbury Tales. The poet, however, tarries long on the way to the House of Fame. As Pope says in his advertisement, the reader who would compare his with Chaucer's poem may begin with Third Book of Fame, there being nothing in the two first books that answers to their title. The first book opens with a kind of prologue, actually so marked and called in earlier editions, in which the author speculates on the causes of dreams. Avers that never any man had such a dream as he had on the 10th of December, and prays the god of sleep to help him to interpret the dream, and the mover of all things to reward or afflict those readers who take the dream well or ill. Then he relates that, having fallen asleep, he fancied himself within a temple of glass, the abode of Venus, the walls of which were painted with the story of Aeneas. The paintings are described at length, and then the poet tells us that, coming out of the temple, he found himself on a vast sandy plain and saw high in heaven an eagle that began to descend towards him. With the prologue, the first book numbers 508 lines, of which 192 only, more than are actually concerned with or directly lead towards the real subject of the poem, are given here. The second book, containing 582 lines, of which 176 will be found in this edition, is wholly devoted to the voyage from the Temple of Venus to the House of Fame, which the dreamer accomplishes in the eagle's claws. The bird has been sent by Jove to do the poet some solace in reward of his labors for the cause of love. And during the transit through the air, the messenger discourses obligingly and learnedly with his human burden on the theory of sound, by which all that is spoken must needs reach the House of Fame, and on other matters suggested by their errand and their observations by the way. The third book of 1080 lines, only a score of which, just at the outset, have been omitted, brings us to the real pith of the poem. It finds the poet close to the House of Fame, built on a rock of ice engraved with names, many of which are half melted away. Entering the gorgeous palace, he finds all manner of minstrels and historians, harpers, pipers, and trumpeters of fame, magicians, jugglers, sorcerers, and many others. On a throne of ruby sits the goddess, seeming at one moment of but a cubit's stature, at the next touching heaven, and at either hand, on pillars, stand the great authors who bear up the name of ancient nations. Crowds of people enter the hall from all regions of earth, praying the goddess to give them good or evil fame, with and without their own deserts, and they receive answers favorable, negative, or contrary, according to the caprice of fame. Pursuing his researches further, out of the region of reputation or fame proper into that of tidings or rumors, the poet is led, by a man who has entered into conversation with him, to a vast whirling house of twigs, ever open to the arrival of tidings, ever full of murmurings, whisperings, and clatterings coming from the vast crowds that fill it, for every rumor, every piece of news, every false report, appears there in the shape of the person who utters it, or passes it on, down in earth. Out at the windows innumerable, the tidings pass to fame, who gives to each report its name and duration, and in the house travelers, pilgrims, pardoners, couriers, lovers, and sea make a huge clamor. But here the poet meets with a man of great authority, and half afraid awakes, skillfully, whether by intention, fatigue, or accident, leaving the reader disappointed by the non-fulfillment of what seem to be promises of further disclosures. The poem, not least in the passages the omission of which has been dictated by the exigencies of the present volume, is full of testimony to the vast acquaintance of Chaucer with learning ancient and modern. Ovid, Virgil, Statius are equally at his command to illustrate his narrative or to furnish the groundwork of his descriptions. While architecture, the Arabic numeration, the theory of sound, and the effects of gunpowder are only a few among the topics of his own time of which the poet treats with the ease of proficient knowledge. Not least interesting are the vivid touches in which Chaucer sketches the routine of his laborious and almost recluse daily life. While the strength, Individuality and humor that mark the didactic portion of the poem prove that The House of Fame was one of the poet's riper productions. God turn us every dream to good. For it is wonder thing by the rude, cross one to my wit, what causeth swevens, dreams either on morrows or on evens, and why th effect followeth of some, and of some it shall never come, why this is an avision and this a revelation, why this a dream, why that a sweven, and not to every man asterisk like even. Alike asterisk why this a phantom, why these oracles I not. But whoso of these miracles the causes knoweth bet than I, divine he. For I certainly define asterisk ne can them not, nor ever think do not know them to busy my wit for to swink labor to know of their significance the genders, neither the distance of times of them, nor the causes for why that this more than that cause is, or if folks' complexions make them dream of reflections, or else thus, as others saying, for too great feebleness of the brain by abstinence or by sickness, by prison, strife, or great distress, or else by disordinance derangement of natural accustoments. Mode of life that some men be too curious in study, or melancholious, or thus so inly full of dread, that no man may them boot bead. Afford them relief asterisk, or else that devotion of some, and contemplation causeth to them such dreams oft, or that the cruel life unsoft of them that unkind loves lead, that often hope much or dread, that purely their impressions cause them to have visions, or if that spirits have the might to make folk to dream a night. Or if the soul of asterisk proper kind, asterisk its own nature be so perfect as men find, that it forewot what is to come, asterisk foreknows, and that it warneth all in some of everych of their adventures, by visions or by figures, but that our flesh hath no might to understand in it aright, for it is warned too darkly. But why the cause is, not wot I. Well worth of this thing great clerks, too that treat of this and other works, for I of none opinion will as now make mention. But only that the holy rood turn us every dream to good, for never since that I was born, nor no man else me beforn, met, as I trow steadfastly, asterisk dreamed so wonderful a dream as I, the 10th day now of December, the which, as I can it remember, I will you tell in every deal. Wit. But at my beginning, trust weal, asterisk well I will make invocation, with special devotion unto the god of sleep anon, that dwelleth in a cave of stone, 3 upon a stream that comes from Leet, that is a flood of hell unsweet, beside a folk men call Simmery. There sleepeth I this god unmerry, with his sleepy 1,000 sons, that alway for to sleep there one asterisk is. Want, custom, and to this god, that I of read, asterisk tell of pray I, that he will me speed my sweven for to tell aright, if every dream stands in his might. And he that mover is of all that is, and was, and ever shall, so give them joy that it hear of a le that they dream to year. This year and for to stand in all in grace favor of their loves, or in what place that them were liefest for to stand, most desired and shield them from povert and shand, asterisk shame and from every unhap and disease, and send them all that may them please, that take it well and scorn it not, nor it misdeemen in their thought, misjudge through malicious intention, and whoso through presumption. Or hate or scorn, or through envy, despite, or jape, asterisk or villainy, asterisk jesting misdeem it, pray I Jesus God, that dream he barefoot, dream he shod, that every harm that any man hath had since that the world began befall him thereof, ere he stirve, die and grant that he may it deserve, earn, obtain low. With such a conclusion as had of his avision Croesus, that was the king of Lyd, for that high upon a gibbet died. This prayer shall he have of me, I am asterisk no bet in charity. No more charitable. Now hearken, as I have you said, what that I met ere I abraid, asterisk awoke of December the 10th day, when it was night to sleep I lay, right as I was wont for to dawn, and fell asleep wonder soon. As he that weary was for go asterisk 5 was weary from going on pilgrimage miles 2 to the core St. Leonard, relics of 6 to make lithe that erst was hard. But as I slept, me met I was within a temple made of glass, in which there were more images of gold, standing in sundry stages and more rich tabernacles, and with peery more pinnacles, gems, and more curious portraitures, and quaint manner of figures strange kinds asterisk of gold work, than I saw ever. But certainly, I wist never knew where that it was, but well wist I it was a Venus readily, this temple. For in portraiture I saw anon right her figure naked floating in a sea, 7 and also on her head, party, her rose garland white and red, and her comb to comb her head her doves, and Dan Cupido, her blind son, and Vulcano, 8 that in his face was full brown. As he roamed up and down, The dreamer saw on the wall a tablet of brass inscribed with the opening lines of the Aeneid, while the whole story of Aeneas was told in the portraitures and gold work. About 350 lines are devoted to the description, but they merely embody Virgil's account of Aeneas' adventures from the destruction of Troy to his arrival in Italy, and the only characteristic passage is the following reflection, suggested by the death of Dido for her perfidious but fate-compelled guest. Lo, how a woman doth amiss to love him that unknown is, for by Christ, lo, thus it fareth, it is not all gold that glareth. Glitters for also brook I well my head, there may be under goodly head asterisk fair appearance covered many a shrewd asterisk vice. Cursed therefore let no wight be so nice asterisk foolish to take a love only for cheer, looks, or speech, or for friendly manner, for this shall every woman find, that some man, asterisk of his pure kind, asterisk by force of his nature will show in outward the fairest, till he have caught that which him lest pleases, and then anon will causes find, and swear how she is unkind, or false, or privy double was. Secretly all this say I by Aeneas with reference to Dido, and her nice lest asterisk asterisk foolish pleasure that loved all too soon a guest. Therefore I will say a proverb, that he that fully knows the herb may safely lay it to his eye, without dread, this is no lie. Doubt. When the dreamer had seen all the sights in the temple, he became desirous to know who had worked all those wonders, and in what country he was. So he resolved to go out at the wicket, in search of somebody who might tell him. When I out at the doors came, I fast about me beheld, then saw I but a large feld asterisk open country as far as that I might see, without town, or house, or tree, or bush, or grass, or erd asterisk land, ploughed nine for all the field was but of sand, as small as men may see it lie fine in the desert of Libya, nor no manner creature that is formed by nature, there saw I me to read or wis. Advise or direct, O Christ. Thought I, that art in bliss, from phantom and illusion asterisk vain fancy and deception me save, and with devotion mine eyne to the heaven I cast. Then was I ware at the last that, fast by the sun on high, as kennin might I with mine eye, as well as I might discern me thought I saw an eagle soar, but that it seemed much more asterisk larger than I had any eagle seen, this is as sooth as death, certain it was of gold and shone so bright, that never saw men such a sight. But if the heaven had why one unless all knew from God another sun, so shone the eagle's feathers bright, and somewhat downward gan it light. Descend, alight. The second book opens with a brief invocation of Venus and of thought, then it proceeds. This eagle of which I have you told, that shone with feathers as of gold, which that so high began to soar, I gan behold more and more to see her beauty and the wonder, but never was there dint of thunder, nor that thing that men call fouder, asterisk thunderbolt that smote sometimes a town to powder. And in his swift coming brend, asterisk asterisk burned that so swith gan descend, rapidly as this fowl, when that it beheld that I arome was in the feld. And with his grim paws strong, within his sharp nails long, me, flying, at a swappy hent, asterisk swoop asterisk seized, and with his sowers 10 again up went, me carrying in his claws stark asterisk strong as light as I had been a lark. How high, I cannot tell you, for I came up, I wist not how. The poet faints through bewilderment and fear, but the eagle, speaking with the voice of a man, recalls him to himself, and comforts him by the assurance that what now befalls him is for his instruction and profit. Answering the poet's unspoken inquiry whether he is not to die otherwise, or whether Jove will him stellify, the eagle says that he has been sent by Jupiter out of his great ruth. For that thou hast so truly so long served attentively with attentive zeal his blind nephew Cupido, grandson and fair Venus also, without guerdon ever yet, and nathless hast set thy wit, although that in thy head full light is little to make books, songs, and ditties, in rhyme or else in cadence, as thou best canst, in reverence of love and of his servants eke that have his service sought and seek, and pain thee to praise his art, although thou hadst never part. 11 Wherefore also God me bless, Javas holds it great humless, and virtue eke, that thou wilt make a night full oft thy head to ache. In thy study so thou writest, and evermore of love inditest, in honor of him and praisings, and in his folks furtherings, and in their matter all devisest, asterisk relates, and not him nor his folk despisest, although thou mayst go in the dance of them that him list not advance. Wherefore, as I said now, why wise, Jupiter well considers this, and also Bosir asterisk other things. Good sir, that is, that thou hast no tidings of love's folk, if they be glad, nor of naught else that God made, and not only from far country that no tidings come to thee, but of thy very neighbours, that dwell in almost at thy doors, thou hearest neither that nor this. For when thy labour all done is, and hast made thy reckonings, 12 instead of rest and new things, thou goest home to thy house anon, and all so dumb as any stone, thou sittest at another book, till fully dazed asterisk is thy look, blinded and livest thus as a hermit, although thine abstinence is light. 13 little. Therefore has Jove appointed the eagle to take the poet to the house of fame, to do him some pleasure in recompense for his devotion to Cupid. And he will hear, says the bird. When we become there, as I say, more wondrous things, dare I lay, asterisk bed of love's folk more tidings, both sooth saws and leasings, true sayings and lies and more loves new begun, and long served loves won, and more loves casually that be betid, no man knows why, happen by chance but as a blind man starts a hare, and more jollity and welfare, while that they find asterisk love of steel, asterisk love true as steel as thinketh them, and over all wheel. More discords, and more jealousies, more murmurs, and more novelties, and more dissimulations and feigned reparations, and more beards in 2 hours, without razor or scissors made, 14 than grains be of sands, and eke more holding in hands, asterisk embracings, and also more renovelances asterisk renewings of old asterisk forlet acquaintances. Asterisk broken off acquaintanceships more love days, 15 and more accords, asterisk agreements than on instruments be chords, and eke of love more exchanges than ever corns were in granges. Barnes. The poet can scarcely believe that, though fame had all the pies and all the spies in a kingdom, she should hear so much. But the eagle proceeds to prove that she can. First shalt thou hear where she dwelleth. And so as thine own book telleth, 16 her palace stands, as I shall say, right even in midst of the way between heaven and earth and sea, that whatsoe'er in all these 3 is spoken, asterisk privy or apert, asterisk secretly or openly the air thereto is so overt asterisk clear and stands eke in so just asterisk a place asterisk suitable that every sound must at pace. Or whatso comes from any tongue, be it roaned, asterisk read, or sung, whispered, or spoken in surety or dread. Asterisk doubt certain it must thither need. It must needs go thither. The eagle, in a long discourse, demonstrates that, as all natural things have a natural place towards which they move by natural inclination, and as sound is only broken air, so every sound must come to fame's house, though it were piped of a mouse, on the same principle by which every part of a mass of water is affected by the casting in of a stone. The poet is all the while borne upward, entertained with various information by the bird, which at last cries out, Hold up thy head, for all is well, St. Julian, lo, bon hostel. 17 See here the house of fame, lo mayst thou not hear that I do? What? Quoth I, the great sound, quoth he, that rumbleth up and down in fame's house, full of tidings both of fair speech and of chidings, and of false and sooth compound, asterisk compounded, mingled hearken well, it is not roaned. Asterisk whispered, hearest thou not the great swow? Asterisk confused sound, yes, party. Quoth I, well enough. And what sound is it like? Quoth he, Peter. The beating of the sea, quoth I, against the rocks hollow, when tempests do the ship swallow, and let a man stand out of doubt a mile thence, and hear it rout. Roar or else like the last humbling dull low distant noise after the clap of a thundering, when Jovis hath the air beat, but it doth me for fear sweat. Nay, dread thee not thereof, quoth he, it is nothing will bite thee, thou shalt no harm have, truly. And with that word both he and I as nigh the place arrived were, as men might cast with a spear. I wist not how, but in a street he set me fair upon my feet, and said, Walk forth apace, and take asterisk thine adventure or case, asterisk thy chance of what that thou shalt find in fame's place. May befall asterisk now, quoth I, while we have space to speak, ere that I go from thee, for the love of God, as tell me. In sooth, that I will of thee learn if this noise that I hear be, as I have heard thee tell of folk that down in earth dwell, and cometh here in the same wise as I thee heard, ere this, devise, and that their living body any's asterisk is not in all that house that yonder is, that maketh all this loud fare. Hubbub I do know, answered he, by St. Clare and all asterisk so wistly God read me, so surely God but one thing I will warn thee, guide me asterisk of the which thou wilt have wonder. Lo, to the house of fame yonder, thou know'st how cometh every speech, it needeth not the eft asterisk to teach. Again, but understand now right well this. When any speech Wykemen is up to the palace, anon right it waxeth asterisk like the same white becomes asterisk person which that the word in earth spake, be he clothed in red or black, and so weareth his likeness, and speaks the word, that thou wilt guess fancy that it the same body be, whether man or woman, he or she, and is not this a wondrous thing? Yes, quoth I then, by heaven's king. And with this word, farewell, quoth he, and here I will abide thee, wait for and God of heaven send thee grace some good to Lirin in this place. Learn and I of him took leave anon, and gan forth to the palace gone. At the opening of the third book, Chaucer briefly invokes Apollo's guidance, and entreats him, because the rhyme is light and lewd, to make it somewhat agreeable, though some verse fail in a syllable. If the god answers the prayer, the poet promises to kiss the next laurel tree 18 he sees, and he proceeds. When I was from this eagle gone, I gan behold upon this place, and certain, ere I farther pace, I will you all the shape devise describe of house and city, and all the wise how I gan to this place approach, that stood upon so high a rock asterisk rock 19 higher standeth none in Spain. But up I climbed with much pain, and though to climb grieved me, cost me painful effort, yet I intentive was to see, attentive and for to pour wondrous low, gaze closely if I could anywise know what manner stone this rock was, for it was like a thing of glass. But that it shone full more clear, but of what congealed matter it was, I wist not readily. But at the last espied I, and found that it was every deal asterisk entirely a rock of ice, and not of steel. Thought I, by St. Thomas of Kent, 20, this were a feeble fundament foundation to build an asterisk a place so high. On which to build he ought him light to glorify little that hereon built, God so me save. Then saw I all the half Wygrave 21 with famous folks' names feel, asterisk many that had been in much weal, asterisk good fortune and their fames wide blow. But well unnethes asterisk might I know scarcely any letters for to read their names by. For out of dread asterisk doubt they were almost off thawed so, that of the letters 1 or 2 were molt away of every name, melted so unfamous was walks their fame. Become but men say, what may ever last? Then gan I in my heart to cast asterisk conjecture that they were molt away for heat, and not away with storms beat, for on the other side I say asterisk saw of this hill, that northward lay, how it was written full of names of folk that had great fames of oldie times, and yet they were as fresh as men had writ them there the self day, right ere that hour that I upon them gan to pour. But well I wist what it made. Asterisk meant it was conserved with the shade, all the writing which I saw of a castle that stood on high, and stood eke on so cold a place, that heat might it not deface. Injure, destroy. Then gan I on this hill to gone, and found upon the cop a 1 asterisk summit 22 asterisk house, that all the men that be alive have not the asterisk cunning to descrive asterisk skill to describe the beauty of that like place. Nor could a cast no compass find no contrivance such another for to make, that might of beauty be its make, asterisk match, equal nor one so wondrously wrought, that it astonieth yet my thought, and maketh all my wit to swink. Labor upon this castle for to think, so that the great beauty, cast, craft, and curiosity, ingenuity ne can I not to you devise, describe my wit may me not suffice. But nathless all the substance I have yet in my remembrance, for why methought by St. Gile, alle was of stone of Burrell, both the castle and the tower, and eke the hall, and every bower, asterisk chamber without pieces or joinings, but many subtle compassings, asterisk contrivances as barbicans and pinnacles, watchtowers, imageries, and tabernacles I saw, and eke full of windows, as flakes fall in great snows. And eke in each of the pinnacles were sundry habiticles, apartments or niches in which stood in, all without, full the castle all about, of all manner of minstrels and gestures, 23 that tell tales both of weeping and of game, asterisk mirth of all that longeth unto fame. There heard I play upon a harp, that sounded both well and sharp him, Orpheus full craftily, and on this side fast by sat the harper Arian, 24 and eke easides Chiron 25 and other harpers many a one, and the great Glasgerian, 26 and small harpers, with their glees asterisk instruments satin under them in seats and gan on them upward to gape, and counterfeit them as an ape or as craft counterfeiteth kind. Asterisk art counterfeits nature then saw I standing them behind, afar from them, all by themselves, many thousand times 12. That made loud minstrelsies in cornmews and eke in shawmies, 27 and in many another pipe, that craftily began to pipe, both in dulcet 28 and in reed that be at feasts with the bride, and many a flute and lilting horn, and pipes made of green corn, as have these little herd grooms, * shepherd boys that keep beasts in the brooms. There saw I then Dan Cytheris, and of Athens Dan Pronomus, 29, and Marcius 30, that lost his skin, both in the face, body, and chin, for that he would envy in, lo, to pipe better than Apollo. There saw I famous, old and young, pipers of a lead Dutch tongue, 31 to learn love dances and springs, rays, 32, and these strange things. Then saw I in another place, standing in a large space of them that make bloody sound, martial in trumpet, beam * and clarion. * horn 33 for in fight and bloodsheddings is used gladly clarionings, there heard I trump Messinus. 34 of whom speaketh Virgilius. There heard I Joab trump also, 35 Theodamas, 36 and other mo, and all that used clarion in Catalone and Aragon, that in their times famous were to learn, saw I trump there. There saw I sit in other seas, playing upon sundry glees, which that I cannot neven, name more than stars be in heaven, of which I will not now rhyme for ease of you and loss of time, for time lost, this know ye, by no way may recovered be. There saw I play jongleurs, * jugglers 37 magicians, and tregators 38 and pythonesses, 39 charmeresses, and old witches and sorceresses that use exorcizations and eke subfumigations. 40 and clerks eke, which know well scholars all this magic natural, that craftily do their intents, to make in certain ascendants 41 images, lo, through which magic to make a man be whole or sick. There saw I the Queen Medea, 42 and Circes 43 eke, and Calypsa. 44 there saw I Hermes Balanus, 45 Limote, 46 and eke Simon Magus. 47 there saw I, and knew by name that by such art do men have fame. There saw I call Tregator 46 upon a table of sycamore play an uncouth * thing to tell. Strange, rare I saw him carry a windmill under a walnut shell. Why should I make longer tale of all the people, either say * saw, from hence, even to Doomsday. When I had all this folk behold, and found me loose, and not hold, at liberty and unrestrained, and I had mused lunge while upon these walls of Burrell, that shone lighter than any glass, and made * well more than it was much greater to see men everything, wise, as kindly * thing of fame it is. 48 natural I gan forth roam, until I found the castle gate on my right hand, which all so well wycarven was, that never such another en as was not, and yet it was by adventure * chance wrought, and not by subtle cure. * careful art it needeth not you more to tell, to make you too lunge dwell of these gates, flourishings, nor of compasses, nor carvings, * devices, nor how they had in masonries, as corbets, 49 full of imageries. But Lord, so fair it was to show, for it was all with gold behue. Colored, but an I went, and that anon, there met I crying many a one, a largess, 50 hold up well. God save the lady of this palace, our own gentle lady fame, and them that will to have name of us. Thus heard I cry in all, and fast they came out of the hall, and shook nobles and sterlings, * coins 51 and some white ground were as kings, with crowns wrought fall of lozenges, and many ribbons and many fringes, were on their clothes. Truly then at the last espied I that pursuivants and herods, * heralds that cry rich folks' lauds, * praises they wear in all. And every man of them, as I you tell can, had on him thrown a vesture which that men call a coat armure, 52 embroidered wondrously rich, as though there were * not wylick. Nothing like it but not will I, so may I thrive, be about to descrive * concern myself with describing all these arms that there were, that they thus on their coats bear, for it to me were impossible. Men might make of them a Bible 20 foot thick, I trow. For certain, whoso could know might there all the arms seen of famous folk that have been in Afric, Europe, and Asai, since first began the chivalry. Lo, how should I now tell all this? Nor of the hall eke what need is to tell you that every wall of it, and floor, and roof, and all, was plated half a foot thick of gold, and that was nothing wick, counterfeit but for to prove in a le wise as fine as ducat of Venice, 53 of which too little in my pouch is, and they were set as thick of nouches ornaments fine, of the finest stones fair, that men read in the lapidare, 54 as grasses growen in a mead. But it were all too long to read * declare the names, and therefore I pass. But in this rich and lusty place, that fame's hall wycalled was, full much press of folk there en as * was not nor crowding for too much press. but all on high, above a dais set on a C** imperial, 55 seat that made was of ruby all, which that carbuncle is why called, I saw perpetually installed a feminine creature, that never formed by nature was such another thing why say. Seen for all their first, sooth to say, first of all methought that she was so light, little that the length of a cubite was longer than she seemed to be, but thus soon in a while she herself then wonderfully stretched, that with her feet the earth she reached, and with her head she touched heaven, whereas shine the stars 7. 56 and thereto eke, as to my wit, moreover I saw a greater wonder yet, upon her eyne to behold, but certes I them never told. For as feline had she, as many eyes as feathers upon fowls be, or were on the beasts for that God's throne gan honor, as John writ in Th Apocalypse. 57 her hair, that oundy was and crips, wavy 58 and crisp as burnished gold it shone to see, and sooth to tellin, also she had also feel upstanding ears, many and tongues, as on beasts be hairs, and on her feet waxen saw I partridges, wings readily. 59 but Lord. The puri and richest gems, jewelry I saw sitting on this goddess, and the heavenly melody of songs full of harmony, I heard about her throne why sung that all the palace walls rung. So sung the mighty muse, she that called is Calliope, and her 8 sisterin eke, sisters that in their faces seem meek, and evermore eternally they sang of fame as then heard I. Hurried be thou and thy name, praised goddess of renown and fame. Then was I ware, lo. At the last, as I mine eyne gan upcast, that this ilk noble queen on her shoulders gan sustain both the arms, and the name of those that had large fame, Alexander and Hercules, that with a shirt his life lees. 60 lost thus found I sitting this goddess, in noble honor and riches, of which I stint a while now, refrain, from speaking of other things to tell you. Then saw I stand on either side, straight down unto the doors wide from the dais, many a pillar of metal that shone not full clear, but though they were of no riches, yet were they made for great noblesse, and in them great sentence. Significance and folk of dean reverence, worthy, lofty of which I will you tell fand, I will try to tell you upon the pillars saw I stand. All their first, lo. There I saw upon a pillar stand on high, that was of lead and iron fine, him of the sect Saturnine, 61 the Hebrew Josephus the old, that of Jews jests told. Deeds of braver and he bare on his shoulders high all the fame up of jury. And by him stood an other 7, full wise and worthy for to Nevin, named to help him bearing up the charge. Burden it was so heavy and so large. And for they writen of battles, as well as other old marvels, therefore was lo. This pillar of which that I you tell here of lead and iron both, why wise, for iron marts metal is, 62 which that God is of battle, and eke the lead without fail, is lo, the metal of Saturn, that hath full large wheel to turn. Orbit then stood forth, on either row of them which I could know, though I them not by order tell, to make you 2 lunge dwell. These, of the which I gin you read, there saw I standen, out of dread. Upon an iron pillar strong, that painted was all in delong from top to bottom with tiger's blood in every place. The thalassen that height stace, 63 that bear of Thebes up the name upon his shoulders, and the fame also of cruel Achilles. And by him stood, without lease, falsehood full wondrous high on a pillar of iron, he, the great Homer, and with him Dares and Didas, 64 before, and eke he Lollius, 65 and Guido eke de Compnes, 66 and English Goffred 67 eke wise, and each of these, as I have joy, was busy for to bear up Troy, so heavy thereof was the fame, that for to bear it was no game. But yet I gan full well espy, betwixt them was a little envy. One said that Homer made lies, feigning in his poetries, and was to the Greeks favorable, therefore held he it but a fable. Then saw I stand on a pillar that was of tinned iron clear. Him, the Latin poet Virgil, that born hath up a lunge while the fame of pious Aeneas. And next him on a pillar was of copper, Venus, clerk Ovid, that hath so in wondrous wide the great god of love's fame. And there he bare up well his name upon this pillar also high, as I might see it with mine eye for why. This hall whereof I read was waxen in height, and length and breadth breadth well more by 1,000 deal times than it was erst, that saw I wheel. Then saw I on a pillar by of iron wrought full sternly, the great poet Dan Lucan, that on his shoulders bare up then as high as that I might it see, the fame of Julius and Pompey, 68 and by him stood all those clerks that write of Rome's mighty works, that if I would their names tell, all 2 lunge must I dwell. And next him on a pillar stood of sulphur, like as he were wood, *** Mad Dan Claudian, 69 the sooth to tell, that bear up all the fame of hell of Pluto and of Proserpine, that queen is of the dark pine, the dark realm of pain. Why should I tell more of this? The hall was a left full, why wise of them that write in oldie jests, histories of great deeds as beyond trees rooks' nests. But it a full confuzzed matter were all these jests for to hear, that they of right, and how they height. Asterisk are called. But while that I beheld this sight, I heard a noise approach blithe, asterisk quickly that fared as bees do in a hive, when against their time of outflying, right such a manner murmuring, for all the world, it seemed to me. Then gan I look about, and see that there came entering the hall a right great company withal, and that of sundry regions, of all kinds and conditions that dwell in earth under the moon, both poor and rich. And also soon as they were come into the hall, they gan adown on knees to fall, before this ilk noble queen, same and said, Grant us, Lady Sheen asterisk bright, lovely each of us of thy grace a boon. Favor and some of them she granted soon, and some she warned well and fair, asterisk refused, and some she granted the contrarier asterisk contrary of their asking utterly. But this I say you truly, what that her cause was, I wist not, know not, for of these folk full well I wist they had good fame each deserved, although they were diversely served, right as her sister, Dame Fortune, is wont to serve and in commune. Commonly, usually. Now hearken how she gan to pay them that gan of her grace to pray, and right, lo, all this company said sooth and not a lie. Truth, madame, thus quoth they, we be folk that here beseech thee that thou grant us now good fame, and let our works have good name and full recompensation of good work, give us good renown, I warn asterisk at you, quoth she anon, refuse ye get of me good fame none, by God, and therefore go your way. Alas, quoth they, and well away, tell us what may your cause be. For that it list me not, quoth she, pleases no wight shall speak of you, why wise, good nor harm, nor that nor this. And with that word she gan to call her messenger, that was in hall, and bade that he should fast gone upon pain to be blind anon, for Aeolus, the god of wind. In Thrace there ye shall him find, and bid him bring his clarion, that is full diverse of his sound. And it is called clear laud, with which he wont is to herod asterisk proclaim them that me list wipe raised be, and also bid him how that he bring eke his other clarion, that height asterisk slander in every town, is called with which he wont is to defame asterisk defame, disparage them that me list, and do them shame. This messenger gan fast gone, and found where in a cave of stone in a country that hight Thrace, this Aeolus asterisk with hard grace evil favor attend him, held of the winds in distress, asterisk constraint and gan them under him to press, that they began as bears to roar, he bound and pressed them so sore. This messenger gan fast to cry, rise up, quoth he, and fast thee high, until thou at my lady be, and take thy clarions eke with thee, and speed thee forth. And he anon took to him one that hight Triton, 70 his clarions to bear though asterisk then, and let a certain wind go, that blew so hideously and high, that it left not a sky asterisk cloud 71 in all the welkin long and broad. Sky this Aeolus nowhere abode asterisk delayed till he was come to fame's feet, and eke the man that Triton heat, asterisk is called, and there he stood as still as stone. And therewithal there came anon another huge company of good folk, and gan to cry, Lady, grant us good fame, and let our works have that name, now in honor of gentleness, and also God your soul bless, for we have well deserved it, therefore is right we be well quit. Asterisk requited as thrive I, quoth she, ye shall fail, good works shall you not avail to have of me good fame as now, but wot ye what I grant you? That ye shall have a shrewd asterisk fame, evil, cursed, and wicked lows, asterisk and worse name, reputation 72 though ye good lows have well deserved, now go your way, for ye be served. And now, Daniolus, quoth she, take forth thy trump anon, let see that is why called slander light, and blow their lows that every wight speak of them harm and shrewdness, asterisk asterisk wickedness, malice instead of good and worthiness, for thou shalt trump all the contrarier of that they have done, well and fair. Alas, thought I, what adventures evil, fortunes have these sorry creatures that they, amongs all the press, should thus be shamed guiltless. But what? It must needs be. What did this Aeolus? But he took out his blacky trump of brass, that fouler than the devil was, and gan this trumpet for to blow, as all the world tea would overthrow. Throughout every region went this foul trumpet sound, as swift as pellet out of gun when fire is in the powder run. And such a smoke gan outwend, asterisk go out of this foul trumpet's end, black, blue, greenish, swart asterisk and red, black 73 as doth when that men melt lead, low, all on high from the two-well. Chimney 74 in there two asterisk one thing saw I well, asterisk also that the farther that it ran, the greater waxen it began, as doth the river from a well fountain, and it stank as the pit of hell. Alas! Thus was their shame wyrung, and guiltless on every tongue. Then came the third company, and gan up to the dais to high, hasten and down on knees they fell anon, and said, We be every one folk that have full truly deserved fame right fully, and pray you that it may be no right as it is, and forth why blow. I grant, quoth she, for me list that now your good works be wist, known, and yet ye shall have better lows in despite of all your foes than worthy is, and that anon. Merited let now, quoth she, thy trumpet gone, thou Aeolus that is so black, and out then other trumpet take, that height laud, and blow it so that through the world their fame may go, easily and not too fast, that it be known at the last. Full gladly, lady mine, he said, and out his trump of gold he brayed pulled forth anon, and set it to his mouth, and blew it east and west and south and north as loud as any thunder, that every wight had of it wonder, so broad it ran air that it stent. Ceased, and certes all the breath that went out of his trumpet's mouth smelled as men, a pot of balmy held as if among a basket full of roses. This favor did he to their loses. Reputations. And right with this I gan espy where came the fourth company. But certain they were wondrous few, and gan to stand in a row row, and said, Certes, lady bright, we have done well with all our might, but we not keep to have fame, care not hide our works and our name for God's love. For certes we have surely done it for bounty, goodness, virtue, and for no manner other thing. I grant you all your asking, quoth she, let your works be dead. With that I turned about my head, and saw on the fifth rout company that to this lady gan to lout, bow down and down on knees anon to fall, and to her then besought all to hide their good works eke, and said they gave not a leak cared for no fame, nor such renown, for they for contemplation and God's love had wrought, nor of fame would they have aught. What? Quoth she, and be ye would, and ween ye for to do good, do ye imagine and for to have of that no fame. Have ye despite to have my name? Do ye despise nay, ye shall lie every one, blow thy trump, and that anon, quoth she, thou Aeolus, I hote, command and ring these folks' works by note that all the world may of it hear. And he gan blow their loss so clear reputation within his golden clarion, that through the world went the sound, all so kindly and so soft that their fame was blown aloft. And then came the sixth company, and gunnin fast on fame to cry, began right verily in this manner, they said, Mercy, lady dear, to tell certain as it is, we have done neither that nor this, but idle all our life hath been but nathless, yet pray we that we may have as good a fame, and great renown, and know an name, well known as they that have done noble jests, feats, and have achieved all their quests, enterprises, desires as well of love, as other thing, all was us never broach nor ring, although nor else aught from women sent, nor ones in their heart meant to make us only friendly cheer, but might team us upon beer, might lay us on our bier, yet let us to the people seem, by their adverse demeanor, such as the world may of us deem, judge that women loven us for wood. Madly it shall us do as much good, and to our heart as much avail, the counterpoise, ease, and travail, compensation as we had won it with labor, for that is dear bought honor, at the regard of our great ease. In comparison with and yet ye must us more please, in addition let us be holden eke thereto worthy, and wise, and good also, and rich, and happy unto love for God's love that sits above, though we may not the body have of women, yet, so God you save, let men glue on us the name, fasten sufficeth that we have the fame. I grant, quoth she, by my troth now Aeolus without sloth take out thy trump of gold, quoth she, and blow as they have asked me, that every man ween them at ease, believe although they go in full bad lees. Sorry plight this Aeolus gan it so blow, that through the world it was wino. Then came the seventh rout anon, and fell on knees every one, and said, Lady, grant us soon the same thing, the same boon, which this next folk you have done. The people just before us fie on you, quoth she, every one ye nasty swine, ye idle wretches, full filled of rotten slow tetches, blemishes 75 what? False thieves. Ere ye would be famous good, and nothing ennoed have good fame deserve, why, nor never wrought, wrecked, cared to do so, men rather you to hand aught. For ye be like the sleepy cat that would have fish. But know'st thou what? He would no thing wet his claws, evil thrift come to your jaws, and eke to mine, if I it grant, or do favor you to avaunt. Boast your deeds, thou Aeolus, thou king of Thrace, go, blow this folk a asterisk sorry grace. Asterisk disgrace, quoth she. Anon, and know'st thou how, as I shall tell thee right now, say, these be they that would honor have, and do no kind of labor, nor do no good, and yet have laud. And that men weened that Belle Isod 76 could them not of love wern, could not refuse them her love end, yet she that grinds at the quern asterisk mill 77 is all too good to ease their heart. This Aeolus anon upstart, and with his blacky clarion he gan to blazon out a sound, as loud as bellows wind in hell, and eke therewith, the sooth to tell, this sound was so full of japes asterisk jests as ever were mows and apes. Grimaces and that went all the world about, that every wight gan on them shout, and for to laugh as they were would. Mad asterisk such game found they in their hood. 78 so were they ridiculed. Then came another company, that had done the treachery, the harm, and the great wickedness that any heart could guess, and prayed her to have good fame, and that she would do them no shame, but give them lows and good renown, and do it blow in clarion. Cause it to be blown, nay, wise. Quoth she, it were a vice all be there in me no justice, me list not to do it now, nor this will I grant to you. Then came there leaping in a rout asterisk crowd, and gan to clappen all about asterisk strike, knock every man upon the crown, that all the hall began to sound, and said, Lady Leaf and dear, asterisk loved we be such folk as ye may hear. To tell in all the tale aright, we be shrews every white, wicked, impious people, and have delight in wickedness, as good folk have in goodness, and joy to be wino and shrews, and full of vice and wicked thews. Asterisk evil qualities wherefore we pray you on a row, altogether that our fame be such wino and all things right as it is. I grant it you, quoth she, why wise, but what art thou that sayst to this tale, that wearest on thy hose a pale, vertical stripe, and on thy tippet such a bell? Madame, quoth he, sooth to tell, I am that ilk shrew asterisk why wise, the same wretch that burnt the temple of a cities in Athens, lo, that city. 79 and wherefore didst thou so? Quoth she, by my thrift. Quoth he, Madame, I would fain have had a name as other folk had in the town, although they were of great renown for their virtue and their thews. Asterisk good qualities, thought I, as great fame have shrews, though it be not for shrewdness, as good folk have for goodness, and since I may not have the one, the other will I not foregone. So for to jet asterisk fame's higher, the reward of fame the temple set I all afire. Now do our lows be blowen swith, as whistly be thou ever blithe. Asterisk see note 80, gladly, quoth she, thou Aeolus, hear'st thou what these folk pray in us? Madame, I hear full well, quoth he, and I will trumpet it, party, and took his blacky trumpet fast, and gan to puffin and to blast, till it was at the world's end. With that I gan asterisk about wend, asterisk turn for one that stood right at my back, methought full goodly asterisk to me spake, asterisk courteously, fairly, and said, Friend, what is thy name? Art thou come hither to have fame? Nay, forsooth, asterisk friend. Quoth I, asterisk surely asterisk I came not hither, asterisk grand mercy, asterisk great thanks for no such cause, by my head, sufficeth me, as I were dead, that no wight have my name in hand. I wot myself best how I stand, for what I dree asterisk or what I think, suffer I will myself at a lead drink, cert, for the more part, as far forth as I know mine art. What doest thou here then? Quoth he, quoth I, that will I tell thee, the cause why I stand here, is some new tidings for to lear, learn some new thing, I know not what, tidings either this or that, of love or such things glad. For certainly he that me made to come hither, said to me I should both hear and see in this place wondrous things, but these be not such tidings as I meant of. No, quoth he, and I answered, no, party. For well I wot ever yet, since that first I had wit, that some folk have desired fame diversely, and lows and name, but certainly I knew not how nor where that fame dwelled, ere now, nor eke of her description, nor also her condition, nor the order of her doom, asterisk the principle of her judgments knew I not till I hither come. Why then, lo, be these tidings that thou no hither brings that thou hast heard? Quoth he to me. But now no force, asterisk for well I see, no matter what thou desirest for to lear. Come forth, and stand no longer here, and I will thee, without dread, asterisk doubt into another place lead, where thou shalt hear many a one. Then gan I forth with him to gone out of the castle, sooth to say. Then saw I stand in a valley, under the castle fast by, a house, that domus Didali, that labyrinthus 81 called is, and as made so wondrously, wise, was not nor half so quaintly was wrought. Strangely and evermore, as swift as thought, this quaint asterisk house about went, strange that nevermore it still stent. Asterisk ceased to move, and thereout came so great a noise, that had it stood upon oise, 82 men might have heard it easily to roam, I trow sickerly. Confidently believen the noise which I heard, for all the world right so it fared as doth the routing of the stone asterisk rushing noise that from the engine 83 is let gone. And all this house of which I read tell you was made of twigs sallow, red, asterisk willow and green eke, and some were white, such as men to the cages twite, pull to make cages asterisk or maken of these panniers, or else hutches or dossers. Asterisk back baskets that, for the swow and for the twigs rushing noise this house was all so full of gigs, sounds of wind and all so full eke of chirkings, asterisk creakings and of many other workings. And eke this house had of entries as many as leaves be on trees, in summer when that they be green, and on the roof men may yet seen 1,000 holes, and well mow, to let the sounds out go. And by day in every tide asterisk continually asterisk be all the doors open wide, and by night each one unshut. Unshut, open nor porter there is none to let asterisk asterisk hinder no manner tidings into pace, nor ever rest is in that place, that at any's asterisk filled full of tidings, is not either loud or of whisperings. And ever all the house's angles are full of asterisk groanings and of jangles, asterisk asterisk whisperings and chatterings asterisk of wars, of peace, of marriages, of rests, of labor, of voyages, of abode, of death, of life, of love, of hate, accord, of strife, of loss, of lore, and of winnings, of health, of sickness, of buildings, of fair weather and tempests, of qualm of folks and of beasts. Sickness of divers transmutations of estates and of regions. Of trust, of dread, asterisk of jealousy, doubt of wit, of cunning, of folly, of plenty, and of great famine, of asterisk cheap, of dearth, asterisk and of ruin, cheapness and dearness of food, of good or of misgovernment, of fire and diverse accident. And lo, this house of which I write, asterisk sicker be ye, asterisk it was not light, asterisk be assured asterisk small, for it was 60 mile of length all was the timber of no strength. Although yet it is founded to endure, while that it list to adventure, asterisk while fortune pleases that is the mother of tidings, as is the sea of wells and springs, and it was shapen like a cage. Certes, quoth I, in all mine age, life ne'er saw I such a house as this. And as I wondered me why wise, upon this house, then where was I how that mine eagle, fast by, was perched high upon a stone, and I gan straight to him gone, and said thus, I pray thee that thou a while abide me, wait for God's love, and let me see what wonders in this place be, for yet peradventure I may lear peradventure learn some good thereon, or somewhat here that lief me were, ere that I went. Were pleasing to me asterisk, Peter. That is mine intent, quoth he to me. Therefore I dwell, asterisk tarry, but certain, one thing I thee tell that, but I bringe thee therein, unless thou shalt never can begin, be able asterisk to come into it out of doubt, so fast it whirleth lo, about. But since that Javis, of his grace, as I have said, will thee solace finally with these ilk asterisk things, same these uncouth sights and tidings, to pass away thy heaviness. Such ruth hath he of thy distress compassion that thou sufferest debonairly, gently and nose teeth thyselven utterly desperate of a bliss. Since that fortune hath made amiss the fruit of all thy heart's rest languish, and eke in point to breast. On the point of breaking asterisk, but he, through his mighty merit, will do the ease, albeit light, asterisk little, and gave express commandment, to which I am obedient, to further thee with all my might, and wis and teach thee aright, asterisk direct, where thou mayst most tidings hear, shalt thou anon many one lear. And with this word he right anon hent me up betwixt his tone asterisk asterisk caught asterisk asterisk toes, and at a window in me brought, that in this house was, as me thought, and therewithal me thought it stent, asterisk stopped and nothing it about went, and set me in the floor down. But such a congregation of folk, as I saw roam about, some within and some without, was never seen, nor shall be eft asterisk again, hereafter that, certes, in the world n is left is not so many formed by nature, nor dead so many a creature. That well unneds in that place scarcely had I a foot breadth of space. And every wight that I saw there roamed ever each in other's ear asterisk whispered a new tiding privily, or else told all openly right thus, and said, Know'st ye not thou what is betid lo, right now? Happened no, quoth he, tell me what. And then he told him this and that, and swore thereto that it was sooth. Thus hath he said, and thus he doth, and thus shall he be, And thus heard I say, that shall be found that dare I lay. Asterisk wager that all the folk that is alive have not the cunning to describe the things that I heard there, what aloud, and what in th here. But all the wonder most was this: when one had heard a thing, wise, he came straight to another wight, and gan him tellin anon write the same tale that to him was told, or it a furlong way was old, 84, and gan somewhat for to etch eke, add to this tiding in his speech, more than it ever spoken was. And not so soon departed as was he from him, than that he met with the third, and ere he let any stound, he told him alls. Without delaying a moment asterisk were the tidings true or false, yet would he tell it nathless, and evermore with more increase than it was erst. Thus north and south at first went every tiding from mouth to mouth, and that increasing evermo, as fire is wont to quick and go become alive, and spread from a spark wysprung amiss, till all a city burnt up is. And when that it was full upsprung, and waxen more on every tongue increased than ere it was, it went anon up to a window out to gone, or, but it might thereout pass, it gan creep out at some crevice, crevice, chink and fly forth fast for the nonce. And sometimes saw I there at once a leasing, and a sad sooth saw, a falsehood and an earnest that gan of adventure draw true saying by chance out at a window for to pace. And when they met in that place, they were checked both the two, and neither of them might outgo, for other so they gan to crowd, push, squeeze, each other till each of them gan cryin loud, let me go first. Nay, but let me. And here I will ensure thee, with vows, if thou wilt do so, that I shall never from thee go, but be thine own sworn brother. We will us meddle each with other. Mingle that no man, be he ne'er so wroth, shall have one of us two, but both at ones as beside his leave, despite his desire come we at morning or at eve, be we cried or still wyroned. Quietly whispered thus saw I false and sooth, compound, compounded together fly for one tiding. Then out at holes gan to ring squeeze, struggle every tiding straight to fame, and she gan give to each his name after her disposition, and gave them eke duration, some to wax and wane soon, as doth the fair white moon, and let them go. There might I see winged wonders full fast flee, 20,000 in a rout company as Aeolus them blew about, and, Lord. This house in alle times was full of shipmen and pilgrims, 85 with scrips bretful of leasings, wallets brimful of falsehoods entremeddled with tidings true stories, and eke alone by themselves. And many thousand times 12 saw I eke of these partners, 86 couriers, and eke messengers, with boists crammed full of lies boxes as ever vessel was with lies. Lees of wine, and as I alderfast went with all speed about, and did all mine intent me for to play and for to leer, to amuse and instruct myself and eke a tiding for to hear that I had heard of some country, that shall not now be told for me. For it no need is, readily, folk can sing it better than I, for all must out, or late or wrath, soon all the sheaves in the lath. Barn 87 I heard a great noise withal in a corner of the hall, where men of love tidings told. And I gan thitherward behold, for I saw running every wight as fast as that they had might, and everych cried, What thing is that? And some said, I know never what. And when they were all on a heap, those behind gan up leap, and clomb upon each other fast, 88 climbed, and up the noise on high they cast, and trodden fast on others' heels, and stamped, as men do after eels. But at the last I saw a man, which that I not describe can, but that he seemed for to be a man of great authority. And therewith I anon abraid awoke out of my sleep, half afraid, remembering well what I had seen, and how high and far I had been in my ghost, and had great wonder of what the mighty God of thunder had let me know, and gan to write like as ye have me heard indite. Wherefore to study and read alway I purpose to do day by day, and thus, in dreaming and in game, endeth this little book of fame. Here endeth the book of fame. Notes to the house of fame. 1 Rude, the cross on which Christ was crucified, Anglo-Saxon, road. 2. Well worth of this thing great clerks. Great scholars set much worth upon this thing, that is, devote much labor, attach much importance to the subject of dreams. 3. The poet briefly refers to the description of the house of Somnus in Ovid's Metamorphoses, 1, 592, et seq., where the cave of Somnus is said to be prop Cimmerios, near the Cimmerians, and Saxo Tamen exit ob imo rivis aquiledes. A stream of Lethe's water issues from the base of the rock. 4c. The account of the vision of Croesus in the Monk's Tale. 5. The meaning of the allusion is not clear, but the story of the pilgrims and the peas is perhaps suggested by the line following, to make lithe what erst was hard. St. Leonard was the patron of captives. 5. Corsaint, the corpus sanctum, the holy body or relics preserved in the shrine. 7. So, in the temple of Venus described in the Knight's Tale, the goddess is represented as naked floating in the large sea. 8. Vulcano, Vulcan the husband of Venus. 9. Aired ploughed Latin aerer Anglo-Saxon, Irian plough. 10. Sours, soaring ascent. A hawk was said to be on the soar when he mounted, on the sours or souse when he descended on the prey and took it in flight. 11. This is only one among many instances in which Chaucer disclaims the pursuits of love, and the description of his manner of life, which follows, is sufficient to show that the disclaimer was no mere mock-humble affectation of a gallant. 12. This reference, approximately fixing the date at which the poem was composed, points clearly to Chaucer's daily work as comptroller of the customs, a post which he held from 1374 to 1386. 13. This is a frank enough admission that the poet was fond of good cheer, and the effect of his little abstinence on his corporeal appearance is humorously described in the prologue to the tale of Sir Thopas, where the host compliments Chaucer on being as well shapen in the waist as himself. 14. To make the beard means to befool or deceive. See note 15 to the Reeve's Tale. Precisely the same idea is conveyed in the modern slang word, shave, meaning a trick or fraud. 15. Love days. See note 21 to the prologue to the Canterbury Tales. 16. If this reference is to any book of Chaucer's in which the House of Fame was mentioned, the book has not come down to us. It has been reasonably supposed, however, that Chaucer means by his own book, Ovid's Metamorphoses, of which he was evidently very fond, and in the 12th book of that poem the Temple of Fame is described. 17. St. Julian was the patron of hospitality, so the Franklin in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales is said to be St. Julian in his country, for his open house and liberal cheer. The eagle, at sight of the House of Fame, cries out Bon hostel, a fair lodging, a glorious house by St. Julian. 18. The laurel tree is sacred to Apollo. See note 11 to the Assembly of Fowls. 19. French roch, a rock. 20. St. Thomas of Kent, Thomas a Becket, whose shrine was at Canterbury. 21. The half or side of the rock which was towards the poet was inscribed with etc. 22. Kopf, summit German Kopf, the head. 23. Jesters, tellers of stories, reciters of brave feats or jests. 24. Arian, the celebrated Greek bard and citharist, who, in the 7th century before Christ, lived at the court of Periander, tyrant of Corinth. The story of his preservation by the dolphin, when the covetous sailors forced him to leap into the sea, is well known. 25. Chiron the centaur was renowned for skill in music and the arts, which he owed to the teaching of Apollo and Artemis. He became in turn the instructor of Peleus, Achilles, and other descendants of Aeacus. Hence he is called Aeacides, because tutor to the Aeacides, and thus, so to speak, of that family. 26. Glasgerion is the subject of a ballad given in Percy's Reliques, where we are told that Glasgerion was a king's own son, and a harper he was good. He harped in the king's chamber, where cup and candle stood. 27. Cornemuse, bagpipe, French, cornemuse. Chamis, shalms, or psalteries, an instrument resembling a harp. 28. Dulcet, a kind of pipe, probably corresponding with the dulcimer. The idea of sweet French, du, Latin, dulcis, is at the root of both words. 29. In the early printed editions of Chaucer, the two names are Cytheris and Prosrus. In the manuscript which Mr. Bell followed, number 16 in the Fairfax collection, they are Atalaris and Seustes, but neither alternative gives more than the slightest clue to identification. Cytheris has been retained in the text. It may have been employed as an appellative of Apollo, derived from Cythera, the instrument on which he played, and it is not easy to suggest a better substitute for it than Clonas, an early Greek poet and musician who flourished 600 years before Christ. For Prosrus, however, has been substituted Pronomus, the name of a celebrated Grecian player on the pipe, who taught Alcibiades the flute, and who therefore, although Theban by birth, might naturally be said by the poet to be of Athens. 30. Marsyas, the Phrygian, who, having found the flute of Athena, which played of itself most exquisite music, challenged Apollo to a contest, the victor in which was to do with the vanquished as he pleased. Marsyas was beaten, and Apollo flayed him alive. 31. The German Deutsch language, in Chaucer's time, had not undergone that marked literary division into German and Dutch, which was largely accomplished through the influence of the works of Luther and the other reformers. Even now, the flute is the favorite musical instrument of the fatherland, and the devotion of the Germans to poetry and music has been celebrated since the days of Tacitus. 32. Raise, a kind of dance or song to be accompanied with dancing. 33. Beam, horn, trumpet, Anglo-Saxon, bema. 34. Mecenas, Miceneus, son of Aeolus, the companion and trumpeter of Aeneas, was drowned near the Campanian headland called Misenum after his name. Aeneid, Romans 6, 162 et seq. 35. Joab's fame as a trumpeter is founded on 2 verses in 2 Samuel, Roman 2. 28, Roman 20. 22, where we are told that he blew a trumpet, which all the people of Israel obeyed, in the one case desisting from a pursuit, in the other raising a siege. 36. Theodamas or Thyodamas, king of the Dryopes, plays a prominent part in the 10th book of Statius, Thebaid. Both he and Joab are also mentioned as great trumpeters in the Merchant's Tale. 37. Jugglers, French, jongleur. 38. Tregators, tricksters, jugglers. For explanation of this word, see note 14 to the Franklin's Tale. 39. Pythonesses, women who, like the Pythia in Apollo's temple at Delphi, were possessed with a spirit of divination or prophecy. The barbarous Latin form of the word was Pythonissa or Fitonissa. See note 9 to the Friar's Tale. 40. Subfumigations, a ceremony employed to drive away evil spirits by burning incense. The practice of smoking cattle, corn, and sea has not died out in some country districts. 41. In certain ascendants, under certain planetary influences. The next lines recall the alleged malpractices of witches who tortured little images of wax in the design of causing the same torments to the person represented, or, vice versa, treated these images for the cure of hurts or sickness. 42. Medea, celebrated for her magical power, through which she restored to youth Aeson, the father of Jason, and caused the death of Jason's wife, Creusa, by sending her a poisoned garment which consumed her to ashes. 43. Circes, the sorceress Circe, who changed the companions of Ulysses into swine. 44. Calypso, on whose island of Ogygia Ulysses was wrecked. The goddess promised the hero immortality if he remained with her, but he refused, and after a detention of 7 years, she had to let him go. 45. Hermes Balanus. This is supposed to mean Hermes Trismegistus, of whom see note 19 to the canon's Yeoman's Tale, but the explanation of the word Balanus is not quite obvious. The god Hermes of the Greeks, Mercurius of the Romans, had the surname Silenius, from the mountain where he was born, Mount Cyllene, in Arcadia, and the alteration into Balanus would be quite within the range of a copyist's capabilities, while we find in the mythological character of Hermes enough to warrant his being classed with jugglers and magicians. 46. Limote and Call Tregator seem to have been famous sorcerers or jugglers, but nothing is now known of either. 47. Simon Magus, of whom we read in Acts Roman 8, 9 et seq. 48. And made well more than it was to seamen everything, wise as kindly thing of fame it is. I.e., it is in the nature of fame to exaggerate everything. 49. Corbets, the corbels or capitals of pillars in a Gothic building, they were often carved with fantastic figures and devices. 50. A largesse, the cry with which heralds and pursuivants at a tournament acknowledged the gifts or largesses of the knights whose achievements they celebrated. 51. Nobles, gold coins of exceptional fineness. Sterlings, sterling coins, not Luxembourgs, but stamped and authorized money. See note 9 to the Miller's Tale and note 6 to the Prologue to the Monk's Tale. 52. Coat armure, the sleeveless coat or tabard, on which the arms of the wearer or his lord were emblazoned. 53. But for to prove in a le wise as fine as ducat of Venice, i.e., in whatever way it might be proved or tested, it would be found as fine as a Venetian ducat. 54. Lapidaire, a treatise on precious stones. 55. See imperial, a seat placed on the dais or elevated portion of the hall at the upper end, where the lord and the honored guests sat. 56. The stars 7. Septentrion, the great bear or northern wain, which in this country appears to be at the top of heaven. 57. The Apocalypse, the last book of the New Testament, also called Revelations. The 4 beasts are in chapter 4. 6. 58. Oundi is the French ondoi, from ondir, to undulate or wave. 59. Partridge's wings, denoting swiftness. 60. Hercules lost his life with the poisoned shirt of Nessus, sent to him by the jealous Deianira. 61. Of the sect Saturnine, of the Saturnine school, so called because his history of the Jewish wars narrated many horrors, cruelties, and sufferings, over which Saturn was the presiding deity. See note 71 to the Knight's Tale. 62. Compare the account of the bodies 7 given by the canon's Yeoman. Sol gold is, and Luna silver we threep, Mars iron, Mercury quicksilver we cleep, Saturnus laid, and Jupiter is tin, and Venus copper, by my father's kin. 63. Statius is called a Thalassin, because by some, among them Dante, he was believed to have been a native of Tolosa, now Toulouse. He wrote the Thebais in 12 books and the Achilles, of which only 2 were finished. 64. Dares Phrygius and Dictes Cretensis were the names attached to histories of the Trojan War, pretended to have been written immediately after the fall of Troy. 65. Lollius, the unrecognizable author whom Chaucer professes to follow in his Troilus and Cressida, and who has been thought to mean Bicaxio. 66. Guido de Calana, or de Colmbnes, was a native of Messina, who lived about the end of the 13th century, and wrote in Latin prose a history including the War of Troy. 67. English Goffred, Geoffrey of Monmouth, who drew from Troy the original of the British race. See Spenser, S. Faerie Queene, Book 2, Canto 10. 68. Lucan, in his Pharsalia, a poem in 10 books, recounted the incidents of the war between Caesar and Pompey. 69. Claudian of Alexandria, the most modern of the ancient poets, lived some 3 centuries after Christ, and among other works wrote 3 books on the rape of Proserpine. 70. Triton was a son of Poseidon or Neptune, and represented usually as blowing a trumpet made of a conch or shell. He is therefore introduced by Chaucer as the Squire of Aeolus. 71. Sky, cloud Anglo-Saxon skua, Greek skia. 72. Lowes, reputation. See note 5 to Chaucer's Tale of Meliboeus. 73. Swart, black German Schwarz. 74. Tuel, the pipe chimney of the furnace, French Tayau. In the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, the monk's head is described as steaming like a lead furnace. 75. Tetches, blemishes, spots, French tache. 76. For the story of Bel Isod, see note 21 to the Assembly of Fowls. 77. Quern mill, see note 6 to the Monk's Tale. 78. To put an ape into one's hood upon his head is to befool him. See the prologue to the Prioress's Tale, L6. 79. Obviously, Chaucer should have said the temple of Diana, or Artemis, to whom, as goddess of the moon, the Egyptian Isis corresponded, at Ephesus. The building, famous for its splendor, was set on fire in BC 356 by Erostatus, merely that he might perpetuate his name. 80. Now do our lows be blowen swith, as whistly be thou ever blithe. I.e., cause our renown to be blown abroad quickly, as surely as you wish to be glad. 81. The labyrinth at Cnossus in Crete, constructed by Daedalus for the safe keeping of the Minotaur, the fruit of Pasiphae's unnatural love. 82. The river Oise, an affluent of the Seine in France. 83. The engine, the machines for casting stones, which in Chaucer time served the purpose of great artillery. They were called mangonels, springolds, and and resembled in construction the ballistae and catapultae of the ancients. 84. Or it a furlong way was old. before it was older than the space of time during which one might walk a furlong, a measure of time often employed by Chaucer. 85. Shipmen and pilgrims. Sailors and pilgrims, who seem to have in Chaucer's time amply warranted the proverbial imputation against travelers' tales. 86. Pardners, of whom Chaucer, in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, has given us no flattering typical portrait. 87. Lath, barn, still used in Lincolnshire and some parts of the north. The meaning is that the poet need not tell what tidings he wanted to hear, since everything of the kind must some day come out, as sooner or later every sheaf in the barn must be brought forth to be threshed. 88. A somewhat similar heaping up of people is described in Spenser's account of the procession of Lucifera, the Fairy Queen, Book 1. Canto 4, where, as the royal dame passes to her coach, the heaps of people, thronging in the hall, do ride each other upon her to gaze. Troilus and Cressida. In several respects, the story of Troilus and Cressida may be regarded as Chaucer's noblest poem. Larger in scale than any other of his individual works, numbering nearly half as many lines as the Canterbury Tales contain, without reckoning the two in prose, the conception of the poem is yet so closely and harmoniously worked out that all the parts are perfectly balanced, and from first to last, scarcely a single line is superfluous or misplaced. The finish and beauty of the poem as a work of art are not more conspicuous than the knowledge of human nature displayed in the portraits of the principal characters. The result is that the poem is more modern, in form and in spirit, than almost any other work of its author. The chaste style and sedulous polish of the stanzas admit of easy change into the forms of speech now current in England, while the analytical and subjective character of the work gives it, for the 19th century reader, an interest of the same kind as that inspired, say, by George Eliot's wonderful study of character in Romola. Then, above all, Troilus and Cressida is distinguished by a purity and elevation of moral tone that may surprise those who judge of Chaucer only by the coarse traits of his time preserved in the Canterbury Tales, or who may expect to find here the Troilus, the Cressida, and the Pandarus of Shakespeare's play. It is to no trivial gallant, no woman of coarse mind and easy virtue, no malignantly subservient and utterly debased procurer, that Chaucer introduces us. His Troilus is a noble, sensitive, generous, pure-souled, manly, magnanimous hero, who is only confirmed and stimulated in all virtue by his love, who lives for his lady, and dies for her falsehood, in a lofty and chivalrous fashion. His Cressida is a stately, self-contained, virtuous, tender-hearted woman, who loves with all the pure strength and trustful abandonment of a generous and exalted nature, and who is driven to infidelity perhaps even less by pressure of circumstances than by the sheer force of her love, which will go on loving what it can have, when that which it would rather have is, for the time, unattainable. His Pandarus is a gentleman, though a gentleman with a flaw in him, a man who, in his courtier-like good nature, places the claims of comradeship above those of honor, and plots away the virtue of his niece, that he may appease the love-sorrow of his friend, all the time conscious that he is not acting as a gentleman should, and desirous that others should give him that justification which he can get but feebly and diffidently in himself. In fact, the Troilus and Cressida of Chaucer is the Troilus and Cressida of Shakespeare transfigured. The atmosphere, the color, the spirit are wholly different. The older poet presents us in the chief characters to noble natures, the younger to ignoble natures in all the characters, and the poem with which we have now to do stands at this day among the noblest expositions of love's workings in the human heart and life. It is divided into 5 books, containing altogether 8,246 lines. The first book, 1092 lines, tells how Calchas, priest of Apollo, quitting beleaguered Troy, left there his only daughter Cressida. How Troilus, the youngest brother of Hector and son of King Priam, fell in love with her at first sight at a festival in the temple of Pallas and sorrowed bitterly for her love, and how his friend, Cressida's uncle, Pandarus, comforted him by the promise of aid in his suit. The second book, 1757 lines, relates the subtle maneuvers of Pandarus to induce Cressida to return the love of Troilus, which he accomplishes mainly by touching at once the lady's admiration for his heroism and her pity for his love-sorrow on her account. The third book, 1,827 lines, opens with an account of the first interview between the lovers. Ere it closes, the skillful stratagems of Pandarus have placed the pair in each other's arms under his roof, and the lovers are happy in perfect enjoyment of each other's love and trust. In the fourth book, 1701 lines, the course of true love ceases to run smooth. Cressida is compelled to quit the city in ransom for Antenor, captured in a skirmish, and she sadly departs to the camp of the Greeks, vowing that she will make her escape and return to Troy and Troilus within 10 days. The fifth book, 1869 lines, sets out by describing the court which Yeoman, appointed to escort her, pays to Cressida on the way to the camp. It traces her gradual progress from indifference to her new suitor to incontinence with him, and it leaves the deserted Troilus dead on the field of battle, where he has sought an eternal refuge from the new grief provoked by clear proof of his mistress's infidelity. The polish, elegance, and power of the style, and the acuteness of insight into character, which mark the poem, seem to claim for it a date considerably later than that adopted by those who assign its composition to Chaucer's youth. And the literary allusions and proverbial expressions with which it abounds give ample evidence that, if Chaucer really wrote it at an early age, his youth must have been precocious beyond all actual record. Throughout the poem, there are repeated references to the old authors of Trojan histories who are named in the House of Fame. But Chaucer especially mentions one Lollius as the author from whom he takes the groundwork of the poem. Lydgate is responsible for the assertion that Lollius meant Boccaccio, and though there is no authority for supposing that the English really meant to designate the Italian poet under that name, there is abundant internal proof that the poem was really founded on the Filostrato of Boccaccio. But the tone of Chaucer's work is much higher than that of his Italian auctor, and while in some passages the imitation is very close, in all that is characteristic in Troilus and Cressida, Chaucer has fairly thrust his models out of sight. In the present edition, it has been possible to give no more than about 1/4 of the poem, 274 out of the 1178 7-line stanzas that compose it. But pains have been taken to convey, in the connecting prose passages, a faithful idea of what is perforce omitted. The first book, the double sorrow one of Troilus to tell, that was the King Priamus, son of Troy, in loving how his adventures fell * fortunes from woe to weal, and after * out of joy, afterwards my purpose is, ere I you part froy. From Tisiphone, too thou help me to indite these woeful words, that weep as I do write. To the eye call, thou goddess of torment, thou cruel wight that sorrowest ever in pain, help me, that am the sorry instrument that helpeth lovers as I can to plain. Complain for well it sits, the soothe for to sane, befits unto a woeful wight a dreary fear, companion and to a sorry tale a sorry cheer. Countenance. For I, that god of love's servant serve, nor dare to love for mine unlikeliness, 3 unsuitableness pray for speed, although I should asturve. *** success * die so far I am from his help in darkness. But nathless, might I do yet gladness to any lover, or any love avail, advance have thou the thank, and mine be the travail. But ye lovers that bathen in gladness, if any drop of pity in you be, remember you for old past heaviness, for God's love, and on adversity that others suffer. Think how sometime ye found how love durst you displease, or else ye have won it with great ease. And pray for them that been in the case of Troilus, as ye may after hear, that love them bring in heaven to solace. * delight, comfort, and for me pray also, that God so dear may give me might to show, in some manner, such pain or woe as love's folk endure. In Troilus, unseelie adventure * unhappy fortune. And pray for them that eke be despaired in love, that never will recovered be, and eke for them that falsely be appared * slandered through wicked tongues, be it he or she, or thus bid God, for his benignity, pray to grant them soon out of this world to pace * pass, go that be despaired of their love's grace. And bid also for them that be at ease in love, that God them grant perseverance, and send them might their love so to please, that it to them be worship and pleasance. Honor and pleasure for so hope I my soul best to advance, to pray for them that love's servants be, and right their woe, and live in charity. And for to have of them compassion, as though I were their own brother dear. Now listen all with good intention, asterisk attention, for I will now go straight to my matter, in which ye shall the double sorrow hear of Troilus, in loving of Cressida, and how that she forsook him ere she died. In Troy, during the siege, dwelt a lord of great authority, a great divine, named Calchas, who, through the oracle of Apollo, knew that Troy should be destroyed. He stole away secretly to the Greek camp, where he was gladly received, and honored for his skill in divining, of which the besiegers hoped to make use. Within the city there was great anger at the treason of Calchas, and the people declared that he and all his kin were worthy to be burnt. His daughter, whom he had left in the city, a widow and alone, was in great fear for her life. Cressida was this lady's name aright. As to my doom, in a le Troy city in my judgment so fair was none, for over every wight so angelic was her native beauty, that like a thing immortal seemed she, as sooth a perfect heavenly creature, that down seemed sent in scorning of nature. In her distress, well nigh out of her wit for pure fear, she appealed for protection to Hector, who, piteous of nature, and touched by her sorrow and her beauty, assured her of safety, so long as she pleased to dwell in Troy. The siege went on, but they of Troy did not neglect the honor and worship of their deities, most of all of the relic hight Palladian, for that was their trust above in every one. In April, when clothed is the mead with new green of jolly Ver the prime, the Trojans went to hold the festival of Palladian, crowding to the temple, in all their bestag guise, lusty knights, fresh ladies, and maidens bright. Among the which was this Cressida, in widow's habit black, but nathless, right as our first letter is now a in beauty first, so stood she makeless. Matchless her goodly looking gladded all the press. Asterisk crowd was never seen thing to be praised dearer, more worthy nor under blacky cloud so bright a stare asterisk star. As she was, as they saidin, every one that her behelden in her blacky weed. Garment and yet she stood, full low and still, alone behind all other folk in little breed, inconspicuously asterisk and nigh the door, I asterisk under shame's dreed. For dread of shame simple of bearing, debonair of cheer, asterisk gracious with a full sure looking and manner. Assured. Dan Troilus, as he was wont to guide his young knights, led them up and down in that large temple upon every side, beholding I the ladies of the town. Now here, now there, for no devotion had he to none, to reave him his rest, asterisk deprive him of asterisk, but gan to praise and lackey whom him lest. Praise and disparage whom he pleased end in his walk full fast, he gan to wait watch, observe if knight or squire of his company gan for to sigh, or let his eyne bait asterisk feed on any woman that he could espy. Then he would smile, and hold it a folly, and say him thus, Ah, Lord, she sleepeth soft for love of thee, when as thou turnest oft. I have heard told party of your living, ye lovers, and your lewd observance, asterisk ignorant, foolish, and what a labor folk have in winning of love, and in it keeping with doubtance. Doubt, and when your prey is lost, woe and penance, asterisk suffering, oh, very fools. May ye no thing see, can none of you aware by other be. But the god of love vowed vengeance on Troilus for that despite, and showing that his bow was not broken, hit him at the full. Within the temple went he forth playing this Troilus with every wight about, on this lady and now on that looking whether she were of town or of without. From beyond the wall's end upon Caspa fell, that through the rout by chance crowd his eye pierced, and so deep it went, till on Cressida it smote, and there it stent, asterisk stayed. And suddenly waxed wonder sore astoned, amazed and gan her bet behold in busy wise. Better, oh very God, 5 thought he, where hast thou one asterisk dwelt that art so fair and goodly to devise? Describe therewith his heart began to spread and rise, and soft he sighed, lest men might him hear, and caught again his former asterisk playing cheer. Jesting demeanor. She was not with the least of her stature, she was tall but all her limbs so well answering were to womanhood, that creature was never less mannish in seeming, and eke the pure wise of her moving by very the way she showed well, that men might in her guess she moved asterisk honor, estate, asterisk and womanly noblesse. Dignity. Then Troilus right wonder well withal began to like her moving and her cheer, asterisk countenance which some deal Danis asterisk was, for she let fall asterisk disdainful her look a little aside, in such manner askance, What, may I not stand here? As if to say 6, and after that her looking gan she light, asterisk her expression became that never thought him see so good a sight. More pleasant. And of her look in him, there gan to quicken so great desire, and strong affection, that in his heart's bottom 'gan to sticken of her the fixed and deep impression, and though he erst asterisk had poured asterisk up and down, previously asterisk looked then, was he glad his horns into shrink, unnethes wist he how to look or wink. Scarcely. Lo, he that held himself so cunning, and scorned them that love's pains dreen, asterisk suffer was full unaware that love had his dwelling within the subtle streams of her eyne. Rays, glances that suddenly he thought he felt dean, right with her look, the spirit in his heart, blessed be love, that thus can folk convert. She thus in black looking to Troilus over all things he stood to behold, but his desire, nor wherefore he stood thus, he neither cheer made, nor word told. Showed by his countenance asterisk, but from afar, asterisk his manner for to hold, to observe due courtesy on other things sometimes his look he cast, and eft asterisk 7 on her, while that the service last. Again lasted. And after this, not fully all awaped, asterisk daunted out of the temple all easily be went, repenting him that ever he had japed asterisk jested of love's folk, lest fully the descent of scorn fell on himself. But what he meant, lest it were wist on any manner side, his woe he 'gan dissemble and eke hide. Returning to his palace, he begins hypocritically to smile and jest at love's servants and their pains, but by and by he has to dismiss his attendants, feigning other busy needs. Then, alone in his chamber, he begins to groan and sigh, and call up again Cressida's form as he saw her in the temple, making a mirror of his mind, in which he saw all wholly her figure. He thinks no travail or sorrow too high a price for the love of such a goodly woman, and, full unadvised of his woe coming. Thus took he purpose love's craft to sue, follow and thought that he would work all privily, first for to hide his desire all in mew in a cage, secretly from every white wyborn, all utterly. But he might aught recovered be thereby, unless he gained by it remembering him, that love too wide wyblow asterisk too much spoken of asterisk yields bitter fruit, although sweet seed be sow. And over all this, much more he thought what thing to speak, and what to hold in, and what to art in her to love, he sought. Constrain 8, and on a song anon right to begin, and 'gan loud on his sorrow for to win. Overcome for with good hope he 'gan thus to assent resolve Cressida for to love, and not repent. The Song of Troilus, 9. If no love is, O God, why feel I so? And if love is, what thing and which is he? If love be good, from whence cometh my woe if it be wick? A wonder thinketh me whence every torment and adversity that comes of love may to me savory think. Asterisk seem acceptable to me for more I thirst the more that I drink. And if I asterisk at mine owen lust burn by my own will asterisk from whence cometh my wailing and my plaint if maugre me, 10 whereto plain I then? To what avail do I complain? I wot ner asterisk why unweary that I faint. Neither, O quick death, O sweet harm so quaint. Strange how may I see in me such quantity, but if that I consent that so it be. And if that I consent, I wrongfully complain why wise. Thus pushed to and fro, all starless within a boat am I midst the sea betwixt winds two that in contrary stand in evermoe. Alas, what wonder is this malady? For heat of cold, for cold of heat, I die. Devoting himself wholly to the thought of Cressida, though he yet knew not whether she was woman or goddess, Troilus, in spite of his royal blood, became the very slave of love. He set at naught every other charge, but to gaze on her as often as he could, thinking so to appease his hot fire, which thereby only burned the hotter. He wrought marvelous feats of arms against the Greeks, that she might like him the better for his renown. Then love deprived him of sleep, and made his food his foe, till he had to borrow a title of other sickness, that men might not know he was consumed with love. Meantime, Cressida gave no sign that she heeded his devotion, or even knew of it, and he was now consumed with a new fear, lest she loved some other man. Bewailing his sad lot, ensnared, exposed to the scorn of those whose love he had ridiculed, wishing himself arrived at the port of death, and praying ever that his lady might glad him with some kind look, Troilus is surprised in his chamber by his friend Pandarus, the uncle of Cressida. Pandarus, seeking to divert his sorrow by making him angry, jeeringly asks whether remorse of conscience, or devotion, or fear of the Greeks has caused all this ado. Troilus pitifully beseeches his friend to leave him to die alone, for die he must, from a cause which he must keep hidden. But Pandarus argues against Troilus' cruelty in hiding from a friend such a sorrow, and Troilus at last confesses that his malady is love. Pandarus suggests that the beloved object may be such that his counsel might advance his friend's desires, but Troilus scouts the suggestion, saying that Pandarus could never govern himself in love. "Yea, Troilus, hearken to me," quoth Pandar, "though I be nice. It happens often so, foolish that one that access doth full evil fare, in an access of fever by good counsel, can keep his friend therefro. I have myself seen a blind man go where as he fell that look could full wide, a fool may eke a wise man often guide. A whetstone is no carving instrument, but yet it maketh sharp carving tools, and if thou know'st that I have aught miswent, fail to shew thou that, for such thing to thee school is. Schooling, lesson thus ought wise men to beware by fools, if so thou do, thy wit is well bewared by its contrary is everything declared. For how might ever sweetness have been known to him that never tasted bitterness, and no man knows what gladness is, I trow, that never was in sorrow or distress, eke white by black, by shame eke worthiness, each set by other, more for other seemeth, its quality is made as men may see, and so the wise man deemeth. More obvious by the contrast Troilus, however, still begs his friend to leave him to mourn in peace, for all his proverbs can avail nothing. But Pandarus insists on plying the lover with wise saws, arguments, reproaches. Hints that, if he should die of love, his lady may impute his death to fear of the Greeks, and finally induces Troilus to admit that the well of all his woe, his sweetest foe, is called Cressida. Pandarus breaks into praises of the lady, and congratulations of his friend for so well fixing his heart. He makes Troilus utter a formal confession of his sin in jesting at lovers and bids him think well that she of whom rises all his woe, hereafter may his comfort be also. For thilk ground, that bears the weed's wick, that same bears eke the wholesome herbs, and full oft next to the foul nettle, rough and thick, the lily waxeth white and smooth and soft, grows and next the valley is the hill aloft, and next the dark night is the glad morrow, and also joy is next the fine of sorrow. End, border. Pandarus holds out to Troilus good hope of achieving his desire, and tells him that, since he has been converted from his wicked rebellion against love, he shall be made the best post of all love's law, and most grieve love's enemies. Troilus gives utterance to a hint of fear, but he is silenced by Pandarus with another proverb, "Thou hast full great care, lest that the carle should fall out of the moon." Then the lovesick youth breaks into a joyous boast that some of the Greeks shall smart. He mounts his horse and plays the lion in the field, while Pandarus retires to consider how he may best recommend to his niece the suit of Troilus. The second book. In the proem to the second book, the poet hails the clear weather that enables him to sail out of those black waves in which his boat so labored that he could scarcely steer. That is, the tempestuous matter of despair that Troilus was in. But now of hope the kalends begin. He invokes the aid of Clio, excuses himself to every lover for what may be found amiss in a book which he only translates, and, obviating any lover's objection to the way in which Troilus obtained his lady's grace through Pandarus' mediation, says it seems to him no wonderful thing. For every wight that to Rome went held not one path, nor alway one manner, eke in some lands were all the game wyshent if that men fared in love as men do here, as thus in open dealing and in cheer, in visiting, in form, or saying their saws, speeches for thus men say, each country hath its laws. Eke scarcely be there in this place three that have in love done or said like in all, alike in all respects. And so that which the poem relates may not please the reader, but it actually was done, or it shall yet be done. The book sets out with the visit of Pandarus to Cressida. In May, that mother is of months glad, glad when all the fresh flowers, green and red, be quick again, that winter dead maid, alive and full of balm is floating every mead, when Phoebus doth his bright beams spread right in the white bowl, so it betid happened as I shall sing, on May's day the thrid, 11. That Pandarus, for all his wise speech, felt eke his part of love's shots keen, that, could he ne'er so well of love preach, it made yet his hue all day full green. Pale so shope it, that him fell that day a teen it happened access in love, for which full woe to bed he went, and made ere it were day full many a went. Turning 12. The swallow progny, 13, with a sorrowful lay, when morrow came, gan make her waymenting, lamenting why she foshepen was, and ever lay asterisk transformed Pandare abed, half in a slumbering, till she so nigh him made her chittering. How Tereus gan forth her sister take, that with the noise of her he did awake. And gan to call, and dress him to arise, asterisk prepare remembering him his errand was to don from Troilus, and eke his great emprise, and cast, and knew in asterisk good plight was the moon asterisk favorable aspect to do voyage, and took his way full soon unto his niece's palace there beside now Janus, god of entry, thou him guide. Pandarus finds his niece with 2 other ladies in a paved parlor, listening to a maiden who reads aloud the story of the siege of Thebes. Greeting the company, he is welcomed by Cressida, who tells him that for 3 nights she has dreamed of him. After some lively talk about the book they had been reading, Pandarus asks his niece to do away her hood, to show her face bare, to lay aside the book, to rise up and dance, and let us do to May some observance. Cressida cries out, God forbid, and asks if he is mad, if that is a widow's life, whom it better becomes to sit in a cave and read of holy saints' lives. Pandarus intimates that he could tell her something which could make her merry, but he refuses to gratify her curiosity, and by way of the siege and of Hector, that was the town's wall, and Greeks' yerd or scourging rod, the conversation is brought round to Troilus, whom Pandarus highly extols as the wise worthy Hector II. She has, she says, already heard Troilus praised for his bravery, of them that her were liefest praised be, by whom it would be most welcome to her to be praised. Ye say right sooth, why wise, quoth Pandarus, for yesterday, whoso had with him been might have wondered upon Troilus, for never yet so thick a swarm of been asterisk bees ne flew, as did of Greeks from him fleen, and through the field in every wight's ear there was no cry but Troilus is here. Now here, now there, he hunted them so fast, there was but Greeks' blood, and Troilus now him he hurt, now him adown he cast, I where he went it was arrayed thus. He was their death, and shield of life for us, that is that day there durst him none withstand, while that he held his bloody sword in hand. Pandarus makes now a show of taking leave, but Cressida detains him to speak of her affairs. Then, the business talked over, he would again go, but first again asks his niece to arise and dance, and cast her widow's garments to mischance, because of the glad fortune that has befallen her. More curious than ever, she seeks to find out Pandarus' secret, but he still parries her curiosity, skillfully hinting all the time at her good fortune and the wisdom of seizing on it when offered. In the end he tells her that the noble Troilus so loves her, that with her it lies to make him live or die, but if Troilus dies, Pandarus shall die with him, and then she will have fished fair. 14. He beseeches mercy for his friend. Asterisk woe worth the fair gem virtueless. 15. Evil befall. Woe worth the herb also that doth no boot. Has no remedial power woe worth the beauty that is ruthless. Merciless woe worth that white that treads each under foot, and ye that be of beauty crop and root perfection. 16. If therewithal in you there be no ruth, asterisk pity then is it harm ye live, by my truth. Pandarus makes only the slight request that she will show Troilus somewhat better cheer, and receive visits from him, that his life may be saved. Urging that, although a man be soon going to the temple, nobody will think that he eats the images, and that such love of friends reigneth in all this town. Cressida, which that heard him in this wise, thought, I shall feel what he means, why wise. Test, now am quoth she, what would ye me devise? Uncle, what is your rede that I should do of this? Counsel, opinion, that is well said, quoth he. Certain best it is that ye him love again for his loving, as love for love is asterisk skillful guerdoning. Reasonable recompense. Think eke how Elda wasteth every hour asterisk age in each of you a part of your beauty, and therefore, ere that age do you devour, go love, for old there will no white love thee let this proverb a lore unto you be. Lesson, too late I was where, quoth beauty when it passed, and Elda daunteth danger at the last. Old age overcomes disdain. The kinge's fool is wont to cry aloud, when that he thinks a woman bears her high, so lunge may ye liven, and all proud, till crow's feet be walks under your eye. Asterisk groan, and send you then a mirror in to pry to look an asterisk in which ye may your face see a morrow. In the morning I keep, then wish you no more sorrow. I care to wish you nothing worse asterisk weeping, Cressida reproaches her uncle for giving her such counsel, whereupon Pandarus, starting up, threatens to kill himself, and would fain depart, but that his niece detains him, and with much reluctance, promises to make Troilus good cheer and honor. Invited by Cressida to tell how first he know her lover's woe, Pandarus then relates two soliloquies which he had accidentally overheard, and in which Troilus had poured out all the sorrow of his passion. With this he took his leave, and home he went. Lord, so was he glad and well begone. Happy Cressida rose, no longer would she stay, but straight into her chamber went anon, and sat her down, as still as any stone, and every word gan up and down to wind that he had said, as it came to her mind. And waxed some deal astonished in her thought, right for the new case. But when that she was full advised, then she found right not had fully considered of peril, why she should afeard be, for a man may love of possibility a woman so, that his heart may to breast, break utterly and she not love again, but if her lest. Unless it so please her. But as she sat alone and thought thus, in field arose a skirmish all without, and men cried in the street then, Troilus hath right now put to flight the Greeks' rout. Host with that gan all the many for to shout, Cressida's household, go we see, cast up the lattice wide, for through this street he must to palace ride. For other way is from the gates none of Dardanus, 18 where open is the chain. 19 with that came he, and all his folk anon, an easy pace riding, in routes twain, two troops right as his happy day was, sooth to sayn. Good fortune 24 which men say may not disturbed be what shall be Titan of necessity. Happen. This Troilus sat upon his bay steed all armed, save his head, full richly, and wounded was his horse, and gan to bleed, for which he rode apace full softly, but such a knightly sight truly aspect as was on him, was not without fail, to look on Mars that god is of battle. So like a man of arms and a knight, he was to see full filled of high prowess, for both he had a body and a might to do that thing as well as hardiness, courage and eke to see him in his gear him dress, armor so fresh, so young, so wieldy seemed he, active it was a heaven on him for to see. Look. His helmet was to hewn in 20 places, that by a tissue hung his back behind. Riband his shield to dashed was with swords and maces, in which men might many an arrow find, that thurled had both horn and nerve and rind. 21 pierced, and I the people cried, Here comes our joy, and next his brother, 22 holder up of Troy. For which he waxed a little red for shame, when he so heard the people on him cryin' that to behold it was a noble game. How soberly he cast adown his ein Cresside anon gan all his cheer espien, and let it in her heart so softly sink, that to herself she said, Who gives me drink? 23. For of her own thought she waxed all red, remembering her right thus. Lo, this is he which that mine uncle swears he might be dead, but I on him have mercy and pity. Unless, and with that thought for pure shame she gan in her head to pull, and that full fast, while he and all the people forth bypassed. And gan to cast, and rollin' up and down ponder within her thought his excellent prowess, and his estate, and also his renown, his wit, his shape, and eke his gentleness, but most her favor was, for his distress was all for her, and thought it were ruth to slay such one, if that he meant but truth. And Lord, so gan she in her heart argue of this matter, of which I have you told, and what to do best were, and what issue, that plated she full oft in many a fold. 24 now was her heart warm, now was it cold, and what she thought of, somewhat shall I write, as to mine author listeth to indite. She thought first that Troilus person she knew by sight, and eke his gentleness, and said thus, All were it not to don, although it were to grant him love, yet for the worthiness impossible it were honor, with play and with gladness, pleasing entertainment in honesty with such a lord to deal, for mine estate, and also for his heel. Reputation health. Eke well I wot my kinge's son is he. No, and, since he hath to see me such delight, if I would utterly his sight flee, peradventure he might have me in despite, peradventure through which I might stand in worse plight. 25 now were I fool, me hate to purchase obtain for myself without need, where I may stand in grace, favor. In everything, I wot, there lies measure. A happy medium for though a man forbid drunkenness, he not forbids that every creature be drinkless for alway, as I guess. Eke, since I know for me is his distress, I ought not for that thing him despise, since it is so he meaneth in good wise. Now set a case that hardest is why wise men might deem that he loveth me, believe what dishonor were it unto me, this, may I him let of that. Why nay, party, Prevent him from I know also, and alway hear and see, men love women all this town about, be they the worse. Why nay, without doubt. Nor me to love a wonder is it not, for well wot I myself, so God me speed. All would I that no man wist of this thought, although I would asterisk I am one of the fairest, without dreed. Asterisk doubt and good list, whoso taketh heed, and so men say in all the town of Troy, what wonder is, though he on me have joy. I am mine own woman, well at ease, I thank it God, as after mine estate, right young, and stand untied in asterisk lusty lees, pleasant leash without jealousy or such debate. Of love shall none husband say to me checkmate, for either they be full of jealousy, or masterful, or love novelty. What shall I do? To what fine asterisk live I thus? End shall I not love in case if that me lest? What? Party, I am not religious. 26, and though that I mine heart set at rest, and keep alway mine honor and my name, by all right I may do to me no shame. But right as when the sun shineth bright in March, that changeth oftentime his face, and that a cloud is put with wind to flight, which overspreads the sun as for a space. A cloudy thought gan through her heart pace, asterisk pass that overspread her bright thoughts all, so that for fear almost she gan to fall. The cloudy thought is of the loss of liberty and security, the stormy life, and the malice of wicked tongues that love entails. After that her thought began to clear, and said, he that nothing undertakes nothing achieveth, be him loth or dear. Asterisk unwilling or desirous end with another thought her heart quakes, then sleepeth hope, and after dread awakes, now hot, now cold, but thus betwixt the tway asterisk two she rist asterisk her up, and went forth to play. Rose take recreation. Adown the stair anon right then she went into a garden with her nieces 3, and up and down they made many a went, asterisk winding, turn 12 flexip, and she, Tark, Antigone, to play that it joy was for to see, and other of her women, a great rout asterisk troop her followed in the garden all about. This yard was large, and railed the alleys, and shadowed well with blossomy boughs green, and benched new, and sanded all the ways, in which she walked arm and arm between, till at the last Antigone the sheen asterisk bright, lovely gan on a Trojan lay to singe clear, that at a heaven was her voice to hear. Antigone's song is of virtuous love for a noble object, and it is singularly fitted to deepen the impression made on the mind of Cressida by the brave aspect of Troilus and by her own cogitations. The singer, having praised the lover and rebuked the revilers of love, proceeds. What is the son worse of his asterisk kind right? True nature though that a man, for feebleness of eyne, may not endure to see on it for bright. 27, or love the worse, though wretches on it cryin', no weal is worth, that may no sorrow dreen. 28, happiness asterisk endure and for thee, who that hath a head of ver asterisk therefore asterisk glass. 29, from cast of stones wear him in the wear. 30. But I, with all my heart and all my might, as I have loved, will love unto my last my dear heart, and all my own night, in which my heart why growen is so fast, and his in me, that it shall ever last all dread I first to love him begin, although I feared asterisk now wot I well there is no pain therein. Cressida sighs, and asks Antigone whether there is such bliss among these lovers, as they can fare and dight. Antigone replies confidently in the affirmative, and Cressida answers nothing, but every word which she heard she gan to print in her heart fast. Night draws on. The day's honor and the heaven's eye the night's foe. All this call I the sun, gan western fast, and downward for to rie asterisk go west 31 turn as he that had his day's course why run, and white things gan to wax done for lack of light, and stars to appear, then she and all her folk went home in fear. In company. So when it liked her to go to rest, and voided asterisk were those that voiden ought, gone out of the house she said, that to sleep well her lest. Pleased her women soon unto her bed her brought, when all was shut, then lay she still and thought of all these things the manner and the wise, rehearse it needeth not, for ye be wise. A nightingale upon a cedar green, under the chamber wall where as she lay, full loud sang against the moon sheen, Parenter in his bird's wise, a lay asterisk perchance of love, that made her heart fresh and gay. Hereat harked she so long in good intent, listened till at the last the dead sleep her hent. Asterisk seized. And as she slept, anon right then asterisk her met she dreamed asterisk how that an eagle, feathered white as bone, under her breast his lunge claws set, and out her heart he rent, and that anon. And did asterisk his heart into her breast to gone, asterisk caused of which no thing she was abashed nor smirt. Amazed nor hurtand forth he flew, with heart left for heart. Leaving Cressida to sleep, the poet returns to Troilus and his zealous friend, with whose stratagems to bring the two lovers together the remainder of the second book is occupied. Pandarus counsels Troilus to write a letter to his mistress, telling her how he fares amiss, and, beseeching her of ruth, he will bear the letter to his niece. And if Troilus will ride past Cressida's house, he will find his mistress and his friend sitting at a window. Saluting Pandarus, and not tarrying, his passage will give occasion for some talk of him, which may make his ears glow. With respect to the letter, Pandarus gives some shrewd hints. Touching thy letter, thou art wise enough. I wot thou enilt it deanly indite asterisk wilt not write it haughtily or make it with these arguments tough, nor scrivener-like, nor craftily it write. Be blot it with thy tears also a light. Little, and if thou write a goodly word all soft, though it be good, rehearse it not too oft. For though the beste harper asterisk pon live alive would on the best why-sounded jolly harp that ever was, with all his fingers 5 touch I one string, or I one warble harp. Asterisk always play one tune where his nails pointed ne'er so sharp. He should a maken every wight to dull to grow bored to hear his glee, and of his strokes full. Nor jomper eke no discordant thing why fear, asterisk jumble together as thus, to use terms of physic, in love's terms hold of thy matter the form alway, and do that it be like. Make it consistent for if a painter would a paint a pike with ass's feet, and head it as an ape, 30 to it cordeth not, so were it but a jape. Is not harmonious. Troilus writes the letter, and next morning Pandarus bears it to Cressida. She refuses to receive scrip or bill that toucheth such matter, but he thrusts it into her bosom, challenging her to throw it away. She retains it, takes the first opportunity of escaping to her chamber to read it, finds it wholly good, and under her uncle's dictation, indites a reply telling her lover that she will not make herself bound in love, but as his sister, him to please, she would I fain to do his heart an ease. Pandarus, under pretext of inquiring who is the owner of the house opposite, has gone to the window. Cressida takes her letter to him there, and tells him that she never did a thing with more pain than write the words to which he had constrained her. As they sit side by side, on a stone of jasper, on a cushion of beaten gold, Troilus rides by, in all his goodliness. Cressida waxes as red as rose, as she sees him salute humbly, with dreadful cheer, and oft his hues mew, she likes all wifeer, his person, his array, his look, his cheer, his goodly manner, and his gentleness. So that, however she may have been before, to good hope now hath she caught a thorn, she shall not pull it out this next week. Pandarus, striking the iron when it is hot, asks his niece to grant Troilus an interview, but she strenuously declines, for fear of scandal, and because it is all too soon to allow him so great a liberty, her purpose being to love him unknown of all, and guerdon him with nothing but with sight. Pandarus has other intentions, and while Troilus writes daily letters with increasing love, he contrives the means of an interview. Seeking out Deiphobus, the brother of Troilus, he tells him that Cressida is in danger of violence from Polyphete, and asks protection for her. Deiphobus gladly complies, promises the protection of Hector and Helen, and goes to invite Cressida to dinner on the morrow. Meantime Pandarus instructs Troilus to go to the house of Deiphobus, plead an access of his fever for remaining all night, and keep his chamber next day. Lo, says the crafty promoter of love, borrowing a phrase from the hunting field, lo, hold thee at thy tryster close, and I shall well thee dear unto thy bow drive. Unsuspicious of stratagem, Cressida comes to dinner, and at table Helen, Pandarus, and others praise the absent Troilus until her heart laughs for very pride that she has the love of such a knight. After dinner they speak of Cressida's business. All confirm Deiphobus, assurances of protection and aid, and Pandarus suggests that, since Troilus is there, Cressida shall herself tell him her case. Helen and Deiphobus alone accompany Pandarus to Troilus' chamber. There Troilus produces some documents relating to the public weal, which Hector has sent for his opinion. Helen and Deiphobus, engrossed in perusal and discussion, roam out of the chamber by a stair into the garden, while Pandarus goes down to the hall, and, pretending that his brother and Helen are still with Troilus, brings Cressida to her lover. The second book leaves Pandarus whispering in his niece's ear counsel to be merciful and kind to her lover, that hath for her such pain, while Troilus lies in a cankerdort. 34 Hearing the whispering without, and wondering what he shall say for this, was the first time that he should her pray of love. Oh, mighty God, what shall he say? The third book. To the third book is prefixed a beautiful invocation of Venus, under the character of light. O blissful light, of which the beams clear adornen all the third heaven fair, O sun's love, O Jove's daughter dear, pleasance of love, O goodly debonair, lovely and gracious in gentle heart I ready to repair. Always asterisk enter, and abide O very asterisk cause of heal and of gladness, true asterisk welfare why hurried asterisk be thy might and thy goodness. Praised. In heaven and hell, in earth and salt sea, is felt thy might, if that I well discern, as man, bird, beast, fish, herb, and green tree, they feel in times with vapor atturn. 35 God loveth, and to love he will not wern forbid, and in this world no living creature without love is worth, or may endure. 36. Ye Jove first to those effects glad, through which that things alle live and be, commended, and him amorous why made of mortal thing. And as ye list, asterisk I ye asterisk pleased gave him, in love, ease asterisk or adversity, asterisk pleasure, and in 1,000 forms down him sent for love and earth, and whom ye list he hent. He seized whom you wished ye fierce Mars a peasant of his ire. And as you list ye make hearts dine 37 worthy algates them that ye will set afire. At all events they dread shame, and vices they resign ye do him courteous to be, and benign. Make, cause, and high or low, after asterisk a white intendeth, according as the joys that he hath your might him sendeth. Ye hold realm and house in unity, ye soothfast asterisk cause of friendship be also. True ye know all thilk asterisk covered quality asterisk secret power of things which that folk on wonder so, when they may not construe how it may go she loveth him, or why he loveth her. As why this fish, not that, comes to the weir. Asterisk 38 Fish trap. Knowing that Venus has set a law in the universe, that whoso strives with her shall have the worse, the poet prays to be taught to describe some of the joy that is felt in her service. And the third book opens with an account of the scene between Troilus and Cressida. Lay all this mean while Troilus recording asterisk his lesson in this manner, memorizing my fay. Thought he, thus will I say, and thus, by my faith, thus will I plain unto my lady dear, make my plaint that word is good, and this shall be my cheer, this will I not forget in no wise, God let him work in as he can devise. And Lord, so as his heart began to quap asterisk quake, pant hearing her coming, and short for to psych, make short sighs and pandarus, that led her by the lap asterisk skirt came near, and gan in at the curtain pick asterisk peep and said, God do boot a less sick, afford a remedy to see who is here you coming to visit, lo, here is she that is your death to white, to blame for your death. Therewith it seemed as he wept almost. Ah, God help, quoth Troilus ruefully, where asterisk me be woe, O mighty God thou knowst he, whether who is there, for I see not truly. Sir, quoth Cressida, it is Pandare and I, yea, sweetheart, alas, I may not rise to kneel and do you honor in some wise. And dressed him upward, and she right though asterisk then gan both her hands soft upon him lay. Oh, for the love of God, do ye not so to me, quoth she. Ay, what is this to say, for come I am to you for causes tway, asterisk 2 first you to thank, and of your lordship eke continuance I would you beseek. Protection beseech. This Troilus that heard his lady pray him of lordship, waxed neither quick nor dead, nor might one word for shame to it say, 39 although men should a smite off his head. But Lord, how he waxed suddenly all red, and sir, his lesson that he weened of con asterisk thought he knew to pray her, was through his wit run by heart. Cressida all this espied well eno, for she was wise, and loved him ne'er the less all enner he malapert, nor made a vow, nor was so bold to sing a fool's mass. 40 But when his shame began somewhat to pass, his words, as I may my rhymes hold, I will you tell, as teach books old. In changed voice, right for his very dread which voice eke quacked, and also his manner goodly abashed, and now his hue is red, asterisk becomingly now pale, unto Cressida, his lady dear, with look downcast and humble yielden cheer, asterisk submissive face low. All the first word that him asterisk the first word he said was twice. Mercy, mercy, my dear heart. And stent a while, and when he might asterisk outbring, asterisk stopped asterisk speak the next was. God wot, for I have, as farforthly as I have conning, as far as I am able been yours all, God so my soul save. And shall, till that I, woeful wight, be grave, die asterisk, and though I dare not, cannot, to you plain, why-wise, I suffer not the less pain. This much is now, O woman-like wife, I may asterisk outbring, and if it you displease, speak out that shall I wreak upon mine own life, avenge right soon, I trow, and do your heart an ease, if with my death your heart I may appease. But, since that ye have heard somewhat say, now reck I never how soon that I die. Therewith his manly sorrow to behold it might have made a heart of stone to rue, and Pandare wept as he to water walled, 41, and said, Woebegone be hearts true, in woeful plight, and procured his niece ever new and new, asterisk urged, for love of God, make asterisk of him an end, put him out of pain or slay us both at once, ere we wend. Go. I what, quoth she, by God and by my truth I know not what ye would that I say. I what, quoth he, that ye have on him ruth asterisk pity for God's love and do him not today. Die now then thus, quoth she, I would him pray to tell me the asterisk fine of his intent, asterisk end of his desire yet wist I never well what that he meant. New. What that I mean, sweetheart dear, quoth Troilus, O goodly, fresh and free, that, with the streams of your eyne so clear, beams, glances ye would a sometimes asterisk on me rue and see, take pity and look on me and then agreen that I may be he, take in good part without branch of vice, in any wise, in truth alway to do you my service. As to my lady chief and right resort with all my wit and all my diligence, and for to have, right as you list, comfort, under your yard, equal to mine offense, rod, chastisement as death, if that I break your defense. Do what you and that ye deign me so much honor, forbid 40 to me to command an aught in any hour. And I to be your very humble, true secret, and in my pains patient, and evermore desire, freshly new, to serven and be alike diligent, and with good heart, all wholly your talent receive and gree, how sore that me smart. Gladness low, this mean I, mine own sweetheart. With that she gan her eyne on him cast, 43 Pandarus full easily and full debonairly, asterisk graciously advising her. And hide not too fast, considering went with ne'er a word, but said him softly, mine honor safe, I will well truly, and in such form as ye can now devise, receive him fully to my service. Troilus. Beseeching him for God's love that he would, in honor of truth and gentleness, as I well mean, eke mean well to me and mine honor, with asterisk wit and business, wisdom and zeal I keep. And if I may do him gladness from henceforth, why-wise I will not feign, now be all whole, no longer do ye plain. But nathless, this warn I you, quoth she, a kinge's son although ye be, why-wise, ye shall no more have sovereignty of me in love than right in this case is, nor will I forbear, if ye do amiss to wraith you, and, while that ye me serve, be angry with, chide to cherish you, right after ye deserve. As you deserve. And shortly, dear heart, and all my night, be glad, and draw you to lustiness, asterisk pleasure, and I shall truly, with all my might, your bitter turn and all to sweetness. If I be she that may do you gladness, for every woe ye shall recover a bliss. And him in arms took, and gan him kiss. Pandarus, almost beside himself for joy, falls on his knees to thank Venus and Cupid, declaring that for this miracle he hears all the bells ring. Then, with a warning to be ready at his call to meet at his house, he parts the lovers, and attends Cressida while she takes leave of the household, Troilus all the time groaning at the deceit practiced on his brother and Helen. When he has got rid of them by feigning weariness, Pandarus returns to the chamber, and spends the night with him in converse. The zealous friend begins to speak, in a sober wise, to Troilus, reminding him of his love pains now all at an end. So that through me thou standest now in way to fare well. I say it for no boast, and know'st thou why? For shame it is to say, for thee have I begun a game to play, which that I never shall do eft for other, again another, although he were 1,000-fold my brother. That is to say, for thee I am become, betwixt game and earnest, such a mean asterisk means, instrument as make women unto men to come, thou know'st thyself what that would mean, for thee have I my niece, of vices clean, asterisk pure, devoid so fully made thy gentleness asterisk to trust, asterisk nobility of nature, that all shall be right as thyself lust. As you please. But God, that all wot, take I to witness, knows everything that never this for covetise I wrought, greed of gain, but only to abridge thy distress, a bait for which well nigh thou deedst, as me thought. But good brother, do now as thee ought for God's love, and keep her out of blame, since thou art wise, so save thou her name. For, well thou know'st the name yet of her among the people, as who saith hallowed is, for that man is unborn, I dare well swear, that ever yet wist that she did amiss. New but woe is me, that I, that cause all this, may think that she is my niece dear, and I her emet asterisk and traitor eke wifeer. Uncle 17 as well. And were it wist that I, through mine engine asterisk arts, contrivance had in my niece put this fancy to do thy lust, asterisk and wholly to be thine, pleasure why, all the people would upon it cry, and say that I the worst treachery did in this case that ever was begun, and she fordone, and thou right not why one. Ruined. Therefore, ere going a step further, Pandarus prays Troilus to give him pledges of secrecy, and impresses on his mind the mischiefs that flow from vaunting in affairs of love. Of kind, he says, no vaunter is to be believed. For a vaunter and a liar all is one as thus. I pose asterisk a woman granteth me suppose, assume her love, and saith that other will she none, and I am sworn to hold in it secker, and after I go tell it 2 or 3, why I am a vaunter at the least, and eke a liar, for I break my hest. Asterisk 44 asterisk promise. Now look then, if they be not to blame, such manner folk. What shall I call them, what that them avaunt of women, and by name, that never yet behight them this nor that, asterisk promised, much nor know them no more than mine old hat. Less granted, no wonder is, so God me send heal, asterisk prosperity though women dread with us men to deal. I say not this for no mistrust of you, nor for no wise men, but for fools nice. Asterisk silly 45, and for the harm that in the world is now as well for folly oft as for malice, for well wot I, that in wise folk that vice no woman dreads if she be well advised, for wise men be by fools harm chastised. Asterisk corrected, instructed. So Pandarus begs Troilus to keep silent, promises to be true all his days, and assures him that he shall have all that he will in the love of Cressida. Thou knowest what thy lady granted thee, and day is set the charters up to make. Who might tell half the joy and feast which that the soul of Troilus then felt, hearing th effect of Pandarus' behest. His oldie woe, that made his heart swelt, asterisk faint, die gan then for joy to wasten and to melt, and all the reheating 46 of his sighs sore at once fled, he felt of them no more. But right so as these holts and these hays, woods and hedges that have in winter dead been and dry revest them in green, when that May is, when every asterisk lusty listeth best to play. Pleasant one wishes right in that self-wise, sooth to say, waxed suddenly his heart full of joy, that gladder was there never man in Troy. Troilus solemnly swears that never, for all the good that God made under sun, will he reveal what Pandarus asks him to keep secret, offering to die 1,000 times, if need were, and to follow his friend as a slave all his life, in proof of his gratitude. But here, with all my heart, I thee beseech, that never in me thou deem such folly asterisk judge as I shall say. Methought, by thy speech, that this which thou me dost for company, asterisk friendship, I should ween it were a bawdery. A bawd's action I am not would, all if I lewd be. I am not mad, though it is not one, that wot I well, party. I be unlearned. But he that goes for gold, or for riches, on such messages, call him as thee lust. What you please asterisk, and this that thou dost, call it gentleness, compassion, and fellowship, and trust, depart it so, for wideware is wist how that there is diversity recurred betwixt things like, as I have leered. 47. And that thou know I think it not nor ween, suppose that this service a shame be or a jape, subject for jeering I have my fair sister Polyxene, Cassandra, Helene, or any of the frape. Asterisk set 48b, she never so fair, or well why shape. Tell me which thou wilt of every one to have for thine, and let me then alone. Then, beseeching Pandarus soon to perform out the great enterprise of crowning his love for Cressida, Troilus bade his friend good night. On the morrow Troilus burned as the fire, for hope and pleasure. Yet, he not forgot his wise governance self-control. But in himself with manhood gan restrain each rakel asterisk deed, and each unbridled cheer, asterisk rash asterisk demeanor that allay those that live, sooth to saying, should not have wist, by word or by manner, suspicion what that he meant, as touching this matter, from every wight as far as is the cloud he was, so well dissimulate he could. And all the while that I now devise asterisk describe, narrate this was his life. With all his full might, by day he was in Mart's high service, that is to say, in arms as a knight, and, for the most part, the lunge night he lay, and thought how that he might serve his lady best, her thank for to deserve. Gratitude. I will not swear, although he lay soft, that in his thought he en as somewhat diseased, troubled nor that he turned on his pillows oft, and would of that him mist have been sazed. Asterisk possessed, but in such case men be not alway pleased, for aught I wot, no more than was he, that can I deem of possibility. Judd. But certain is, to purpose for to go, that in this while, as written is in jest, the history of he saw his lady sometimes, and also these events she with him spake, when that she asterisk durst and lest. Asterisk dared and pleased end, by their both advice, as was the best, consultation asterisk appointed full warily in this need, asterisk made careful preparation so as they durst, how far they would proceed. But it was spoken in so short a wise, so briefly, and always in such a wait alway, and in such fear, vigilance and fear of being lest any white divinen or devise found out by any one would of their speech, or to it lay an ear, that all this world them not so lief were, they wanted more than as that Cupido would them grace send anything in the world to maken of their speeches right an end. But thilk little that they spake or wrought. His wise ghost took I of all such heed, spirit it seemed her he wist what she thought without word, so that it was no need to bid him aught to do, nor aught forbid, for which she thought that love all came at late, although of a lead joy had opened her the gate. Troilus, by his discretion, his secrecy, and his devotion, made ever a deeper lodgment in Cressida's heart, so that she thanked God 20,000 times that she had met with a man who, as she felt, was to her a wall of steel and shield from every displeasance, while Pandarus ever actively fanned the fire. So passed a time sweet of tranquil and harmonious love, the only drawback being that the lovers might not often meet, nor leisure have their speeches to fulfill. At last Pandarus found an occasion for bringing them together at his house, unknown to anybody, and put his plan in execution. For he, with great deliberation, had everything that hereto might avail be of service forecast, and put in execution, and neither left for cost nor for travail. Asterisk effort cometh them list, them should nothing fail, nor for to be in aught espied there, that wist he an impossible were. He knew it was impossible that they could be discovered, therein dreadless it clear was in the wind without doubt of every pie, and every let game. 49 Now all is well, for all this world is blind, in this matter, both fremdy and tame. 50 Wild this timber is all ready for to frame, us lacketh not, but that we wheat walled asterisk know a certain hour in which we come shawled. 51. Troilus had informed his household that if at any time he was missing, he had gone to worship at a certain temple of Apollo, and first to see the holy laurel quake, or that the gods spake out of the tree. So at the changing of the moon, when the welkin shope him for to rain, when the sky was preparing to rain, Pandarus went to invite his niece to supper, solemnly assuring her that Troilus was out of the town, though all the time he was safely shut up, till midnight, in a little stew, whence through a hole he joyously watched the arrival of his mistress and her fair niece Antigone, with 50 of her women. After supper Pandarus did everything to amuse his niece. He sung, he played, he told a tale of Wade. 52 At last she would take her leave, but the bent moon with her horns pale, Saturn and Jove in Cancer joined were, 53 that made such a rain from Heavna Vale, asterisk descend that every man or woman that was there had of this smoky rain 54 a very fear, at which Pandarus laughed, and said then, now were it time a lady to go hence. He therefore presses Cressida to remain all night. She complies with a good grace, and after the sleeping cup has gone round, all retire to their chambers, Cressida, that she may not be disturbed by the rain and thunder, being lodged in the inner closet of Pandarus, who, to lull suspicion, occupies the outer chamber, his niece's women sleeping in the intermediate apartment. When all is quiet, Pandarus liberates Troilus, and by a secret passage brings him to the chamber of Cressida. Then, going forward alone to his niece, after calming her fears of discovery, he tells her that her lover has, through a gutter, by a privy went, come to his house in all this rain, mad with grief because a friend has told him that she loves Horace. Suddenly cold about her heart, Cressida promises that on the morrow she will reassure her lover. But Pandarus scouts the notion of delay, laughs to scorn her proposal to send her ring in pledge of her truth, and finally, by pitiable accounts of Troilus, grief, induces her to receive him and reassure him at once with her own lips. This Troilus full soon on knees him set full soberly, right by her bed's head, and in his beste wise his lady gret *** greeted but lord. How she waxed suddenly all red, and thought anon how that she would be dead, she could not one word aright outbring, so suddenly for his sudden coming. Cressida, though thinking that her servant and her knight should not have doubted her truth, yet sought to remove his jealousy, and offered to submit to any ordeal or oath he might impose. Then, weeping, she covered her face and lay silent. "But now," exclaims the poet, "but now help God to quenchen all this sorrow. So hope I that he shall, for he best may, for I have seen, of a full misty morrow ** morn followin oft a merry summer's day, and after winter cometh green May, folk see all day, and eke men read in stories that after sharp stours be victories. Conflicts, struggles." Believing his mistress to be angry, Troilus felt the cramp of death seize on his heart, and down he fell all suddenly in swoon. Pandarus into bed him cast, and called on his niece to pull out the thorn that stuck in his heart, by promising that she would all forgive. She whispered in his ear the assurance that she was not wroth, and at last, under her caresses, he recovered consciousness, to find her arm laid over him, to hear the assurance of her forgiveness, and receive her frequent kisses. Fresh vows and explanations passed, and Cressida implored forgiveness of her own sweetheart for the pain she had caused him. Surprised with sudden bliss, Troilus put all in God's hand and strained his lady fast in his arms. What might or may the seely lark say, when that the spurhawk hath him in his foot? Cressida, which that felt her thus whitake as right clerks in their books old, right as an aspen leaf began to quake, when she him felt her in his arms fold. But Troilus, all * whole of cares cold, * cured of painful sorrows * 55 gan thank then the blissful gods 7. 56 thus sundry pains bringe folk to heaven. This Troilus her gan in arms strain, and said, "O sweet, as ever may I gon ** prosper now be ye caught, now here is but we twain now yield you, for other boot is none." Remedy to that Cresside answered thus anon, had I ere now, my sweetheart dear been yolden whywise I were now not here. Yielded myself *. O sooth is said, that healed for to be of a fever or other great sickness, men must drink, as we may often see full bitter drink. And for to have gladness men drink in often pain and great distress. I mean it here, as for this adventure, that thorough pain hath founden all his cure. And now sweetness seemeth far more sweet, that bitterness assayed was beforn, tasted 57 for out of woe in bliss now they fleet, ** float, swim none such they felt since that they were born, now is it better than both two were lorn. 58 for love of God, take every woman heed to work thus, if it come to the need. Cresside all quit from every dread and teen, pain as she that just cause had him to trust, made him such feast, 59 at joy was for to seen, when she his truth and * intent clean wist. Knew the purity and as about a tree, with many a twist, of his purpose ** bitrant and writhen is the sweet woodbind, * plated and wreathed gan each of them in arms other wind. Embrace, encircle. And as the * knew abashed nightingale, newly arrived and timid that stinteth, first when she beginneth sing, stops when that she heareth any * herd's tale, * the talking of a shepherd * or in the hedges any white stirring, and after sicker out her voice doth ring, confidently right so Cressida, when her dread stent, her doubt ceased * opened her heart, and told him her intent. Mind. And might as he that sees his death y-shapen, * prepared and dean must, in aught that he may guess, for all he can tell and suddenly riscouse doth him escapen, he is rescued and escapes *, and from his death is brought * in sickerness. * to safety for all the world in such present gladness was Troilus, and had his lady sweet, with worse hap God let us never meet. Her arms small, her straight back and soft, her sides lunge, fleshly, smooth, and white, he gan to stroke, and good thrift bade full oft * blessing on her snow-white throat, her breasts round and light, small thus in this heaven he gan him delight, and therewithal 1,000 times her kissed, that what to do for joy unneth he wist. He hardly knew. The lovers exchanged vows, and kisses, and embraces, and speeches of exalted love, and rings. Cressida gave to Troilus a brooch of gold and azure, in which a ruby set was like a heart, and the too short night passed. When that the cock, commune astrologer, 60 gan on his breast to beat, and after crow and Lucifer, the day's messenger, gan for to rise and out his beams throw, and eastward rose, to him that could it know fortuna major, 61 then anon Cressade with heart sore to Troilus thus said. My heart's life, my trust, and my pleasance, that I was born, alas, that me is woe that day of us must make disseverance, for time it is to rise and hence to go, or else I am but lost for evermo. O night, alas, why ilt thou o'er us hover as long as when Alcmena lay by Jove? 62. O blacky night? As folk in books read that shapen art by God, this world to hide, appointed at certain times, with thy dark weed, robe that under it men might in rest abide, well ought beasts plain and folk chide, that whereas day with labor would us breast, asterisk burst, overcome there thou right fleest and deignest not us rest. Grantest. Thou dost, alas, so shortly thine office asterisk duty thou rakel asterisk night, that God, maker of kind, rash, hasty thee for thy haste and thine unkind vice, so fast I to our hemisphere bind, that never more under the ground thou wind, turn, revolve for through thy rakel hying out of Troy hasting have I forgone thus hastily my joy. Lost. This Troilus that with these words felt, as thought him then for piteous distress, the bloody tears from his heart melt, as he that never yet such heaviness assayed had out of so great gladness, gan therewithal Cresside, his lady dear, in arms strain, and said in this manner. O cruel day, accuser of the joy that night and love of Staln and fast Wyrene, asterisk closely accursed be thy coming into Troy. Concealed for every bower hath one of thy bright eyne, chamber envious day, why list thee to espien? What hast thou lost? Why seekest thou this place? There God thy light so quench for his grace. Alas, what have these lovers thee aggled? Asterisk offended, sinned against despiteous asterisk day, thine be the pains of hell. Cruel, spiteful for many a lover hast thou slain, and wilt, thy peering in will nowhere let them dwell? What? Profferest thou thy light here for to sell? Go sell it them that small seal's grave. Asterisk cut devices on we will thee not, us needs no day to have. And eke the sun, Titan, gan he chide and said, O fool! Well may men thee despise, that hast the dawning 63 all night thee beside, and sufferest her so soon up from thee rise for to disease us lovers in this wise. Annoy what? Hold thy bed, both thou and eke thy morrow. Keep I bid God so give you both sorrow. Pray. The lovers part with many sighs and protestations of unswerving and undying love. Cressida responding to the vows of Troilus with the assurance that first shall Phoebus fall from his sphere, the sun in heaven's eagle be the dove's fear, and every rock out of his place start, ere Troilus out of Cressida's heart. When Pandarus visits Troilus in his palace later in the day, he warns him not to mar his bliss by any fault of his own. For of fortune's sharp adversity, the worst kind of infortune is this, a man to have been in prosperity, and it remember when it passed is. 64 Thou art wise enough. For thee, do not amiss. Therefore be not too rakel, though thou sit warm, rash, over hasty, for if thou be, certain it will thee harm. Thou art at ease, and hold thee well therein, for all so sure as red is every fire, as great a craft is to keep weal as win. 65 Bridle alway thy speech and thy desire, for worldly joy holds not but by a wire, that proveth well, it breaks all day so oft, for the need is to work with it soft. Troilus sedulously observes the counsel, and the lovers have many renewals of their pleasure and of their bitter chidings of the day. The effects of love on Troilus are altogether refining and ennobling, as may be inferred from the song which he sung often to Pandarus. The second song of Troilus. Love that of earth and sea hath governance, love that is Hest's asterisk hath in heaven high. Commandments love, that with a right wholesome alliance holds people joined, as him list them guy. Asterisk guide love, that knitteth law and company, and couples doth in virtue for to dwell, bind this accord that I have told and tell. That the worlda, with faith which that is stable, diverseth so, his stounds according to its seasons that elements, that be discordable asterisk discordant holden a bond perpetually during, that Phoebus may his rosy day forth bring, and that the moon hath lordship o'er the night. All this doth love, I hurried be his might. Praised. That the sea, which that greedy is to flow in, constraineth to a certain end, so limit his floods, that so fiercely they not grow in to drenchen asterisk earth and all for evermo. Drown, and if that love ought let his bridle go, all that now loves asunder should a leap, and lost were all that love holds now to heap. Together 66. So would a God, that author is of kind, that with his bond love of his virtue list to cherish hearts, and all fast to bind, that from his bond no white the way out wist, and hearts cold, them would I that he twist, asterisk turn to make them love. And that him list I rue asterisk have pity on hearts sore, and keep them that be true. But Troilus, love had higher fruits than singing. In a len needs for the towns where asterisk war he was, and I the first in arms dight, asterisk equipped, prepared and certainly, but if that books save Hector, most why dread of any wight. Dreaded, and this increase of hardiness and might asterisk courage came him of love, his lady's grace to win, that altered his spirit so within. In time of truce, a hawking would he ride, or else hunt the boar, bear, leon, the small beasts let he go beside, 67, and when he came riding into the town, full oft his lady, from her window down, as fresh as falcon coming out of mew, cage 68 full ready was him goodly to salute. And most of love and virtue was his speech. And in despite, he had all wretchedness he held in scorn all, and doubtless, no need was him to beseech despicable actions to honor them that had worthiness, and ease them that wherein in distress. And glad was he, if any wight well farred, that lover was, when he it wist or heard. For he held every man lost unless he were in love's service, and so did the power of love work within him, that he was aye humble and benign, and pride, envy, ire, and avarice he gan to flee, and every other vice. The fourth book. A brief proem to the fourth book prepares us for the treachery of fortune to Troilus, from whom she turned away her bright face, and took of him no heed, and cast him clean out of his lady's grace, and on her wheel she set up Yeoman. Then the narrative describes a skirmish in which the Trojans were worsted, and Antenor, with many of less note, remained in the hands of the Greeks. A truce was proclaimed for the exchange of prisoners, and as soon as Calchas heard the news, he came to the Assembly of the Greeks to bid a boon. Having gained audience, he reminded the besiegers how he had come from Troy to aid and encourage them in their enterprise, willing to lose all that he had in the city, except his daughter Cressida, whom he bitterly reproached himself for leaving behind. And now, with streaming tears and pitiful prayer, he besought them to exchange Antenor for Cressida, assuring them that the day was at hand when they should have both town and people. The soothsayer's petition was granted, and the ambassadors charged to negotiate the exchange, entering the city, told their errand to King Priam and his parliament. This Troilus was present in the place when asked was for Antenor Cresside, for which to change soon began his face, as he that with the words well nigh died, but nathless he no word to it said lest men should his affection espy, with man's heart he gan his sorrows dry. Endure. And full of anguish and of grisly dread, abode what other lords would to it say, and if they would a grant, as God forbid. Th exchange of her, then thought he things tway, asterisk two first, for to save her honor, and what way he might best th exchange of her withstand. This cast he then how all this might stand. Love made him a let asterisk press to do her bide, eager to make her stay and rather die than that she should a go. But reason said him on the other side, without th assent of her, do thou not so, lest for thy work she would be thy foe, and say, that through thy meddling is why blow asterisk divulged, blown abroad your both love, where it was asterisk erst previously unknown. For which he gan deliberate for the best, that though the lords woulda that she went, he woulda suffer them grant what asterisk them lest. Asterisk they pleased in tell his lady first what that they meant, and, when that she had told him her intent, thereafter would he work in all so blithe, asterisk speedily, though all the world against it woulda strive. Hector, which that full well the Greeks heard, for Antenor how they would have Cressade, gan it withstand, and soberly answered, Sirs, she is no prisoner, he said. I know not on you who this charge laid, but for my part ye may well soon him tell, we use here no women for to sell. Are accustomed. The noise of the people then upstart at once, as bream as blaze of straw set on fire asterisk violent, furious for infortune woulda for the nonce asterisk misfortune they shoulda their confusion desire. Hector, quoth they, what ghost may you inspire asterisk spirit this woman thus to shield, and do us lose cause us to Dan Antenor? a wrong way now ye choose. That is so wise, and eke so bold, Baron, and we have need of folk, as men may see he eke is one the greatest of this town, O Hector. Let such fantasies be, O King Priam. Quoth they, Lo, thus say we that all our will is to forgo Cressade, and to deliver Antenor they prayed. Though Hector often prayed them, nay, it was resolved that Cressida should be given up for Antenor. Then the parliament dispersed. Troilus hastened home to his chamber, shut himself up alone, and threw himself on his bed. And as in winter leaves be bereft, each after other, till the tree be bare, so that there is but bark and branch why left, lay Troilus bereft of each welfare, why bounden in the blacky bark of care, disposed asterisk would out of his wit to braid, to go out of his senses asterisk so sore him sat the changing of Cressade. So ill did he bear. He rose him up, and every door he shut and window eke, and then this sorrowful man upon his bed side adown him set, full like a dead image, pale and wan, and in his breast the heaped woe began outburst, and he to work in this wise in his woodness, as I shall you devise. Madness relate. Right as the wilde bull begins to spring, now here, now there, why darted asterisk to the heart, pierced with a dart, and of his death roareth in complaining. Right so gan he about the chamber start, smiting his breast eye with his fists smart. Asterisk painfully, cruelly his head to the wall, his body to the ground, full oft he swapped, himself to confound. Struck, dashed. His eyne then, for pity of his heart, outstreameden as swift wells asterisk tway. Fountains, the high sobs of his sorrows smart his speech him reft. Unnethes might he say, scarcely, O death, alas, why enilt thou do me day? Why will you not accursed be that day which that nature make me die? Shope asterisk me to be a living creature. Asterisk shaped. Bitterly reviling fortune, and calling on love to explain why his happiness with Cressicla should be thus repealed, Troilus declares that, while he lives, he will bewail his misfortune in solitude, and will never see it shine or rain, but will end his sorrowful life in darkness, and die in distress. O weary ghost, that errest to and fro, why enilt thou fly out of the wofulest asterisk wilt not body that ever might on ground go? O soul, lurking in this woeful nest, flee forth out of my heart, and let it breast. Asterisk burst and follow alway Cresside, thy lady dear, thy right place is now no longer here. O wofuline too, since your disport asterisk delight was all to see Cressida's eyne bright, what shall ye do, but, for my discomfort stand for naught and weepen out your sight, since she is quenched, that want was you to light? In vain, from this forth, have I eyne tway why formed, since your virtue is away. O my Cresside, O lady sovereign of thilk asterisk woeful soul that now crieth, this who shall now give comfort to thy pain, alas? No wight, but when my heart dieth my spirit, which that so unto you hieth, asterisk hasteneth receive in gree, for that shall I you serve. With favor asterisk for thee no force is though the body stirve. Therefore no matter asterisk die, O ye lovers, that high upon the wheel be set of fortune in good adventure. God lean that ye find I asterisk love of steel. 69 asterisk grant asterisk always and lunge may your life in joy endure. But when ye come by my sepulchre remember that your fellow resteth there, for I loved eke, though I unworthy were. O old, unwholesome, and mislived man, Calches I mean, alas, what ailed thee to be a Greek, since thou wert born Trojan, O Calches? Which that will my bane be, asterisk destruction in cursed time wert thou born for me, as would a blissful Jove, for his joy, that I thee had where I would in Troy. Soon Troilus, through excess of grief, fell into a trance, in which he was found by Pandarus, who had gone almost distracted at the news that Cressida was to be exchanged for Antenor. At his friend's arrival, Troilus gan as the snow against the sun to melt. The two mingled their tears a while, then Pandarus strove to comfort the woeful lover. He admitted that never had a stranger ruin than this been wrought by fortune. But tell me this, why thou art now so mad to sorrow thus? Why leest he thou in this wise, since thy desire all wholly hast thou had, so that by right it ought enough suffice? But I, that never felt in my service a friendly cheer or looking of an eye, let me thus weep and wail until I die. 70. And over all this, as thou well wast thyself, knowest this town is full of ladies all about, and to my doom, fairer than such 12 in my judgment asterisk as ever she was, shall I find in some rout asterisk company yea. One or two, without any doubt, for thee be glad, mine own dear brother. Therefore if she be lost, we shall recover another. What? God forbid alway that each pleasance in one thing were, and in none other white. If one can sing, another can well dance. If this be goodly, she is glad and light. And this is fair, and that can good aright, each for his virtue holden is full dear, both heroner and falcon for river. 71. And eke as writ Zauces, 72 that was full wise, the new love out chaseth off the old, and upon new case lieth new advice. 73 think eke thy life to save thou art hold. Asterisk bound such fire by process shall of kind cold, shall grow cold by for, since it is but casual pleasance, process of nature some case shall put it out of remembrance. Chance. For all so sure as day comes after night, the new love, labor, or other woe, or else seldom seeing of a white, do old affections all asterisk overgo. Overcome asterisk, and for thy part, thou shalt have one of those asterisk those average with thy bitter pains smart. Absence of her shall drive her out of heart. These words said he for the nones all, asterisk only for the nonce to help his friend, lest he for sorrow died, for doubtless to do his woe to fall, make his woe subside he wrought not what unthrift that he said. Cared asterisk folly, but Troilus, that nigh for sorrow died, took little heed of all that ever he meant, one ear it heard, at other out it went. But at the last he answered and said, Friend, this leechcraft or why healed thus to be were well sitting if that I were a fiend, wreck to treason asterisk her that true is unto me. Betray I pray God, let this counsel never the asterisk thrive but do me rather stir anon right here, die ere I thus do, as thou me wouldest leer. Teach. Troilus protests that his lady shall have him wholly hers till death, and, debating the counsels of his friend, declares that even if he would, he could not love another. Then he points out the folly of not lamenting the loss of Cressida, because she had been his in ease and felicity, while Pandarus himself, though he thought it so light to change to and fro in love, had not done busily his might to change her that wrought him all the woe of his unprosperous suit. If thou hast it in love I yet mischance, and canst it not out of thine heart drive, I that lived in lust and in pleasance asterisk delight with her, as much as creature alive, how should I that forget, and that so blithe? Quickly where hast thou been so long hid in mew, asterisk 74 asterisk cage, that canst so well and formally argue? The lover condemns the whole discourse of his friend as unworthy, and calls on death, the ender of all sorrows, to come to him and quench his heart with his cold stroke. Then he distills anew in tears, as liquor out of a lembic, and Pandarus is silent for a while, till he bethinks him to recommend to Troilus the carrying off of Cressida. Art thou in Troy, and hast no hardiment to take a woman which that loveth thee? But Troilus reminds his counselor that all the war had come from the ravishing of a woman by might, the abduction of Helen by Paris, and that it would not beseem him to withstand his father's grant, since the lady was to be changed for the town's good. He has dismissed the thought of asking Cressida from his father, because that would be to injure her fair fame, to no purpose, for Priam could not overthrow the decision of so high a place as Parliament. While most of all he fears to perturb her heart with violence, to the slander of her name, for he must hold her honor dearer than himself in every case, as lovers ought of right. Thus am I in desire and reason twite, asterisk twisted desire, for to disturb her me redeath, counseleth and reason will not, so my heart dreadeth, is in doubt. Thus weeping, that he could never cease, he said, Alas, how shall I, wretch, fare? For well feel I alway my love increase, and hope is less and less alway, Pandare, increasen eke the causes of my care so well away. Why ill my heart breast? Why will not for us in love there is but little rest? My heart break. Pandare answered, Friend, thou mayst for me do as thee list, but had I it so hot, asterisk please, and thine estate, she should go with me. Rank though all this town cried on this thing by note, I would not set all that noise agroat. Value for when men have well cried, then will they roan, asterisk whisper eke wonder lasts but 9 nights ne'er in town. Divine not in reason I so deep nor courteously, but help thyself anon, bet is that others than thyself weep. Better and namely, since ye two be all one, rise up, for by my head she shall not gone, and rather be in blame a little found, than stirve here as a gnat without wound. Die. It is no shame unto you, nor no vice, her to withhold that ye loveth most. Peradventure she might hold thee for nice asterisk peradventure asterisk foolish to let her go thus unto the Greeks' host. Think eke, fortune, as well thyself wast, helpeth the hardy man to his emprise, and wiveth wretches for their cowardice. Forsaketh. And though thy lady would alight her grieve, little thou shalt thyself thy peace thereafter make. But as to me, certain I cannot leave that she would it as now for evil take. Why should then for fear thine heart quake? Think eke how Paris hath, that is thy brother, a love. And why shalt thou not have another? And Troilus, one thing I dare thee swear, that if Cressida, which that is thy leaf * love now loveth thee as well as thou dost her, God help me so, she will not take agrief amiss though thou anon do boot in this mischief. Provide a remedy, and if she willeth from thee for to pass, immediately then is she false, so love her well the lass. Less. For thee * take heart, and think right as a knight, * therefore through love is broken all day every law kithe * now somewhat thy courage and thy might. Show have mercy on thyself for any awe. In spite of any fear let not this wretched woe thine heart gnaw, but manly, set the world on 6 and 7, 75, and if thou die a martyr, go to heaven. Pandarus promises his friend all aid in the enterprise. It is agreed that Cressida shall be carried off, but only with her own consent, and Pandarus sets out for his niece's house to arrange an interview. Meantime Cressida has heard the news, and caring nothing for her father but everything for Troilus, she burns in love and fear, unable to tell what she shall do. But as men see in town and all about, that women use friends to visit, are accustomed so to Cresside of women came a rout * troop for piteous joy, and weaned her delight, * thought to please her and with their tales, dear enough a mite * not worth a mite these women, which that in the city dwell they set them down, and said as I shall tell. Quoth first that one, I am glad, truly, because of you that shall your father see. Another said, why wise, so am not I, for all too little hath she with us be. Been quoth then the third, I hope, why wise, that she shall bringen us the peace on every side, then, when she goes, Almighty God her guide. Those words and those womanish things, she heard them right as though she thens were, * thence. In some for, God at wot, her heart on other thing is. Other place, although the body sat among them there, her advertence is always elsewhere. Attention for Troilus full fast her soul sought, without word, on him always she thought. These women that thus weaned her to please, about not gan all their tales spend. Such vanity ne can do her no ease, as she that all this mean while brend of other passion than that they wend. * weaned, suppose so that she felt almost her heart die for woe, and weary of that company. Weariness. For which she no longer might restrain her tears, they began so up to well, that gave signs of her bitter pain in which her spirit was, and must dwell, remembering her from heaven into which hell she fallen was, since she forwent * the sight lost of Troilus, and sorrowfully she sight. Sighed. And thilke fools, sitting her about, weened that she had wept and psyched * sore. Sighed because that she should out of that rout * company depart, and never play with them more. And they that had known her of yore saw her so weep, and thought it kindness, and each of them wept eke for her distress. And busily they gone in her comfort began of thing, God wot, on which she little thought, and with their tales weaned her to sport, and to be glad they her besought. But such an ease therewith they in her wrought, right as a man is eased for to feel for ache of head, to claw him on his heel. But after all this nice * vanity, * silly they took their leave, and home they went in all Cressida, full of sorrowful pity into her chamber up went out of the hall, and on her bed she gan for dead to fall, in purpose never thens for to rise, and thus she wrought, as I shall you devise. Narrate. She rent her sunny hair, wrung her hands, wept, and bewailed her fate, vowing that since, for the cruelty, she could handle neither sword nor dart, she would abstain from meat and drink until she died. As she lamented, Pandarus entered, making her complain 1,000 times more at the thought of all the joy which he had given her with her lover. But he somewhat soothed her by the prospect of Troilus's visit, and by the counsel to contain her grief when he should come. Then Pandarus went in search of Troilus, whom he found solitary in a temple, as one that had ceased to care for life. For right thus was his argument alway, he said he was but lorn well away. Lost, ruined for all that comes by necessity thus to be lorn, it is my destiny. Lost, ruined. For certainly this wot I well, he said, that foresight of the divine purveyance * providence hath seen alway me to forego * cressade, lose since God sees everything * out of doubtance. asterisk without doubten them disposeth, through his ordinance in their merits solely for to be, as they should come by predestiny. But nathless, alas, whom shall I leave? For there be great clerks many one asterisk scholars that destiny through arguments prove, and some say that needly there is none, necessarily, but that free choice is given us every one well away. So sly are clerks old, that I not whose opinion I may hold. 76 know not. For some men say, if God sees all beforn, God may not deceived be, party. Then must it fallen, though men had it sworn befall, happen that purveyance hath seen before to be, wherefore I say, that from etern if he eternity hath wist before our thought eke as our deed, asterisk known we have no free choice, as these clerks read. Maintain. For other thought, nor other deed also might never be, but such as purveyance, which may not be deceived never mo, hath feeled before, without ignorance. Perceived for if there might be a variance, to writhen out from God's purveying, there were no prescience of thing coming. But it were rather an opinion uncertain, and no steadfast foreseeing, and, certes, that were an abyssian asterisk illusion that God should have no perfect clear weeding, asterisk knowledge more than we men, that have doubtous weaning, asterisk dubious opinion but such an error upon God to guess, to impute to God asterisk were false, and foul, and wicked cursedness. Impiety. Eke this is an opinion of some that have their top full high and smooth sure. 77 they say right thus, that thing is not to come, for that the prescience hath seen before because that it shall come. But they say, that therefore that it shall come, therefore the purveyance wot it before, without an ignorance. And in this manner, this necessity asterisk returneth in his part contrary again, reacts in the opposite for needfully behoves it not to be, direction that thilk things fallen in certainly happen that be purveyed. But needly, as they sayn, behoveth it that things, which that fall, that they in certain be purveyed all. I mean as though I labored me in this to inquire which thing cause of which thing be, as, whether that the prescience of God is the certain cause of the necessity of things that to come be, party, or if necessity of thing coming be cause certain of the purveying. But now in force I me not in showing I do not lay stress how th order of causes stands, but well wot I, that it behoveth, that the befalling of things wist before certainly, asterisk known be necessary, all seem it not asterisk thereby, though it does not appear that prescience put falling necessary to thing to come, all fall it foul or fair. For if there sit a man yond on a sea, seat then by necessity behoveth it that certes thine opinion sooth be, that weenest or conjectest that he sit. Asterisk conjecturest and furtherover now aginward yet, lo, right so is it on the part contrary as thus, now hearken, for I will not tarry. I say that if th opinion of the be sooth, for that he sits, then say I this, that he must sit by necessity, and thus necessity in either is, for in him need of sitting is, why wise, and in thee need of sooth, and thus forsooth there must necessity be in you both. But thou mayst he say he sits not therefore that thine opinion of his sitting sooth, but rather, for the man sat there before, therefore is thine opinion sooth, why wise. And I say, though the cause of sooth of this comes of his sitting, yet necessity is interchanged both in him and thee. Thus in the same wise out of doubtance, I may well maken, as it seemeth me, my reasoning of God's purveyance, and of the things that to come be, by which reason men may well see that thilk asterisk things that in earth fall, asterisk those asterisk happen that by necessity they commend all. For although that a thing should come, why wise therefore it is purveyed certainly, not that it comes for it purveyed is, yet nathless behoveth needfully that thing to come be purveyed truly, or else things that purveyed be, that they betide by necessity. Asterisk happen. And this sufficeth right enough, certain, for to destroy our free choice every deal. But now is this abyssian, to saying asterisk illusion, self-deception that falling of the things temporal is cause of God's prescience eternal. Now truly that is a false sentence, asterisk opinion, judgment that thing to come should cause his prescience. What might I ween, and I had such a thought, if but that God purveys thing that is to come, for that it is to come, and else not. So might I ween that things, all in some, that whilom be befall and overcome, have happened be cause of thilk sovereign purveyance, in times past that foreknows all, without an ignorance. And over all this yet say I more thereto, That right as when I wot there is a thing wise, that thing must needfully be so, eke right so, when I wot a thing coming, so must it come. And thus the befalling of things that be wist before the tide, asterisk time they may not be eschewed on any side. Avoided. While Troilus was in all this heaviness, disputing with himself in this matter, Pandarus joined him, and told him the result of the interview with Cressida. And at night the lovers met, with what sighs and tears may be imagined. Cressida swooned away, so that Troilus took her for dead, and having tenderly laid out her limbs, as one preparing a corpse for the bier, he drew his sword to slay himself upon her body. But as God would, just at that moment she awoke out of her swoon, and by the pair began to talk of their prospects. Cressida declared the opinion, supporting it at great length, and with many reasons, that there was no cause for half so much woe on either part. Her surrender, decreed by the Parliament, could not be resisted. It was quite easy for them soon to meet again. She would bring things about that she should be back in Troy within a week or two. She would take advantage of the constant coming and going while the truce lasted, and the issue would be that the Trojans would have both her and Antenor. While, to facilitate her return, she had devised a stratagem by which, working on her father's avarice, she might tempt him to desert from the Greek camp back to the city. And truly, says the poet, having fully reported her plausible speech, and truly, as written well I find, that all this thing was said asterisk of good intent, asterisk sincerely asterisk, and that her heart true was and kind towards him, and spake right as she meant, and that she starved for woe nigh when she went, died and was in purpose ever to be true, thus right they that of her works knew. This Troilus, with heart and ears wisprad, asterisk all open heard all this thing devised to and fro, and verily it seemed that he had the self-wit, but yet to let her go the same opinion his heart misforgave him evermo. Misgave, but finally, he gan his heart rest asterisk compelled to trust her, and took it for the best. For which the great fury of his penance asterisk suffering was quenched with hope, and therewith them between began for joy the amorous dance, and as the birds, when the sun is sheen, bright delight in their song, in leaves green right so the words that they spake fear together delight them, and make their hearts cheer. Glad. Yet Troilus was not so well at ease, that he did not earnestly entreat Cressida to observe her promise. For, if she came not into Troy at the set day, he should never have health, honor, or joy. And he feared that the stratagem by which she would try to lure her father back would fail, so that she might be compelled to remain among the Greeks. He would rather have them steal away together, with sufficient treasure to maintain them all their lives. And even if they went in their bare shirt, he had kin and friends elsewhere, who would welcome and honor them. Cressida, with a sigh, right in this wise answered, Why wise, my dear heart true, we may well steal away, as ye devise, and find such unthrifty ways new. But afterward full sore it will us rue. We will regret it and help me God so at my most need as causeless ye suffer all this dread. For thilk asterisk day that I for cherishing that same or dread of father, or of other wight, or for estate, delight, or for wedding, be false to you, my Troilus, my knight, Saturn's daughter Juno, through her might, as would as Athamonte 78 do me dwell mad eternally in Styx the pit of hell. And this on every god celestial I swear at you, and eke on each goddess, on every nymph, and deity infernal, on satyrs and on fauns more or less, that half gods be of wilderness. Asterisk demigods and Atropos my thread of life to breast, asterisk break utterly if I be false. Now trow asterisk me if you lest. Asterisk believe asterisk please. And thou Simwa, 79 that as an arrow clear through Troy I runnest downward to the sea, bear witness of this word that said is here. That thilk day that I untrue be to Troilus, mine own heart free, that thou return backward to thy well, and I with body and soul sink in hell. Even yet Troilus was not wholly content, and urged anew his plan of secret flight. But Cressida turned upon him with the charge that he mistrusted her causelessly, and demanded of him that he should be faithful in her absence, else she must die at her return. Troilus promised faithfulness in far simpler and briefer words than Cressida had used. Grand mercy, good heart mine, why wise, quoth she, and blissful Venus let me never stirve, die ere I may stand asterisk of pleasance in degree in a position to reward to quite him that so well can deserve. Him well with pleasure and, while that God my wit will me conserve, I shall so do. So true I have you found, that I honor to me ward shall rebound. For trust well that your estate royal asterisk rank nor vain delight, nor only worthiness of you in war or tourney martial, nor pomp array nobly, nor eke richess, ne made me to rue asterisk on your distress. Take pity but moral virtue, grounded upon truth, that was the cause I first had on you ruth. Pity. Eke gentle heart and manhood that ye had, and that ye had, as me thought, in despite everything that sounded unto bad, asterisk tended unto, accorded with asterisk as rudeness, and peeplish appetite asterisk vulgar, and that your reason bridled your delight. This made, above in every creature, that I was yours, and shall while I may dure. And this may length of years not fordo asterisk destroy, do away nor remuable fortune deface. Unstable but Jupiter, that of his might may do the sorrowful to be glad, so give us grace. Ere nights tend to meet in this place, so that it may your heart and mind suffice, and fare now well, for time is that ye rise. The lovers took a heartrending adieu, and Troilus, suffering unimaginable anguish, without more, out of the chamber went. The fifth book. Approach gan the fatal destiny that Javas hath in disposition, and to you angry Parsi, sisters three, the fates committeth to do execution, for which Cressida must out of the town, and Troilus shall dwell forth in pine asterisk pain, till Lachesis his thread no longer twine. Twist. The golden tressed Phoebus, high aloft, thrice had a lay with his beams clear, asterisk thrice the snows molt. Asterisk and Zephyrus as oft asterisk melted brought again the tender leaves green. Since that the son of Hecuba, the queen asterisk Troilus 80 began to love her first, for whom his sorrow was all, that she depart should on the morrow. In the morning, Yeoman was ready to escort Cressida to the Greek host, and Troilus, seeing him mount his horse, could with difficulty resist an impulse to slay him, but restrained himself, lest his lady should be also slain in the tumult. When Cressida was ready to go, this Troilus, in guise of courtesy, with hawk on hand, and with a huge rout retinue, crowd of knights, rode and did her company, passing ale the valley far without, and farther would have ridden out of doubt, full fain, and woe was him to go so soon, gladly but turn he must, and it was eke to dawn. And right with that was Antenor why come out of the Greeks' host, and every wight was of it glad, and said he was welcome, and Troilus, all enner his heart light. Asterisk, although his heart he pained him, with all his full might, was not light him to withhold from weeping at the least, and Antenor he kissed and made feast. And therewithal he must his leave take, and cast his eye upon her piteously, and near he rode, his cause for to make asterisk excuse, occasion to take her by the hand all soberly and lord. So she gan weep tenderly, and he full soft and slyly gan her say, Now hold your day, and do me not today. Do not make me die. With that his courser turned he about, with face pale, and unto Yeoman no word he spake, nor none of all his rout, of which the son of Tydeus 81 took heed, as he that couth more than the creed 82 knew in such a craft, and by the rein her hent, took and Troilus to Troy homeward went. This Yeoman that led her by the bridle, when that he saw the folk of Troy away, thought, All my labor shall not be asterisk on idle, in vain asterisk if that I may, for somewhat shall I say, for, at the worst, it may yet short our way I have heard say eke, times twice 12. He is a fool that will forget himself. But nathless, this thought he well enough, that certainly I am about naught, if that I speak of love or make it tough, make any violent for doubtless, if she have in her thought immediate effort him that I guess, he may not be why brought so soon away, but I shall find a mean, that she not wit as yet shall what I mean. Shall not yet know. So he began a general conversation, assured her of not less friendship and honor among the Greeks than she had enjoyed in Troy, and requested of her earnestly to treat him as a brother and accept his service. For, at last he said, I am and shall be I, while that my life may dure, your own, above in every creature. Thus said I never ere now to woman born, for, God mine heart as wisly gladden so. Surely I loved never woman herebeforn as paramours, nor ever shall know mo, and for the love of God be not my foe, all asterisk can I not to you, my lady dear, although complain aright, for I am yet to lear. Teach. And wonder not, mine owen lady bright, though that I speak of love to you thus blithe. Soon, for I have heard ere this of many a wight that loved thing he ne'er saw in his life. Eke I am not of power for to strive against the God of love, but him obey I will alway, and mercy I you pray." Cressida answered his discourses as though she scarcely heard them. Yet she thanked him for his trouble and courtesy, and accepted his offered friendship, promising to trust him as well she might. Then she alighted from her steed, and with her heart nigh breaking, was welcome to the embrace of her father. Meanwhile Troilus, back in Troy, was lamenting with tears the loss of his love, despairing of his or her ability to survive the 10 days, and spending the night in wailing, sleepless tossing, and troublous dreams. In the morning he was visited by Prioress, to whom he gave directions for his funeral, desiring that the powder into which his heart was burned should be kept in a golden urn and given to Cressida. Prioress renewed his old counsels and consolations, reminded his friend that 10 days were a short time to wait, argued against his faith in evil dreams, and urged him to take advantage of the truce, and beguile the time by a visit to King Sarpedon, a Lycian prince who had come to aid the Trojans. Sarpedon entertained them splendidly, but no feasting, no pomp, no music of instruments, no singing of fair ladies could make up for the absence of Cressida to the desolate Troilus, who was forever poring upon her old letters and recalling her loved form. Thus he drove to an end the 4th day, and would have then returned to Troy, but for the remonstrances of Prioress, who asked if they had visited Sarpedon only to fetch fire. At last, at the end of a week, they returned to Troy, Troilus hoping to find Cressida again in the city, Prioress entertaining a skepticism which he concealed from his friend. The morning after their return Troilus was impatient till he had gone to the palace of Cressida, but when he found her doors all closed, well nigh for sorrow adown he gan to fall. Therewith, when he was ware, and gan behold how shut was every window of the place, as frost him thought his heart asterisk gan to cold, began to grow cold asterisk for which, with changed deadly pale face, without word, he forth began to pace, and, as God would, he gan so fast ride, that no white of his countenance espied. Then said he thus, "O palace desolate, O house of houses, whilom beste height, formerly called besto palace empty and disconsolate, O thou lantern of which quenched is the light, O palace whilom day that now art night, well oughtest thou to fall, and I to die, since she is gone that wont was us to guy." Asterisk guide rule. O palace whilom crown of houses all illumined with sun of a bliss, O ring from which the ruby is outfall, O cause of woe, that cause hast been of bliss. Yet, since I may no bet, fain would I kiss thy cold doors, durst I for this rout, and farewell shrine of which the saint is out. From thenceforth he rideth up and down, and everything came him to remembrance, as he rode by the places of the town in which he whilom had all his pleasance. Lo, yonder saw I mine own lady dance, and in that temple, with her eyne clear me caught first my right lady dear. And yonder have I heard full lustily my dear heart laugh, and yonder play, saw I her ones eke full blissfully, and yonder ones to me gan she say, "Now, good sweet, love me well, I pray," and yon so gladly gan she me behold, that to the death my heart is to her hold. Asterisk holden, bound. And at that corner in the yonder house, heard I mine allerlevest lady dear, asterisk dearest of all so womanly, with voice melodious, singe so well, so goodly and so clear, that in my soul yet methinks I hear the blissful sound. And in that yonder place my lady first me took unto her grace. Then he went to the gates, and gazed along the way by which he had attended Cressida at her departure. Then he fancied that all the passers-by pitied him, and thus he drove forth a day or two more, singing a song of few words which he had made to lighten his heart. O star, of which I lost have all the light, with heart sore well ought I to bewail, that ever dark in torment, night by night, toward my death with wind I steer and sail, for which the 10th night, if that I fail miss, be left without the guiding of thy beams bright an hour, my ship and me Charybdis will devour. By night he prayed the moon to run fast about her sphere. By day he reproached the tardy sun, dreading that Phaethon had come to life again, and was driving the chariot of Apollo out of its straight course. Meanwhile Cressida, among the Greeks, was bewailing the refusal of her father to let her return, the certainty that her lover would think her false, and the hopelessness of any attempt to steal away by night. Her bright face waxed pale, her limbs lean, as she stood all day looking toward Troy, thinking on her love and all her past delights, regretting that she had not followed the counsel of Troilus to steal away with him, and finally vowing that she would at all hazards return to the city. But she was fated, ere 2 months, to be full far from any such intention. For Yeoman now brought all his skill into play, to entice Cressida into his net. On the 10th day, Yeoman, as fresh as branch in May, came to the tent of Cressida, feigning business with couches. Cresside, at short words for to tell, welcomed him, and down by her him set, and he was eth enough to make dwell. Easily persuaded to stand after this, without lunge let, delay the spices, and the wine men forth him fet. Fetched, and forth they speak of this and that why fear, together as friends do, of which some shall ye hear. He gan first fallen of the war in speech between them and the folk of Troy town, and of the siege he gan eke her beseech to tell him what was her opinion. From that demand he so descended down to ask her, if that her strange thought the Greeks' guise, and works that they wrought. Fashion. And why her father tarried so long delayed to wed her unto some worthy wight. Cressida, that was in her pains strong for love of Troilus, her own knight, so farforth as she cunning had or might, ability answered him then. But as for his intent, purpose it seemed not she wist what he meant. Knew. But nathless, this ilk Yeoman same gan in himself assure, and thus he said, grow confident. If I aright have taken on you heed. Observed you me thinketh thus, O lady mine Cresside, that since I first hand on your bridal laid, when ye out came of Troy by the morrow, ne might I never see you but in sorrow. I cannot say what may the cause be, but if for love of some Trojan it were, the which right sore would think me which it would much that ye for any wight that dwelleth there pain me to think should spill a quarter of a tear, shed or piteously yourself so beguile. Deceive for dreadless it is not worth the while. Undoubtedly. The folk of Troy, as who saith, all in some in prison be, as ye yourself see, from thence shall not one alive come for all the gold betwixt sun and sea, trust this well, and understand me, there shall not one to mercy go alive, all were he lord of worlds twice 5. Although. What will ye more, lovesome lady dear? Let Troy and Trojan from your heart pace, drive out that bitter hope, and make good cheer, and call again the beauty of your face, that ye with salt tears so deface. For Troy is brought into such jeopardy, that it to save is now no remedy. And think well, ye shall in Greeks find a love more perfect, ere that it be night, than any Trojan is, and more kind, and better you to serve will do his might. And if ye vouchsafe, my lady bright, I will be he to serve you myself, yea, lever than be a lord of Greeks 12. Rather. And with that word he gan to wax red, and in his speech a little while he quaked, trembled and cast aside a little with his head and stin a while, and afterward he woke, and soberly on her he threw his look, and said, I am, albeit to you no joy, as gentle man as any wight in Troy. Highborn. But heart mine, since that I am your man Yeoman, subject and be the first of whom I seek grace, in love to serve you as heartily as I can, and ever shall while I to live have space, so ere that I depart out of this place, ye will me grant that I may, tomorrow, at better leisure, tell you my sorrow. Why should I tell his words that he said? He spake enough for one day at the mest. Most it proveth well he spake so, that Cressida granted upon the morrow, at his request farther to speak with him, at the least, so that he would not speak of such matter. And thus she said to him, as ye may hear. As she that had her heart on Troilus so fast set, that none might at Ares, uproot 83 and strangely she spake, and said thus, distantly, unfriendlily, O Yeoman, I love that ilk place where I was born, and Jovis for his grace, deliver it soon of all that doth it care. Afflict God for thy might, so leave it well to fare. Grant it. She knows that the Greeks would fain wreak their wrath on Troy, if they might, but that shall never befall. She knows that there are Greeks of high condition, though as worthy men would be found in Troy, and she knows that Yeoman could serve his lady well. But as to speak of love, why wise, she said, I had a lord to whom I wedded was 84, he whose mine heart was all until he died, and other love, as help me now Pallas, there in my heart nor is, nor ever was, and that ye be of noble and high kindred, I have well heard it tellen out of dread. Doubt. And that doth me to have so great a wonder causeth that ye will scorn in any woman so, eke, God wot, love and I be far asunder. I am disposed bet, so may I go, fair or prosper unto my death to plain and make woe. What I shall after do I cannot say, but truly as yet me list not play. I am not disposed for sport. mine heart is now in tribulation, and ye in arms busy be by day hereafter, when ye won and have the town, peradventure then, so as it happen may, peradventure that when I see that I never ere say, saw before then will I work that I never ere wrought. This word to you enough suffice in aught. Tomorrow eke will I speak with you fain, willingly so that ye touche naught of this matter, and when you list, ye may come here again, and ere ye go, thus much I say you hear, as help me Pallas with her hairs clear. If that I should of any Greek have ruth, it should be yourself, by my truth. I say not therefore that I will you love, nor say not nay, but in conclusion, nor say I that I mean well, by God that sits above. I will not asterisk, and therewithal she cast her eyne down, and gan to sigh, and said, O Troy town, yet bid asterisk I God, in quiet and in rest pray I may you see, or do my heart breast, cause my heart to break. But in effect, and shortly for to say this, Yeoman all freshly new again gan pressen on, and fast her mercy pray, and after this, the sooth for to sayn, her glove he took, of which he was full fain. And finally, when it was waxen eve, and all was well, he rose and took his leave. Cressida retired to rest, returning in her soul eye up and down the words of this sudden Yeoman, 85 his great estate, the peril of the town, asterisk rank, and that she was alone, and had need of friends' help. And thus began to dread the causes why, the sooth for to tell, that she took fully the purpose for to dwell. Remain with the Greeks, the morrow came, and ghostly for to speak, plainly this Yeoman is come unto Cressida, and shortly, lest that ye my tale break. So well he for himself spake and said, that all her sighs sore adown he laid, and finally, the sooth for to sayn, he rifte her the great asterisk of all her pain. Took away the greater part of, and after this, the story telleth us that she him gave the fair bay steed the which she once won of Troilus, and eke a brooch, and that was little need. That Troilus was, she gave this Yeoman, and eke, the bet from sorrow him to relieve, she made him wear a pencil of her sleeve. Pendant 86. I find eke in the story elsewhere, when through the body hurt was Yeoman by Troilus, she wept many a tear, when that she saw his wide wounds bleed, and that she took to keep him good heed, asterisk tend, care for, and for to heal him of his sorrows smart, men say, I not, that she gave him her heart. No not. And yet, when pity had thus completed the triumph of inconstancy, she made bitter moan over her falseness to one of the noblest and worthiest men that ever was. But it was now too late to repent, and at all events she resolved that she would be true to Yeoman, all the while weeping for pity of the absent Troilus, to whom she wished every happiness. The 10th day, meantime, had barely dawned, when Troilus, accompanied by Prioress, took his stand on the walls to watch for the return of Cressida. Till noon they stood, thinking that every corner from afar was she. Then Troilus said that doubtless her old father bore the parting ill, and had detained her till after dinner. So they went to dine, and returned to their vain observation on the walls. Troilus invented all kinds of explanations for his mistress's delay. Now, her father would not let her go till eve. Now, she would ride quietly into the town after nightfall, not to be observed. Now, he must have mistaken the day. For 5 or 6 days he watched, still in vain, and with decreasing hope. Gradually his strength decayed, until he could walk only with a staff, answering the wondering inquiries of his friends by saying that he had a grievous malady about his heart. One day he dreamed that in a forest he saw Cressida in the embrace of a boar, and he had no longer doubt of her falsehood. Prioress, however, explained away the dream to mean merely that Cressida was detained by her father, who might be at the point of death, and he counseled the disconsolate lover to write a letter, by which he might perhaps get at the truth. Troilus complied, entreating from his mistress, at the least, a letter of hope. And the lady answered that she could not come now, but would so soon as she might, at the same time making him great feast, and swearing that she loved him best, of which he found but bottomless behest, which he found but groundless promises. Day by day increased the woe of Troilus. He laid himself in bed, neither eating, nor drinking, nor sleeping, nor speaking, almost distracted by the thought of Cressida's unkindness. He related his dream to his sister Cassandra, who told him that the boar betokened Yeoman, and that, wheresoever his lady was, Yeoman certainly had her heart, and she was his. Weep if thou wilt, or leave, for out of doubt this Yeoman is in, and thou art out. Troilus, enraged, refused to believe Cassandra's interpretation. As well, he cried, might such a story be credited of Alcestis, who devoted her life for her husband. And in his wrath he started from bed, as though all whole had him made a leech, resolving to find out the truth at all hazards. The death of Hector meanwhile enhanced the sorrow which he endured, but he found time to write often to Cressida, beseeching her to come again and hold her truth, till one day his false mistress, out of pity, wrote him again in these terms: Cupid's son, ensample of goodly head * beauty, excellence O sword of knighthood, source of gentleness. How might a wight in torment and in dread, and heelless, you send as yet gladness? Devoid of health I heartless, I sick, I in distress. Since ye with me, nor I with you may deal, you neither send I may nor heart nor heal. Your letters full, the paper all white-plainted, *** covered with commoved have mine heart's pit. Complainings I have eke seen with tears all depainted your letter, and how ye require me to come again. The which yet may not be, but why, lest that this letter founden were, no mention I make now for fear. Grievous to me, God wot, is your unrest, your haste, **, and that the gods' ordinance * impatience it seemeth not ye take as for the best, nor other thing is in your remembrance as thinketh me, but only your pleasance. But be not wroth, and that I you beseech, for that I tarry is all for wicked speech. To avoid malicious gossip, for I have heard well more than I wend ** weened, thought touching us too, how things have stood, which I shall with dissimuling amend, and, be not wroth, I have eke understood how ye need do, but hold me on hand. 87 But now no force, I cannot and you guess no matter *, but allege truth and allege gentleness. Commend I will, but yet in such disjoint ** jeopardy, critical I stand now, that what year or what day position that this shall be, that can I not appoint. But in effect I pray you, as I may for your good word and for your friendship I, for truly, while that my life may dure, as for a friend ye may in me assure. Depend on me. Yet pray I you, on evil ye not take *, do not take it ill * that it is short, which that I to you write, I dare not, where I am, well letters make, nor never yet ne could I well indite. Eke * great effect men write in place light. Men write great matter intent is all, and not the letter's space. In little space and fair now well, God have you in his grace. La Voster C. Though he found this letter all strange, and thought it like a calends of change. 88 Troilus could not believe his lady so cruel as to forsake him. But he was put out of all doubt, one day that, as he stood in suspicion and melancholy, he saw a coat armor borne along the street, in token of victory, before Deiphobus his brother. Deiphobus had won it from Yeoman in battle that day, and Troilus, examining it out of curiosity, found within the collar a brooch which he had given to Cressida on the morning she left Troy, and which she had pledged her faith to keep forever in remembrance of his sorrow and of him. At this fatal discovery of his lady's untruth, great was the sorrow and plaint of Troilus, but forth her course fortune I gan to hold. Cressida loved the son of Tydeus, and Troilus must weep in cares cold. Such is the world, whoso it can behold, in each estate is little heart's rest, God lend us each to take it for the best. Grant. In many a cruel battle Troilus wrought havoc among the Greeks, and often he exchanged blows and bitter words with Yeoman, whom he always specially sought. But it was not their lot that either should fall by the other's hand. The poet's purpose, however, he tells us, is to relate, not the warlike deeds of Troilus, which dares has fully told, but his love fortunes. Beseeching every lady bright of hue, and every gentle woman what she be, whatsoever she be albeit that Cressida was untrue. That for that guilt ye be not wroth with me, ye may her guilt in other books see, and gladder I would writen, if you lest, of Penelope's truth and good Alcest. Nor say I not this only all for men, but most for women that betrayed be through false folk, God give them sorrow, amen. That with their great wit and subtlety betray you, and this commoveth me to speak, and in effect you all I pray beware of men, and hearken what I say. Go, little book, go, little tragedy, there God my maker, yet ere that I die so send me might to make some comedy. But little book, * no making thou envy, * be envious of no poetry 89 but subject be unto all poesy, and kiss the steps, whereas thou seest space of Virgil, Ovid, Homer, Lucan, Stace. And for there is so great diversity in English, and in writing of our tongue, so pray I God, that none miswrite thee, nor thee mismeter for default of tongue, and read whereso thou be, or else sung, that thou be understanden, God I seech. Beseech, but yet to purpose of my asterisk rather speech. Asterisk earlier subject 90. The wrath, as I began you for to say, of Troilus the Greeks bought dear, for thousands his hands made day asterisk made to Dies, he that was without any peer, save in his time Hector, as I can hear, but well away. Save only God's will, despiteously him slew the fierce Achill. And when that he was slain in this manner, his light ghost full blissfully is went spirit up to the hollowness of the seventh sphere 91, in converse leaving every element, and there he saw, with full advisement, asterisk observation, understanding erratic stars hearkening harmony, with sounds full of heavenly melody. And down from thence fast he gan advise consider, look on this little spot of earth, that with the sea embraced is, and fully gan despise this wretched world, and held all vanity, asterisk to respect of the plain felicity in comparison with that is in heaven above, and, at the last, the full felicity asterisk where he was slain his looking down he cast. And in himself he laughed right at the woe of them that wept for his death so fast, and damned all our works, that follow so asterisk condemned the blind lust, the which that may not last, and shouldn't all our heart on heaven cast, while we should, and forth he went, shortly for to tell, where as Mercury sorted asterisk him to dwell. Allotted 92. Such fine asterisk hath, lo, this Troilus for love, and such fine hath all his asterisk great worthiness. Asterisk exalted royal rank such fine hath his estate royal above, such fine his lust, such fine hath his noblesse. Pleasure such fine hath false world as brittleness. Asterisk fickleness, instability, and thus began his loving of Cresside, as I have told, and in this wise he died. O young and fresh folk, he or she, of either sex asterisk in which that love upgroweth with your age, repair home from worldly vanity, and of your heart upcast the visage, lift up the countenance to thilk God, that after his image of your heart. You made, and think that all is but a fair, this world that passeth soon, as flowers fair. And love him, the which that, right for love upon a cross, our souls for to bay, asterisk by, redeem first starf and rose and sits in heaven above. Died for he will false no white, dare I say, deceive, fail that will his heart all wholly on him lay, and since he best to love is and most meek, what needeth fain loves for to seek? Lo, hear of Paynim's asterisk cursed oldie rites. Pagans, lo, hear what all their gods may avail, lo, hear this wretched world's appetites, end and reward, lo. Hear the asterisk fine and guerdon for travail, asterisk of labor, asterisk of Jove, Apollo, Mars, and such rascal rabble 93 lo. Hear the form of oldie clerk's speech, in poetry if either book seek, search. Ellen Viv Chaucer. O moral gower. 94 This book one direct. To thee, and to the philosophical strode, 95 to vouchsafe, where need is, to correct, of your benignities and zeals good. And to that soothfast Christ that starf on rude died on the cross asterisk with all my heart, of mercy ever I pray, and to the Lord right thus I speak and say. Thou 1, and 2, and 3, etern on live, eternally living that reignest I in 3, and 2, and 1 uncircumscribed, and all mazed he circumscrive. Comprehend from visible and invisible phone asterisk foes defend us in thy mercy everyone. So make us, Jesus, for thy mercy dine, worthy of thy mercy for love of maid and mother thine benign. Explicit liber Troilus et Cressides, 96. Notes to Troilus and Cressida. 1. The double sorrow. First his suffering before his love was successful, and then his grief after his lady had been separated from him and had proved unfaithful. 2. Tisiphone, one of the Eumenides, or Furies, who avenged on men in the next world the crimes committed on earth. Chaucer makes this grim invocation most fitly, since the Trojans were under the curse of the Eumenides, for their part in the offense of Paris in carrying off Helen, the wife of his host Menelaus, and thus impiously sinning against the laws of hospitality. 3. See Chaucer's description of himself in the House of Fame, and note 11 to that poem. 4. The Palladium, or image of Pallas, daughter of Triton and foster sister of Athena, was said to have fallen from heaven at Troy, where Ilus was just beginning to found the city, and Ilus erected a sanctuary, in which it was preserved with great honor and care, since on its safety was supposed to depend the safety of the city. In later times, a palladium was any statue of the goddess Athena kept for the safeguard of the city that possessed it. 5. O very God, O true divinity, addressing Cressida. 6. A sconce, as if to say as much as to say. The word represents quasi-dices in Boccaccio. See note 5 to the Sompner's Tale. 7. Eft, another reading is oft. 8. Art, constrain Latin, artio. 9. The song is a translation of Petrarch's 88th sonnet, which opens thus: Es amor non e, chi dunc e quel ch accento. 10. If maugre me, if I burn in spite of myself. The usual reading is, if harm agree me equals if my hurt contents me. But evidently the antithesis is lost which Petrarch intended when, after essa mia voglia ardo, he wrote essa mal mio grado equals if against my will, and Uri's glossary points out the probability that in transcription the words, if that maugre me, may have gradually changed into, if harm agger me. 11. The 3rd of May seems either to have possessed peculiar favor or significance with Chaucer personally, or to have had a special importance in connection with those May observances of which the poet so often speaks. It is on the 3rd night of May that Palamon, in the Knight's Tale, breaks out of prison, and at early morn encounters in the forest Arcida, who has gone forth to pluck a garland in honor of May. It is on the 3rd night of May that the poet hears the debate of the Cuckoo and the Nightingale. And again in the present passage the favored date recurs. 12. Went, turning, from Anglo-Saxon, wenden, German wenden. The turning and tossing of uneasy lovers in bed is, with Chaucer, a favorite symptom of their passion. See the 5th statute in the Court of Love. 13. Procne, daughter of Pandion, king of Attica, was given to wife to Tereus in reward for his aid against an enemy. But Tereus dishonored Philomela, Procne's sister, and his wife, in revenge, served up to him the body of his own child by her. Tereus, infuriated, pursued the 2 sisters, who prayed the gods to change them into birds. The prayer was granted. Philomela became a nightingale, Procne a swallow, and Tereus a hawk. 14. Fished fair. A proverbial phrase which probably may be best represented by the phrase, done great execution. 15. The fair gem virtueless, possessing none of the virtues which in the Middle Ages were universally believed to be inherent in precious stones. 16. The crop and root, the most perfect example. See note 29 to the Knight's Tale. 17. Ime, uncle the mother's brother, still used in Lancashire, Anglo-Saxon, eam, German, oheim. 18. Dardanus, the mythical ancestor of the Trojans, after whom the gate is supposed to be called. 19. All the other gates were secured with chains, for better defense against the besiegers. 20. Happy day, good fortune, French, ben hur. Both happy day and happy hour are borrowed from the astrological fiction about the influence of the time of birth. 21. Horn and nerve and rind, the various layers or materials of the shield, called bogrian in the Iliad, which was made from the hide of the wild bull. 22. His brother Hector. 23. Who gives me drink? Who has given me a love potion, to charm my heart thus away? 24. That plaited she full oft in many a fold. She deliberated carefully, with many arguments this way and that. 25. Through which I might stand in worse plight, in a worse position in the city, since she might through his anger lose the protection of his brother Hector. 26. I am not religious, I am not in holy vows. See the complaint of the nuns in the Court of Love. 27. The line recalls Milton's dark with excessive bright. 28. No weal is worth that may no sorrow dreen. The meaning is that whosoever cannot endure sorrow deserves not happiness. 29. French verre, glass. 30. From cast of stones wear him in the wear, let him beware of casting stones in battle. The proverb in its modern form warns those who live in glass houses of the folly of throwing stones. 31. Western, to west or wester, to decline towards the west. So Milton speaks of the morning star as sloping towards heaven's descent, his westering wheel. 32. A pike with ass's feet, etc. This is merely another version of the well-known example of incongruity that opens the Ars Poetica of Horace. 33. Trister, tryst, a preconcerted spot to which the beaters drove the game, and at which the sportsmen waited with their bows. 34. A cankerdort, a condition or fit of perplexed anxiety, probably connected with the word kink, meaning in sea phrase a twist in a rope, and, as a verb, to twist or entangle. 35. They feel in times with vapor etern. They feel in their seasons by the emission of an eternal breath or inspiration that God loves and see. 36. The idea of this stanza is the same with that developed in the speech of Theseus at the close of the Knight's Tale, and it is probably derived from the lines of Boethius, quoted in note 91 to that tale. 37. In this and the following lines reappears the noble doctrine of the exalting and purifying influence of true love, advanced in the court of love. The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, and c. 38. Weir, a trap or enclosed place in a stream for catching fish. See note 10 to the Assembly of Fowls. 39. Nor might one word for shame to it say, nor could he answer one word for shame at the stratagem that brought Cressida to implore his protection. 40. All enner he malapert, nor made a vow nor was so bold to sing a fool's mass. I.e., although he was not overforward and made no confession of his love, or was so bold as to be rash and ill-advised in his declarations of love and worship. 41. Pandarus wept as if he would turn to water, so, in the Squire's tale, did Canis weep for the woes of the falcon. 42. If I break your defense, if I transgress in whatever you may forbid. French, defender, to prohibit. 43. These lines and the succeeding stanza are addressed to Pandarus, who had interposed some words of incitement to Cressida. 44. In The Court of Love, the poet says of Avanter that his ancestry of kin was to Lyre, and the stanza in which that line occurs expresses precisely the same idea as in the text. Vain boasters of ladies' favors are also satirized in The House of Fame. 45. Nice, silly, stupid, French, niais. 46. Reheating is read by preference for richesse, which stands in the older printed editions, though richesse certainly better represents the word used in the original of Boccaccio, divisia, meaning abundance or wealth. 47. Depart it so, for wideware is wist how that there is diversity recurred betwixt things like, as I have leared. I.e., make this distinction, for it is universally known that there is a great difference between things that seem the same, as I have learned. 48. Freep, the set or company French, frappe, a stamp on coins, a set of molds. 49. To be in the wind of noisy magpies, or other birds that might spoil sport by alarming the game, was not less desirable than to be on the lee side of the game itself, that the hunter's presence might not be betrayed by the scent. In the wind of, thus signifies not to windward of, but to leeward of, that is, in the wind that comes from the object of pursuit. 50. Both fremdy and tame, both foes and friends literally, both wild and tame, the sporting metaphor being sustained. 51. The lovers are supposed to say that nothing is wanting but to know the time at which they should meet. 52. A tale of Wade, see note 5 to the Merchant's Tale. 53. Saturn and Jove in Cancer joined were, a conjunction that imported rain. 54. Smoky rain, an admirably graphic description of dense rain. 55. For the force of cold, see note 22 to the Nun's Priest's Tale. 56. God 7, the divinities who gave their names to the 7 planets, which, in association with the 7 metals, are mentioned in the canon's Yeoman's Tale. 57. Assayed, experienced, tasted, see note 6 to the Squire's Tale. 58. Now is it better than both two were lorn, better this happy issue, than that both two should be lost, through the sorrow of fruitless love. 59. Made him such feast, French, Louis fit fate made holiday for him. 60. The cock is called in the Assembly of Fowls, the Horologe of Thorpe's Light, and in the Nun's Priest's Tale Chanticleer knew by nature each ascension of the equinoctial, and when the sun had ascended 15 degrees, then crew he, that it might not be amended. Here he is termed the common astrologer, as employing for the public advantage his knowledge of astronomy. 61. Fortuna Major, the planet Jupiter. 62. When Jupiter visited Alcmena in the form of her husband Amphitryon, he is said to have prolonged the night to the length of 3 natural nights. Hercules was the fruit of the union. 63. Chaucer seems to confound Titan, the title of the sun, with Tithonus or Tithon, as contracted in poetry, whose couch Aurora was wont to share. 64. So, in Locksley Hall, Tennyson says that a sorrow's crown of sorrow is remembering better things. The original is in Dante's words, Nessun maggior dolor chi ricordarsi del tempo fellis nella miseria. Inferno, v. 121. There is no greater sorrow than to remember happy times when in misery. 65. As great a craft is to keep weal as win. It needs as much skill to keep prosperity as to attain it. 66. To heap, together. See the reference to Boethius in note 91 to The Knight's Tale. 67. The small beasts let he go beside. A charming touch, indicative of the noble and generous inspiration of his love. 68. Mew, the cage or chamber in which hawks were kept and carefully tended during the molting season. 69. Love of steel, love as true as steel. 70. Pandarus, as it repeatedly appears, was an unsuccessful lover. 71. Each for his virtue holden is full dear, both heroner and falcon for river. That is, each is esteemed for a special virtue or faculty, as the large gerfalcon for the chase of heron, the smaller goshawk for the chase of river fowl. 72. Zauces, an author of whom no record survives. 73. And upon new case lieth new advice. New counsels must be adopted as new circumstances arise. 74. Hidden mew, hidden in a place remote from the world, of which Pandarus thus betrays ignorance. 75. The modern phrase sixes and sevens means in confusion. But here the idea of gaming perhaps suits the sense better, set the world upon a cast of the dice. 76. The controversy between those who maintained the doctrine of predestination and those who held that of free will raged with no less animation at Chaucer's day, and before it, than it has done in the subsequent 5 centuries, the Dominicans upholding the sterner creed, the Franciscans taking the other side. Chaucer has more briefly, and with the same care not to commit himself, referred to the discussion in the Nun's Priest's Tale. 77. That have their top full high and smooth wysure, that are eminent among the clergy who wear the tonsure. 78. Athamonte, Athamas, son of Aeolus, who, seized with madness, under the wrath of Juno for his neglect of his wife Nephele, slew his son Learchus. 79. Simwa, one of the rivers of the Troad flowing into the Xanthus. 80. Troilus was the son of Priam and Hecuba. 81. The son of Tydeus, Diomes, far oftener called Tydides after his father Tydeus, king of Argos. 82. Couth more than the creed, knew more than the mere elements of the science of love. 83. Arac, wrench away, unroot French erasure, the opposite of enrace, to root in, implant. 84. It will be remembered that, at the beginning of the first book, Cressida is introduced to us as a widow. 85. Diomed is called sudden, for the unexpectedness of his assault on Cressida's heart, or, perhaps, for the abrupt abandonment of his indifference to love. 86. Pencil, a pennon or pendant, French, penoncule. It was the custom in chivalric times for a knight to wear, on days of tournament or in battle, some such token of his lady's favor or badge of his service to her. 87. She has been told that Troilus is deceiving her. 88. The Roman kalends were the first day of the month, when a change of weather was usually expected. 89. Maker and making, words used in the Middle Ages to signify the composer and the composition of poetry, correspond exactly with the Greek poietes and poema, from poio, I make. 90. My rather speech, my earlier former subject. Rather is the comparative of the old adjective wrath, early. 91. Up to the hollowness of the seventh sphere. Passing up through the hollowness or concavity of the spheres, which all revolve round each other and are all contained by God. See note 5 to the Assembly of Fowls. The soul of Troilus, looking downward, beholds the converse or convex side of the spheres which it has traversed. 92. Sorted, allotted from Latin sors, lot fortune. 93. Rascal, rabble, French, raquel, a mob or multitude, the riffraff, so Spenser speaks of the rascal routs of inferior combatants. 94. John Gower, the poet, a contemporary and friend of Chaucer S., author, among other works, of the Confessio Amantis. See note 1 to the Man of Law's Tale. 95. Strode was an eminent scholar of Merton College, Oxford, and tutor to Chaucer's son Lewis. 96. Explicit liber Troilus et Cressides, the end of the book of Troilus and Cressida. Chaucer's Dream. This pretty allegory, or rather conceit, containing one or two passages that for vividness and for delicacy yield to nothing in the whole range of Chaucer's poetry, had never been printed before the year 1597, when it was included in the edition of Spett. Before that date, indeed, a dream of Chaucer had been printed, but the poem so described was in reality the Book of the Duchess, or the Death of Blanche, Duchess of Lancaster, which is not included in the present edition. Spett says that this dream, devised by Chaucer, seemeth to be a covert report of the marriage of John of Gaunt, the king's son, with Blanche, the daughter of Henry, Duke of Lancaster, who after long love, during the time whereof the poet feigneth them to be dead, were in the end, by consent of friends, happily married, figured by a bird bringing in his bill an herb, which restored them to life again. Here also is showed Chaucer's match with a certain gentlewoman, who, although she was a stranger, was, notwithstanding, so well liked and loved of the Lady Blanche and her lord, as Chaucer himself also was, that gladly they concluded a marriage between them. John of Gaunt, at the age of 19, and while yet Earl of Richmond, was married to the Lady Blanche at Reading in May 1359. Chaucer, then a prisoner in France, probably did not return to England till peace was concluded in the following year, so that his marriage to Philippa wrote, the sister of the Duchess Blanche's favourite attendant Catharine wrote, could not have taken place till some time after that of the Duke. In the poem, it is represented to have immediately followed, but no consequence need be attached to that statement. Enough that it followed at no great interval of time, and that the intimate relations which Chaucer had already begun to form with John of Gaunt might well warrant him in writing this poem on the occasion of the Duke's marriage, and in weaving his own love fortunes with those of the principal figures. In the necessary abridgment of the poem for the present edition, the subsidiary branch of the allegory, relating to the poet's own love affair, has been so far as possible separated from the main branch, which shadows forth the fortunes of John and Blanche. The poem, in full, contains, with an envoy arbitrarily appended, 2233 lines, of which 510 are given here. Transcriber's note: modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. When Flora, the Queen of Pleasance, had wholly achieved the obeisance asterisk, won the obedience asterisk of the fresh and the new season, thorough every region, and with her mantle asterisk whole covert asterisk wholly covered what winter had asterisk made discovered. Asterisk stripped asterisk. On a May night, the poet lay alone, thinking of his lady and all her beauty, and, falling asleep, he dreamed that he was in an island, where wall and gate was all of glass, and so was closed round about, that leaveless none came in nor out, without permission uncouth and strange to behold, for every gate of fine gold, 1,000 fanes, eye turning, vanes, weathercocks entuned had, and birds singing asterisk contrived so as to emit diversely, on each fane a pair, a musical sound with open mouth against the air. One and of a suit were all the tours, of the same plan subtly asterisk carven aft floors carved to represent asterisk of uncouth colors, during eye asterisk lasting forever that never be none seen in May with many a small turret high. But man alive I could not sigh asterisk asterisk see nor creatures, save ladies play, asterisk disporting themselves, which were such of their array, that, as me thought, asterisk of goodly head for comeliness asterisk they passed all, and woman head. For to behold them dance and sing, it seemed like none earthly thing. And all were of the same age, save one, who was advanced in years, though no less gay in demeanor than the rest. While he stood admiring the richness and beauty of the place, and the fairness of the ladies, which had the notable gift of enduring unimpaired till death, the poet was accosted by the old lady, to whom he had to yield himself prisoner, because the ordinance of the isle was that no man should dwell there, and the ladies' fear of breaking the law was enhanced by the temporary absence of their queen from the realm. Just at this moment the cry was raised that the queen came. All the ladies hastened to meet her, and soon the poet saw her approach, but in her company his mistress, wearing the same garb and a seemly knight. All the ladies wondered greatly at this, and the queen explained. My sisters, how it hath befall, asterisk asterisk befallen I trow ye know it one and all, that of long time here have I been within this isle biding as queen, living at ease, that never wight more perfect joy have not might. And to you been of governance such as you found in whole pleasance, 2 In everything as ye know. After our custom and our law, which how they first founded were, I trow ye wot all the manner. And who the queen is of this isle? As I have been this lunge while, each 7 years must, of usage, visit the heavenly hermitage, which on a rock so high stands in a strange sea, out from all lands, that for to make the pilgrimage is called a perilous voyage, for if the wind be not good friend, the journey dureth to the end of him which that it undertakes, of 20,000 not one scapes. Upon which rock groweth a tree, that certain years bears apples 3, which 3 apples whoso may have is from all displeasance why save *** safe from all pain that in the 7 years may fall. This wot you well, both one and all. For the first apple and the hext, *highest 3 which groweth unto you the next, hath 3 virtues notable, and keepeth youth durable, beauty and looks, ever in one * continually, and is the best of every one. The second apple, red and green, only with looks of your eyne, you nourishes in great pleasance, better than partridge or pheasants ** pheasant, and feedeth every living wight pleasantly, only with the sight. And the third apple of the 3, which groweth lowest on the tree, whoso it beareth may not fail fail to obtain that to his pleasance may avail. That which so your pleasure and beauty rich, your during youth ever whilick, * alike your truth, your cunning, * and your weal knowledge hath flowered eye and your good heal without sickness or displeasance, or thing that to you was noyance. Offense, injury so that you have as goddesses lived above all princesses. Now is befallen, as ye may see, to gather these said apples 3, I have not failed against the day thitherward to take the way, weening to speed as I had oft. Expecting to succeed but when I came, I found aloft my sister, which that hero stands, having those apples in her hands, advising them, and nothing said regarding, gazing on but looked as she were * well apaid. * satisfied and as I stood her to behold, thinking how my joys were cold, since I these apples * have not might not have even with that so came this night. And in his arms, of me unware, me took, and to his ship me bare and said, though him I ne'er had seen, yet had I long his lady been, wherefore I shoulda with him wend, and he would, to his life's end, my servant be, and gan to sing, as one that had won a rich thing. Then were my spirits from me gone, so suddenly every one, that in me appeared but death, for I felt neither life nor breath, nor good nor harm none I knew. The sudden pain me was so new, that had not the hasty grace be had it not been for thee of this lady, that from the tree prompt kindness of her gentleness so bled, * hastened me to comfort, I had died. And of her 3 apples she one into mine hand there put anon, which brought again my mind and breath, and me recovered from the death. Wherefore to her so am I hold, ** beholden, obliged that for her all things do I wald, for she was leech of all my smart, physician, and from great pain so quit my heart. Delivered, and as God wot, right as ye hear, me to comfort with friendly cheer, she did her prowess and her might. And truly eke so did this knight, in that he could, and often said that of my woe he was * ill paid, * distressed, ill pleased * and cursed the ship that him there brought, the master that it wrought. And as each thing must have an end, my sister here, our bother friend, forgan with her words so womanly this night entreat, and cunningly for mine honor and hers also, and said that with her we should go both in her ship, where she was brought, which was so wonderfully wrought, so clean, so rich, and so arrayed, that we were both content and paid. * satisfied and me to comfort and to please, and my heart for to put at ease, she took great pain in little while, and thus hath brought us to this isle as ye may see. Wherefore each one I pray you thank her one and one, as heartily as ye can devise, or imagine in any wise. At once there then men might seen, a world of ladies fall on kneen before my lady, thanking her and placing themselves at her commandment. Then the queen sent the aged lady to the knight, to learn of him why he had done her all this woe. And when the messenger had discharged her mission, telling the knight that in the general opinion he had done amiss, he fell down suddenly as if dead for sorrow and repentance. Only with great difficulty, by the queen herself, was he restored to consciousness and comfort. But though she spoke kind and hope-inspiring words, her heart was not in her speech. For her intent was, to his barge him for to bring against the eve with certain ladies and take leave, and pray him of his gentleness, to * suffer her thenceforth in peace, let her dwell * as other princes had before, and from thenceforth. For evermore she would him worship in all wise that gentleness might devise, and pain her wholly to fulfill, make her utmost efforts in honor, his pleasure and will. And during thus this night's woe, present the queen and other mo, there being present my lady and many another wight, 10,000 ships at a sight I saw come o'er the wavy flood with sail and oar, that, as I stood them to behold, I gan marvel from whom might come so many a sail. For, since the time that I was born, such a navy there beforn had I not seen, nor so arrayed, that for the sight my heart played I to and fro within my breast, for joy long was ere it would rest. For there were sails full of flowers, embroidered with flowers after, castles with huge towers, 5 seeming full of arms bright, that wondrous lusty asterisk was the sight, asterisk pleasant with large tops and masts long richly depaint and reared among. Raised among them at certain times gan repair small birds down from the air, and on the ships, bounds about bulwarks sat and sang, with voice full out, ballads and lays right joyously as they could in their harmony. The ladies were alarmed and sorrow-stricken at sight of the ships, thinking that the knight's companions were on board, and they went towards the walls of the isle to shut the gates. But it was Cupid who came, and he had already landed and marched straight to the place where the knight lay. Then he chid the queen for her unkindness to his servant, shot an arrow into her heart, and passed through the crowd until he found the poet's lady, whom he saluted and complimented, urging her to have pity on him that loved her. While the poet, standing apart, was revolving all this in his mind, and resolving truly to serve his lady, he saw the queen advance to Cupid, with a petition in which she besought forgiveness of past offenses, and promised continual and zealous service till her death. Cupid smiled, and said that he would be king within that island, his new conquest. Then, after long conference with the queen, he called a council for the morrow, of all who chose to wear his colors. In the morning, such was the press of ladies, that scarcely could standing room be found in all the plain. Cupid presided, and one of his counselors addressed the mighty crowd, promising that ere his departure his lord should bring to an agreement all the parties there present. Then Cupid gave to the knight and the dreamer each his lady, promised his favor to all the others in that place who would truly and busily serve and love, and at evening took his departure. Next morning, having declined the proffered sovereignty of the island, the poet's mistress also embarked, leaving him behind. But he dashed through the waves, was drawn on board her ship from peril of death, and graciously received into his lady's lasting favor. Here the poet awakes, finding his cheeks and body all wet with tears, and removing into another chamber to rest more in peace, he falls asleep anew and continues the dream. Again he is within the island, where the knight and all the ladies are assembled on a green, and it is resolved by the assembly, not only that the knight shall be their king, but that every lady there shall be wedded also. It is determined that the knight shall depart that very day, and return within 10 days with such a host of benedicts that none in the isle need lack husbands. The knight anon into a little barge brought was laid against an eve whereof all he took his leave, which barge was, as a man thought, aft his pleasure to him brought, according to the queen herself accustomed I in the same barge to play. Take her sport it needed neither mast nor rather asterisk rudder, I have not heard of such another, nor master for the governance. Asterisk steering it sailed by thought and pleasance, without labor, east and west all was one, calm or tempest. 6 and I went with, at his request, and was the first prayed to the feast. The bridal feast when he came unto his country, and passed had the wavy sea in a haven deep and large, he left his rich and noble barge, and to the court, shortly to tell, he went where he was wont to dwell, and was gladly received as king by the estates of the land, for during his absence his father, old and wise and hoar, had died, commending to their fidelity his absent son. The prince related to the estates his journey and his success in finding the princess in quest of whom he had gone 7 years before, and said that he must have 60,000 guests at his marriage feast. The lords gladly guaranteed the number within the set time, but afterwards they found that 15 days must be spent in the necessary preparations. Between shame and sorrow, the prince, thus compelled to break his faith, took to his bed, and in wailing and self-reproach, endured the days 15, till that the lords, on an even asterisk evening him came and told they ready were, and showed in few words there, how and what wise they had asterisk purveyed asterisk provided suitably for his estate, asterisk and to him said, to his rank that 20,000 knights of name, and 40,000 without blame, elect come of noble lean asterisk line, lineage together in a company were lodged on a river's side, him and his pleasure there abide. The prince then for joy uprose, And where they lodged were, he goes, without more, that same night, and there his supper made to dight, had prepared and with them bode till it was day. Abode, waited and forthwith to take his journey, leaving the strait, holding the large till he came to his noble barge. And when the prince, this lusty knight, with his people in arms bright, was come where he thought to pass, crossed to the isle and knew well none abiding was behind. But all were there present, forthwith anon all his intent he told them there, and made his cries proclamation thorough his host that day twice, commanding every living wight there being present in his sight, to be the morrow on the rivage, shore there he begin would his voyage. The morrow come, the cry was kept, proclamation was obeyed, but few were there that night that slept, but trust and purveyed for the morrow. Packed up and provided for fault of ships was all their sorrow. Lack, shortage for, save the barge, and other too, of ships there I saw no mo. Thus in their doubts as they stood, waxing the sea, coming the flood was cried, to ship go every wight. Then was but high that high him might, whoever could hasten, did into the barge, methought, each one they went, without was left not one horse, nor mail truss nor baggage, trunk, wallet salad spear, garde-brace nor page, helmet 7, arm shield 8, but was lodged and room enough. At which shipping methought I lock, laughed, and gan to marvel in my thought, how ever such a ship was wrought. Constructed for what people that can increase, however the numbers increased nor ne'er so thick might be the priest, press. Crowd, but a had room at will, there was not one was lodged ill. For, as I trow, myself the last was one, and lodged by the mast, and where I looked I saw such room as all were lodged in a town. Forth went the ship, said was the creed, 9 and on their knees for their good speed, to pray for success down kneeled every wight a while, and prayed fast that to the isle they might come in safety, the prince and all the company, with worship and without blame, or disclander of his name, reproach, slander of the promise he should return within the time he did sojourn in his land biding his host. Waiting for this was their prayer least and most, to keep the day it might not ben, that he appointed with the queen. Wherefore the prince slept neither day nor night, till he and his people landed on the glass-walled isle, weening to be in heaven that night. But ere they had gone a little way, they met a lady all in black, with piteous countenance, who reproached the prince for his untruth, and informed him that, unable to bear the reproach to their name, caused by the lightness of their trust in strangers, the queen and all the ladies of the isle had vowed neither to eat, nor drink, nor sleep, nor speak, nor cease weeping till all were dead. The queen had died the first, and half of the other ladies had already, under the earth tan lodging new. The woeful recorder of all these woes invites the prince to behold the queen's hearse. Come within, come see her hearse, where ye shall see the piteous sight that ever yet was shown tonight. For ye shall see ladies stand, each with a great rod in hand, clad in black with visage white, ready each other for to smite, if any be that will not weep, or who makes countenance to sleep. They be so beat, that all so blue they be as cloth that dyed is new. Scarcely has the lady ceased to speak, when the prince plucks forth a dagger, plunges it into his heart, and, drawing but one breath, expires. For which cause the lusty host, which in battle on the coast, at once for sorrow such a cry gan rear, thorough the company, throughout that to the heathen heard was the sound. And under earth as far adown, and wilde beasts for the fear so suddenly afraid were, afraid that for the doubt, while they might have a chance of safety they ran as of their lives unsure, from the woods into the plain. And from valleys the high mountain they sought, and ran as beasts blind, that clean forgotten had their kind. Nature. The lords of the laggard host ask the woebegone lady what should be done. She answers that nothing can now avail, but that for remembrance they should build in their land, open to public view, in some notable old city, a chapel engraved with some memorial of the queen. And straightway, with a sigh, she also passed her breath. Then said the lords of the host, and so concluded least and most, that they would in houses of thatch their lives lead, 10 and wear but black, and forsake all their pleasances, and turn all joy to penances, and bear the dead prince to the barge, and named them should have the charge. Those who should and to the hearse where lay the queen the remnant went, and down on kneen, holding their hands on high, gan cry, Mercy, mercy. Evereach thry, each one thrice and curs the time that ever sloth should have such masterdom of troth. And to the barge, a lunge mile, they bear her forth, and in a while all the ladies, one and one, by companies were brought each one. and passed the sea, and took the land, and in new hearses on a sand put and brought were all anon, unto a city closed with stone, where it had been used I the kings of the land to lay. After they reigned in honours, and writ was which were conquerors, in an abbey of nuns black, which accustomed were to wake, and of usage rise each a night, to pray for every living wight. And so befell, as is the guise, ordained and said was the service of the prince and eke of the queen, so devoutly as might ben. And after that, about the hearses many orisons and verses, without note asterisk 11 full softly asterisk music said were, and that full heartily. That all the night, till it was day, the people in the church gan pray unto the Holy Trinity, of those souls to have pity. And when the night passed and run was, and the new day begun, the young morrow with rays red, which from the sun all o'er gan spread, attempered clear was and fair, asterisk clement, calm and made a time of wholesome air. Befell a wondrous case and strange asterisk chance, event among the people, and gan change soon the word, and every woe unto a joy, and some to two. A bird, all feathered blue and green, with bright rays like gold between as small thread over every joint, all full of colour strange and quaint, asterisk quaint uncouth and wonderful to sight, unfamiliar upon the queen's hearse gan light, and sung full low and softly 3 songs in their harmony, unletted of every wight. Unhindered by asterisk till at the last an aged knight, which seemed a man in great thought, like as he set all thing at naught, with visage and eyes all forewept, steeped in tears and pale, as a man long unslept by the hearses as he stood, with hasty handling of his hood unto a prince that by him passed, made the bird somewhat aghast. Frightened wherefore he rose and left his song, and departed from us among, and spread his wings for to pass by the place where he entered was. And in his haste, shortly to tell, him hurt that backward down he fell from a window richly paint, with lives of many a divers saint, and beat his wings and bled fast, and of the hurt thus died and passed. And lay there well an hour and more till at the last, of birds a score came and assembled at the place where the window broken was, and made such Yeoman tadioun asterisk lamentation that pity was to hear the sound, and the warbles of their throats, and the complaint of their notes which from joy clean was reversed. And of them one the glass soon pierced, and in his beak of colours 9, an herb he brought, florless, all green, full of small leaves, and plain, smooth, swart, and long, with many a vein. Black, and where his fellow lay thus dead, this herb he down laid by his head, and dressed it full softly, arranged and hung his head, and stood thereby. Which herb in less than half an hour, gan over all knit, and after flower bud full out, and waxed ripe the seed, and, right as one another feed would, in his beak he took the grain, and in his fellow's beak certain it put, and thus within the 3rd asterisk i.e. 3rd hour after it upstood and pruned him the bird, had died which dead had been in all our sight, and both together forth their flight took, singing from us, and their leave was none disturb them would nor grieve. And when they parted were and gone abbess the seed soon each one gathered had, and in her hand the herb she took, well avasand asterisk considering 12 the leaf, the seed, the stalk, the flower, and said it had a good savour, and was no common herb to find, and well approved of asterisk uncouth kind, asterisk strange nature and more than other virtuous, whoso might it have for to use in his need, flower, leaf, or grain, of his heel might be cert. Laid it down upon the hearse where lay the queen, and gan rehearse each one to other what they had seen. And tallying thus, the seed waxed green as they gossiped asterisk, and on the dry hearse gan to spring, which methought was a wondrous thing. And after that flower and new seed, of which the people all took heed, and said it was some great miracle, or medicine fine more than treacle. 12 and were well done there to assay if it might ease, in any way, the corpses, which with torchlight they waked had their all that night. Soon did the lords their consent, and all the people thereto content, with easy words and little fare. Ado, trouble and made the queen's visage bare, which showed was to all about, wherefore in swoon fell all the rout asterisk company, crowd and were so sorry most and least, that long of weeping they not ceased, for of their lord the remembrance unto them was such displeasance. Asterisk cause of grief that for to live they called pain, so were they very true and plain. And after this the good abbess of the grains gan choose and dress asterisk prepare 3, with her fingers clean and small and in the queen's mouth, by tale, one after other, full easily she put, and eke full cunningly. Skillfully which showed some such virtue, that proved was the medicine true. For with a smiling countenance the queen uprose, and of usance custom as she was wont, to every wight she made good cheer. for which sight showed a gracious the people, kneeling on the stones, countenance thought they in heaven were, soul and bones, and to the prince, where that he lay, they went to make the same assay. Trial, experiment, and when the queen had understood, and how the medicine was good she prayed that she might have the grains, to relieve him from the pains which she and he had both endured. And to him went, and so him cured that within a little space, lusty and fresh alive he was, and in good heal and whole of speech, and laughed and said, Gramercy, leech. Great thanks, for which the joy throughout the town my physician. So great was that the bells sound, afraid the people a journey to the distance of about the city every way. A day's journey and came and asked the cause, and why they rungeon were so stately. Proudly, solemnly, and after that the queen, Habess, made diligence, 14 ere they would cease, such, that of ladies soon a rout *** company, crowd suing the queen was all about. Following and called by name each one and told, * numbered was none forgotten, young nor old. There might men see joys new, when the medicine, fine and true, thus restored had every wight, so well the queen as the knight, unto perfect joy and heal, that floating they were in such weal * swimming in such as folk that wouldn't in no wise happiness * desire more perfect paradise. On the morrow a general assembly was convoked, and it was resolved that the wedding feast should be celebrated within the island. Messengers were sent to strange realms, to invite kings, queens, duchesses, and princesses, and a special embassy was dispatched, in the magic barge, to seek the poet's mistress, who was brought back after 14 days, to the great joy of the queen. Next day took place the wedding of the prince and all the knights to the queen and all the ladies, and a 3 months' feast followed, on a large plain, under a wood in a champaign, betwixt a river and a well, where never had abbey nor cell been, nor church, house, nor village, in time of any man's age. On the day after the general wedding, all entreated the poet's lady to consent to crown his love with marriage. She yielded. The bridal was splendidly celebrated, and to the sound of marvelous music the poet awoke, to find neither lady nor creature, but only old portraitures on the tapestry, of horsemen, hawks, and hounds, and hurt deer full of wounds. Great was his grief that he had lost all the bliss of his dream, and he concludes by praying his lady so to accept his love service, that the dream may turn to reality. Or else, without more I pray, that this night, ere it be day, I may unto my dream return, and sleeping so forth I sojourn about the Isle of Pleasance, under my lady's obeisance, * subject to my lady * in her service, and in such wise as it may please her to devise, and grace once to be accept, like as I dreamed when I slept, endure 1,000 year and 10 in her goodwill. Amen, amen. Notes to Chaucer's Dream. 1. The birds on the weather vanes were set up facing the wind, so that it entered their open mouths, and by some mechanism produced the musical sound. 2. And to you been of governance such as you found in whole pleasance, that is, and have governed you in a manner which you have found wholly pleasant. 3 Hext highest, from high as next from nigh. Compare the sounds of the German, hochst, highest, and nichtst, next. 4. Your brother friend is the common reading, but the phrase has no apparent applicability, and perhaps the better reading is our bother friend, that is, the lady who has proved herself a friend both to me and to you. In the same way, reason, in Troilus' soliloquy on the impending loss of his mistress, is made, addressing Troilus and Cressida, to speaks of your bother, or both, love. 5. The ships had high embattled poops and forecastles, as in medieval ships of war. 6. Compare Spenser's account of Phaedria's bark, in The Faerie Queen, Canto 6. Book 2, and Mutatis Mutandis Chaucer's description of the wondrous horse in the Squire's tale. 7. Salad, a small helmet, French, salade. 8. Garde-brace, French, garde-bras and arm shield, probably resembling the gay bracer which the Yeoman in the Prologue to the Canterbury Tales wears on his arm. 9. Confession and prayer were the usual preliminaries of any enterprise in those superstitious days, and in these days of enlightenment, the fashion yet lingers among the most superstitious class, the fisher folk. 10. The knights resolved that they would quit their castles and houses of stone for humble huts. 11. The knight and lady were buried without music, although the office for the dead was generally sung. 12. Avicand, considering, present participle from avis or advise. 13. Treacle, corrupted from Latin, the risca, an antidote, the word is used for medicine in general. 14. The abbess made diligence, i.e. to administer the grain to the dead ladies. The prologue to the legend of good women. Some difference of opinion exists as to the date at which Chaucer wrote The Legend of Good Women. Those who would fix that date at a period not long before the poet's death, who would place the poem, indeed, among his closing labors, support their opinion by the fact that the prologue recites most of Chaucer's principal works, and glances, besides, at a long array of other productions, too many to be fully catalogued. But on the other hand, it is objected that the legend makes no mention of the Canterbury Tales as such. While two of those tales, The Knights and the Second Nun, are enumerated by the titles which they bore as separate compositions before they were incorporated in the great collection. The Love of Palamon and Arcite, and The Life of Saint Cecile, see Note 1 to the Second Nun's Tale. Tyrwhitt seems perfectly justified in placing the composition of the poem immediately before that of Chaucer's magnum opus, and after the marriage of Richard Roman II to his first queen, Anne of Bohemia. That event took place in 1382, and since it is to Anne that the poet refers when he makes Alcestis bid him give his poem to the queen at Eltham or at Sheen, the legend could not have been written earlier. The old editions tell us that several ladies in the court took offense at Chaucer's large speeches against the untruth of women. Therefore the queen enjoined him to compile this book in the commendation of sundry maidens and wives, who showed themselves faithful to faithless men. This seems to have been written after The Flower and the Leaf. Evidently it was, for distinct references to that poem are to be found in the prologue. But more interesting is the indication which it furnishes, that Troilus and Cressida was the work not of the poet's youth, but of his maturer age. We could hardly expect the queen, whether of love or of England, to demand seriously from Chaucer a retractation of sentiments which he had expressed a full generation before, and for which he had made atonement by the splendid praises of true love sung in The Court of Love, The Cuckoo and The Nightingale, and other poems of youth and middle life. But Troilus and Cressida is coupled with The Romance of the Rose, as one of the poems which had given offense to the servants and the god of love. Therefore we may suppose it to have more prominently engaged courtly notice at a later period of the poet's life than even its undoubted popularity could explain. At whatever date, or in whatever circumstances, undertaken, The Legend of Good Women is a fragment. There are several signs that it was designed to contain the stories of 25 ladies, although the number of the good women is in the poem itself set down at 19. But 9 legends only were actually composed or have come down to us. They are those of Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, 126 lines, Thisbe of Babylon, 218, Dido, Queen of Carthage, 442, Hypsipyle and Medea, 312, Lucrece of Rome, 206, Ariadne of Athens, 340, Fiomla, 167, Phillis, 168, and Hypernestra, 162. Prefixed to these stories, which are translated or imitated from Ovid, is a prologue containing 579 lines, the only part of the legend given in the present edition. It is by far the most original, the strongest and most pleasing part of the poem. The description of spring and of his enjoyment of that season are in Chaucer's best manner, and the political philosophy by which Alcestis mitigates the wrath of Cupid adds another to the abounding proofs that, for his knowledge of the world, Chaucer fairly merits the epithet of many-sided, which Shakespeare has won by his knowledge of man. 1,000 times I have heard tell that there is joy in heaven and pain in hell, and I accord it well that it is so. Grant, agree, but nathless, yet wot I well also, know that there is none dwelling in this country that either hath in heaven or hell why be, but nor may of it no other ways wit know, but as he hath heard said, or found it written, for by assay there may no man it preve. Asterisk practical trial prove, test, but God forbid, but that men should believe well more thing than men have seen with eye. Men shall not ween in everything a lie but if himself it seeth, or else doth, unless for God wot, thing is nevertheless sooth, true though every wight may it not wisey. Bernard, the monk, saw not all party. One then must we to books that we find, through which that oldie things be in mind, and to the doctrine of these oldie wise, give credence in every skillful wise, reasonable that tellin of these old approved stories, of holiness of Rignes, asterisk of victories, reigns, kingdoms of love, of hate, and other sundry things of which I may not make rehearsings. And if that oldie books were away, why Lorn were of all remembrance the key. Well ought we then to honor and believe these books, where we have none other proof. And as for me, though that I know but light asterisk little on books for to read I me delight, and to them give I faith and good credence, and in my heart have them in reverence, so heartily that there is game none asterisk to no amusement that from my books maketh me to gone, but it be seldom on the holiday, save, certainly, when that the month of May is commend, and I hear the fowls sing, and that the flowers ginnen for to spring, farewell my book and my devotion. Now have I then such a condition, that above all the flowers in the mead, then love I most these flowers white and red, such that men call days eyes in our town, to them have I so great affection. As I said erst, when commend is the May, that in my bed there dawneth me no day that I am asterisk up, and walking in the mead, am not to see this flower against the sun spread, when it upriseth early by the morrow. That blissful sight softeneth all my sorrow, so glad am I, when that I have presence of it to do it a le reverence, as she that is of a le flowers flower, fulfilled of all virtue and honor, and ever alike fair and fresh of hue as well in winter as in summer knew this love I ever, and shall until I die, all asterisk swear I not, of this I will not lie, although there loved no white hotter in his life. And when that it is eve, I run blithe asterisk quickly, eagerly as soon as ever the sun begins to west, asterisk decline westward to see this flower, how it will go to rest, for fear of night, so hateth she darkness. Her cheer is plainly spread in the brightness countenance of the sun, for there it will unclose. Alas, that I had English, rhyme, or prose, sufficient this flower to praise aright. But help me, ye that have asterisk cunning or might, skill or power ye lovers that can make of sentiment, in this case ought ye to be diligent to further me somewhat in my labor, whether ye be with the leaf or the flower. 3 for well I wot, that ye have herebefore of making ropen, and led away the corn. 4 asterisk reaped and I come after, gleaning here and there, and am full glad if I may find an ear of any goodly word that you have left. And though it hap me to rehearse in eft again, what ye have in your fresh songs said, forbear me, and be not evil apaid. Asterisk displeased asterisk, since that ye see I do it in honor of love, and eke in service of the flower whom, that I serve as I have wit or might. 5 she is the clearness, and the very asterisk light, asterisk true that in this dark world me wins and leads. Turns, guides the heart within my sorrowful breast you dreads, and love so sore, that ye be, verily, the mistress of my wit, and nothing I, my word, my works, are knit so in your bond that as a harp obieth to the hand, that makes it sound after his fingering. Right so may ye out of my heart bring such voice, right as you list, to laugh or plain. Complain, mourn be my guide and lady sovereign. As to mine earthly God, to you I call, both in this work and in my sorrows all. But wherefore that I spake to give credence to old stories, and do them reverence, and that men must more things believe than they may see at eye, or else prove that shall I say, when that I see my time, I may not all at once speak in rhyme. My busy ghost, that thirsteth always new spirit to see this flower so young, so fresh of hue constrained me with so greedy desire, that in my heart I feel yet the fire, that made me to rise ere it were day. And this was now the first morrow of May, with dreadful heart and glad devotion, for to be at the resurrection of this flower, when that it should unclose against the sun, that rose as red as rose, that in the breast was of the beast that day the sign of the bull that Agenor's daughter led away. 6 and down on knees anon right I me set, and as I could this fresh flower I gret, asterisk greeted kneeling alway, till it unclosed was, upon the small, soft, sweet grass, that was with flowers sweet embroidered all of such sweetness and such odor asterisk or all everywhere that, for to speak of gum or herb or tree, comparison may none why maked be, for it surmounteth plainly all odors, and for rich beauty the most gay of flowers. Forgotten had the earth his poor estate of winter, that him naked made and mate, asterisk dejected, lifeless, and with his sword of cold so sore grieved. Now hath Chademper son all that relieved asterisk temperate asterisk furnished that naked was, and clad it new again. Anew with leaves the small fowls of the season fain, glad that of the panter and the net be scapt, asterisk drawn net upon the fowler, that them made a wapped asterisk terrified, confounded in winter and destroyed had their brood. In his despite them thought it did them good to sing of him, and in their song despise the foul churl, that, for his covetize, asterisk greed had them betrayed with his sophistry deceptions. This was their song. The fowler we defy, and all his craft. And some sunge clear lays of love, that joy it was to hear, in worshipping and praising of their make, asterisk honoring asterisk mate, and for the blissful new summer's sake. Upon the branches full of blossoms soft, in their delight they turn them full oft, and sunge, blessed be Saint Valentine. 7 For on his day I chose you to be mine, without repenting, my heart sweet. And therewithal their heels began to meet, yielding honor, and humble obeisances, to love, and did their other observances that longen unto love and to nature, construe that as you list, I asterisk do no cure. Care nothing and those that had done unkindness, asterisk committed offense, as doth the tiddife. 8 For Newfoundlandness, against natural laws besought mercy for their trespassing, and humbly sange their repenting, and swore upon the blossoms to be true, so that their mates would upon them rue asterisk take pity, and at the last made their accord. Reconciliation all asterisk found they danger asterisk for a time a lord, although asterisk disdain yet pity, through her strong gentle might, forgave, and made mercy pass aright through innocence and ruled courtesy. But I ne call not innocence folly nor false pity, for virtue is the mean as ethic 9 saith, in such manner I mean, and thus these fowls, void of all malice, accorded unto love, and left vice of hate, and sangen all of one accord. Welcome, summer, our governor and lord. And Zephyrus and Flora gently gave to the flowers, soft and tenderly, their sweet breath, and made them for to spread, as god and goddess of the flurry mead, in which methought I might, day by day, dwell in alway, the jolly month of May, without sleep, without meat or drink. Adown full softly I began to sink, and leaning on mine elbow and my side the lunge day I shope asterisk to abide, asterisk resolved, prepared for nothing else, and I shall not lie but for to look upon the daisy, that men by reason well it cal may the day's eye, or else the eye of day. The empress and the flower of flowers, all I pray to God that fair may she fall. And all that love flowers for her sake. But, natheless, asterisk ween not that I make asterisk do not fancy that I in praising of the flower against the leaf, write this poem no more than of the corn against the sheaf, for as to me is lever none nor l'other. I am withholden yet with neither another. 10 Nor I not who serves leaf, nor who the flower. Nor do I no well asterisk brook they their service or labor. May they profit by asterisk for this thing is all of another ton. 11 Of old story, ere such thing was begun. When that the sun out of the south gan west, and that this flower gan close, and go to rest for darkness of the night, the which she dread. Asterisk dreaded home to my house full swiftly I me sped to go to rest, and early for to rise to see this flower spread as I devise. Describe, and in a little arbor that I have, that benched was of turf's fresh wygrave, asterisk 12 cut out I bade men should me my couche make, for dainty of the new summer's sake, pleasure I bade them strow flowers on my bed. When I was laid, and had mine eyne hid, I fell asleep. Within an hour or two me met how I lay in the meadow though asterisk dreamed then to see this flower that I love so and dread. And from afar came walking in the mead the god of love, and in his hand a queen, and she was clad in royal habit green. A fret asterisk of gold she had next her hair, band, and upon that a white coronet she bare, with florins small, and, as I shall not lie, florets 13 for all the world right as a daisy white-crowned is, with white leaves light, small so were the florins of her crown white. For of one pearl, fine, oriental, her white crown was why-maked all, for which the white crown above the green made her like a daisy for to seen asterisk look upon, considered eke her fret of gold above. Why-clothed was this mighty god of love in silk embroidered, full of green greaves, boughs in which there was a fret of red rose leaves, the freshest since the world was first begun. His gilt hair was white-crowned with a sun instead of gold, for asterisk heaviness and weight. To avoid therewith methought his face shone so bright, that well unnethes might I him behold, and in his hand methought I saw him hold 2 fiery darts as the gleeds red, glowing coals, and angel-like his wings saw I spread. And all be that men say that blind is he, although algate methought that he might well see. At all events for sternly upon me he gan behold, so that his looking did my heart cold. Made my heart, and by the hand he held this noble queen, grow cold crowned with white, and clothed all in green, so womanly, so benign, and so meek, that in this worlde, though that men would seek. Half of her beauty should they not find in creature that formed is by kind. Nature, and therefore may I say, as thinketh me, this song in praising of this lady free. Hide, Absalon, thy guilt tresses clear. Golden Esther, lay thou thy meekness all adown. Hide, Jonathan, all thy friendly manner. Penelope and Marcia Caton, 14 make of your wifehood no comparison. Hide your beauties, Isoud 15 and Helene, my lady comes, that all this may disdain. Outdo, obscure. Thy fair body let it not appear. Lavine, 16 and thou, Lucrece of Rome town, and Polyxene, 17 that bought love so dear, and Cleopatra with all thy passion. Hide your truth of love and your renown. And thou, Thisbe, that hadst of love such pain, my lady comes, that all this may disdain. Hero, Dido, Laodamia, Wifeir, asterisk together and Phillies, hanging for Demophoon, and Canis, espied by thy cheer. Hypsipyle, betrayed by Jason, make of your truth neither boast nor sound. Nor Hypermnestor, nor Ariadne, ye twain, my lady comes, that all this may disdain. This ballad may full well Wysungen be, as I have said erst, by my lady free, for, certainly, all these may not suffice to pair with my lady in no wise. Surpass in beauty, for, as the sun will the fire disdain, or honor asterisk so passeth all my lady sovereign, that is so good, so fair, so debonair, I pray to God that ever fall her fair. For en had comfort been of her presence, had I not the eye had been dead, without any defense, comfort of asterisk for dread of love's words, and his cheer as, when time is, hereafter ye shall hear. Behind this god of love, upon the green, I saw coming of ladies 19, in royal habit, a full easy pace. And after them of women such a trace, asterisk train that, since that god Adam had made of earth the third part of mankind, or the firth, asterisk fourth asterisk ne weaned I not by possibility, I never fancied had ever in this wide world why be. Been in true of love these women were each one. Now whether was that a wonder thing, or non asterisk not that, right anon as that they gan espy this flower, which that I call the daisy, full suddenly they stent all at once, stopped and kneeled down, as it were for the nonce, and sang with one voice, heal and honor to truth of womanhead, and to this flower, that bears our aller prize in figuring, that in its figure bears her white crown bears the witnessing. The prize from us all asterisk, and with that word, asterisk a compass environ all around in a ring asterisk, they set them full softly adown. First sat the god of love, and since asterisk his queen, afterwards with the white coron, clad in green, and sithen all the remnant by and by, then as they were of estate, full courteously, and not a word was spoken in the place, the mountains of a furlong way of space. Extent 18. I, kneeling by this flower, in good intent abode, to know what this people meant, as still as any stone, till at the last, the god of love on me his eyne cast, and said, Who kneeleth there? And I answered unto his asking, when that I had heard, and said, It am I, and came to him near, and salude asterisk him. Quoth he, What dost thou here? Asterisk saluted so nigh mine owen flower, so boldly, it were better worthy, truly, a worm to nigh near my flower than thou. Approach, draw nigh, and wiser, quoth I, an it liketh you. For thou, quoth he, art thereto nothing able, it is my relic, dine asterisk and delectable, emblem 19 worthy, and thou my foe, and all my folk warriest, molestest, censurest, and of mine oldie servants thou missest, and hinderest them with thy translation, and lettest folk from their devotion asterisk preventest to serve me, and holdest it folly to serve love. Thou mayst it not deny. For in plain text, without need of gloss, asterisk comment, gloss thou hast translated the romance of the rose, that is a heresy against my law, and maketh wise folk from me withdraw, and of Cresside thou hast said as the list, that maketh men to women less to trust, that be as true as air was any steel. Of thine answer advise thee right weel. Consider right well asterisk, for though that thou, renied, hast my lay, abjured my law as other wretches have done many a day, or religion by Saint Venus, that my mother is, if that thou live, thou shalt repent this, so cruelly that it shall well be seen. Then spake this lady, clothed all in green, and said, God, right of your courtesy, ye might hearken if he can reply against all this, that ye have asterisk to him meaved. Asterisk advanced against him God should not be thus aggrieved, but of his deity he shall be stable, and thereto gracious and merciable. Asterisk merciful, and if he enter a god that knoweth all, were not then might it be, as I you tell shall, this man to you may falsely be accused, whereas by right him ought to be excused, for in your court is many a lusengiar, asterisk deceiver 20, and many a asterisk quaint totler accuser. asterisk asterisk strange prating accuser 21 that tabber asterisk in your ears many a sound, drum right after their imagination, to have your dalliance asterisk and for envy. Pleasant conversation, these be the causes, and I shall not lie, company envy is lavender of the court alway. Laundress for she departeth neither night nor day 22 out of the house of Caesar, thus saith Dant. Whoso that goth, algate she shall not want. At all events and eke, paranter, for this man is nice, peradventure asterisk foolish he might do it guessing no malice. Asterisk thinking for he useth things for to make. Asterisk compose poetry him recketh not of what matter he take. Cares nothing for he was bidden make thilk tway, compose those two asterisk of some person, and durst it not with say. Asterisk by asterisk refuse, deny or him repenteth utterly of this. He hath not done so grievously amiss, to translate what oldie clerks write, as though that he of malice would indite, write down despite of asterisk love, and had himself it wrought. Contempt for this should a righteous lord have in his thought, and not be like tyrants of Lombardy, that have no regard but at tyranny. For he that king or lord is natural, him ought not be tyrant or cruel, 23 as is a farmer, 24 to do the harm he can. He must think, it is his liege man, and is his treasure and his golden coffer, this is the sentence of the philosopher. Opinion, sentiment a king to keep his lieges in justice, without doubt that is his office. All will he keep his lords in their degree, although as it is right and skilful that they be, asterisk reasonable enhanced and honored, and most dear for they be half in this world here. Asterisk demigods yet must he do both right to poor and rich, all be that their estate be not whilick, alike and have of poor folk compassion, for lo, the gentle kind of the lion, for when a fly offendeth him, or biteth, he with his tail away the fly smiteth, all easily. For of his gentry asterisk nobleness him deigneth not to wreak him on a fly, as doth occur, or else another beast. In noble courage ought to be a rest, in a noble nature ought and weigh in everything by equity, to be self-restraint and ever have regard to his degree. For sir, it is no mastery for a lord to damn a man, without answer of word. Condemn, and for a lord, that is full foul to use. Most infamous practice and it be so he may him not excuse. The offender but asketh mercy with a dreadful asterisk heart, asterisk fearing, timid and proffereth him, right in his bare shirt, to be right at your own judgment. Then ought a God, by short advisement, asterisk deliberation consider his own honor, and his trespass, for since no power of death lies in this case, you ought to be the lighter merciable let your ire, and be somewhat tractable. Restrain this man hath served you of his cunning, asterisk ability, skill and well your law in his making. Asterisk composing poetry, albeit that he cannot well indite, yet hath he made lewd asterisk folk delight ignorant to serve you, in praising of your name. He made the book that hight the house of fame, and eke the death of Blanche the Duchess, and the Parliament of Fowls, as I guess, and all the love of Palamon and Arcite, 25 of Thebes, though the story is known light. Little and many a hymny for your holidays that hight ballads, roundels, virelays, and for to speak of other holiness. He hath in prose translated Bose, 26, and made the life also of Saint Cecile. He made also, gone is a great while, Origines upon the Magdalene. 27 him ought now to have the less pain. Asterisk penalty he hath made many a lay, and many a thing. Now as ye be a god, and eke a king, I your Alcestis, 28 whilom queen of Thrace, I ask you this man, right of your grace, that ye him never heard in all his life, and he shall swear to you, and that blife asterisk quickly he shall no more agilton in this wise, offend but shall maken, as ye will him devise, of women true in loving all their life, whereso ye will, of maiden or of wife, and further you as much as he missaid or in the rose, or else in cressade. The god of love answered her anon, Madame, quoth he, it is so long agone that I you knew, so charitable and true, that never yet, since that the world was new to me, found I better none than ye. If that I woulda save my degree, I may nor will not warn your request. Refuse all lies in you, do with him as you lest. I all forgive without longer space. Delay for he who gives a gift or doth a grace, do it betimes, his thank is well the more. 29 and deem ye what he shall do therefore. A judge go thank now my lady here, quoth he. I rose, and down I set me on my knee and said thus. Madame, the god above foriel do you that ye the god of love asterisk reward have made me his wraith to forgive, and grace so lunge for to live. Give me grace that I may know sootly what ye be, that have me helped and put in this degree. But truly I weened, as in this case not have agiled, nor done to love trespass. offended for why. A true man, without dread, offense hath not to part with a thieves' deed. Any share in nor a true lover ought me to blame, though that I spoke a false lover some shame. They ought rather with me for to hold, for that I of Cressida wrote or told, or of the rose, what so mine author meant. Made a true translation algate, God wot, it was mine intent by all ways to further truth in love, and it cherish, and to beware from falseness and from vice. By such example, this was my meaning. And she answered, Let be thine arguing, for love will not counterpleaded be 30 in right nor wrong, and learn that of me, thou hast thy grace, and hold thee right thereto. Now will I say what penance thou shalt do for thy trespass, and understand it here. Offense thou shalt, while that thou livest, year by year, the most party of thy time spend in making of a glorious legend of good women, maidens and wives, that were true in loving all their lives, and tell of false men that them betray, that all their life do not, but assay how many women they may do a shame, for in your world that is now held a game. Considered a sport and though thou like not a lover be, 31 speak well of love. This penance give I thee, and to the God of love I shall so pray, that he shall charge his servants by any way to further thee and well thy labor quite. Requite go now thy way, thy penance is but light. And when this book ye make, give it the queen on my behalf at Eltham or at Sheen. The God of love gan smile, and then he said, Know'st thou, quoth he, whether this be wife or maid or queen or countess or of what degree, that hath so little penance given thee that hath deserved sorely for to smart, but pity runneth soon in gentle heart. 32 nobly born that mayst thou see, she kitheth what she is. Showeth an eye answered, Nay, sir, so have I bliss, no more but that I see well she is good. That is a true tale by my hood, quoth love, and that thou knowest well, party. If it be so that thou advise thee. Bethink haste thou not in a book, lith in thy chest, that lies the great goodness of the Queen Alceste, that turned was into a daisy, she that for her husband chose to die, and eke to go to hell rather than he and Hercules rescued her party, and brought her out of hell again to bliss. And I answered again and said, Yes, now know I her, and is this good Alceste, the daisy and mine own heart's rest. Now feel I well the goodness of this wife, that both after her death, and in her life, her great bounty doubleth her renown. Virtue well hath she quit me mine affectioun recompensed that I have to her flower the daisy. No wonder is though Jove her stellify. 33 as telleth Agathon, 34 for her goodness. Her white crown bears of it witness, for all so many virtues had she as small florons in her crown be. In remembrance of her, and in honor, Cybele made the daisy, and the flower, white crowned all with white, as men may see, and Mars gave her a crown red, party, instead of rubies set among the white. Therewith this queen waxed red for shame a light, when she was praised so in her presence. Then said love, A full great negligence was it to thee, that ilk time thou made that same, hide Absalon thy tresses, in ballad, that thou forgot her in thy song to set, since that thou art so greatly in her debt, and knowest well that calendar is she guide, example to any woman that will lover be, for she taught all the craft of true loving, and namely of wifehood the living, especially and all the bounds that she ought to keep. Thy little wit was thilk time asleep. That but now I charge thee, upon thy life, that in thy legend thou make of this wife, poetize, compose when thou hast other small made before, and fare now well, I charge thee no more. But ere I go, thus much I will thee tell, never shall no true lover come in hell. These other ladies, sitting here a row, be in my ballad if thou canst them know, and in thy books all thou shalt them find, have them in thy legend now all in mind. I mean of them that be in thy knowing. For here be 20,000 more sitting than that thou knowest, good women all, and true of love for aught that may befall, make the meters of them as thee lest. I must go home. The sun draweth west, to paradise with all this company, and serve alway the fresh daisy. At Cleopatra I will that thou begin, and so forth, and my love so shalt thou win. For let's see now what man, that lover be, will do so strong a pain for love as she. I wot well that thou mayst not all it rhyme, that such lovers didn't in their time. It were too long to read in, and to hear suffice me thou make in this manner, that thou rehearse of all their life the great substance after these old authors list for to treat. According as for whoso shall so many a story tell, say shortly, or he shall too lunge dwell. And with that word, my books gan I take, and write thus on my legend gan I make. Thus endeth the prologue,